to plunge ahead, to give, death, without return, without knowing where this mad leap would land him in the next moment, then, in that very moment when the angel stayed his dagger from Isaac's breast, Abraham severed the circle of time and left it gaping open. There would be a gift only at the instant when the paradoxical instant, in the sense in which Kierkegaard says of the paradoxical instant of decision that it is madness, tears time apart. In this sense one would never have the time of a gift. In any case, time, the present, of the gift, is no longer thinkable as a now, that is, as a present bound up in the temporal synthesis. DT, 21/GT, 9. A gift does not belong to the circle of presents, or among the presents exchanged within certain circles of friends. You can never get a gift, Don, on your birthday or Christmas. Presents, cadeaux, are exchanged within certain circles of friends, and of time, within the horizon of now time, the time of the present, the rounded circle of the give and take of time. The cadeau is a little link, from catena, which enchains you. But the gift, Don, if there is one, eventuates in the excess of the moment, the Augenblick, and, breaking loose from the closed circle of friends, heads out for the tout autre. Over and beyond the circulation of presence, of the time of the present, the horizon of the presentable and representable, Derrida dreams and 163. Sires, prays and weeps over the unrepresentable gift, if there is any. To think in a sense a little like Kant and a little like Heidegger, gift is, accordingly, to direct oneself at something disproportionate, at the disproportion of the impossible, while leaving the possible proportionate, properly graspable objects to other determinate operations, like perception, science, or intuition. That is a distinction that parallels, up to a point, Heidegger's distinction between thinking and philosophy, grasping, and Kant's distinction between thinking and conceiving, determining. What then is the gift, the thought of the gift, of this impossible thing, this impossible itself? DT, 22/GT, 10, an avowed anti-essentialist to the end, Derrida maintains that the essence of the gift is that it not answer to its own essence, that it must not be what it ought to be. DT, 94N1/GT, 69N23. For a gift, according to our common language and logic, means that someone intends to give, vouloir donner, as in vouloir dire, DT, 43/GT, 27, something to someone, that A intends to give B to C, DT, 23/GT, 11, an idea which trades in the coin of intentional consciousness and self-identical elements. As soon as there is an identifiable donor and an identifiable donee, as soon as there are intentional, conscious subjects who know what they are doing, and an identifiable object/gift, as soon as there is an identifiable transaction between subjects about an object, then the gift event, ilya, which has just taken place is annulled and presents have been exchanged instead. The conditions that make the gift possible simultaneously make it impossible. For in the act in which A gives B to C, C comes to be indebted to A, if only by gratitude, which means that C has not been given something but has been put in debt. A, on the other hand, has not given anything away, but has been taking under the guise of giving, having acquired credit, whether material or symbolic, even if only silently in A's own mind, just in case A chose to remain an anonymous donor. For there to be a gift, there must be no reciprocity, return, exchange, countergift, or debt, DT, 24/GT, 12, no chain of creditors and debtors. Otherwise the gift is undone in the very giving, which can be seen most easily in the extreme case that C would immediately return B to A, on the spot, just give it back. The more tactful thing is to defer the return until a later time, and even then to return not the same thing but something different of a comparable price or value. The impossible gift then is one in which no one acquires credit and no one contracts a debt. That in turn requires that neither the donor nor the donee would be able to perceive or recognize the gift as a gift, that the gift not appear as a gift. The gift must happen below the plane of phenomenality, too low for the radar of conscious intentionality, dt. 25-26/GT, 13. The mere consciousness of giving sends the gift hurtling back to the donor, sends itself back to the gratifying image of goodness or generosity, of the giving being who, knowing itself to be such, recognized 164. Itself in a circular, specular fashion, in a sort of auto-recognition, self-approval and narcissistic gratitude, dt. 38/GT, 23. Nothing is gained by having recourse to the unconscious, since a subject can certainly contract a debt unconsciously feel and be indebted. As a deep stratum within consciousness, a layer thicker and darker than the flow of conscious time, the unconscious is still a structure of the subject. Indeed, in the unconscious the roots of subjective debt and credit are sunk even deeper. Because what is repressed is still kept in memory, if only in a more secret place, unconscious repression is by no means the absolute forgetting required by a pure gift, by no means the absolving, forgetting, forgiving that does not leave a trace behind, or which leaves only a trace, an ash, a cinder, which is the destruction of memory, dt. 2830/GT, 15-17, PDS, 221-23/points, 208-209, which burns the trace of gift-giving behind it and makes a holocaust of its holocaust, Glass, 270-71/. 243. Es-Gibt. That is why Derrida's search for an absolutely pre-subjective stratum of giving leads him to Heidegger, to the Es-Gibt of the 1962 lecture Time and Being, TB, the gift, gave, of time and being by the it, which gives. There he finds a Vergesenheit that is structurally deeper than any conscious or unconscious forgetting. For what is given in the Es-Gibt is no thing, but being, which is not an entity but a mark of entities, and time, which is nothing temporal but a mark of temporal things. Here, too, what gives is forgotten not by slipping the mind of someone's psyche, but by a structural withdrawal from the phenomenal field, withdrawing in and through the giving, and this withdrawal is the very condition of the appearance of beings in their being. What Heidegger's remarkable, formidably difficult lecture addresses is the givenness of things, the sheer happening of things, in virtue of which things happen as they happen, and that is all, without why. Only the that the history of being is in such a way can be said, Sd. 56/TB, 52. Only the because, while, endures. Things happen because and for the while, will, that they happen and then sink away into the concealment from which they emerge, fleeting, fragile triumphs over all-consuming lethe. Of entities we may say that they are, and of being that there is/it gives, es-Gibt, being. But of the giving or the granting of being, of the event, Aranus, which gives, remains to be said. Only this, the event events, das Aranus erignet, Sd. 24/TB, 24. The event happens, and it happens because it happens. But then what about this it? The mistake would be, Heidegger warns, following the admonition of Nietzsche about the seductiveness of grammar, to hypostasize or refi the es, the avoidance of which is not promoted. 165. By Heidegger's decision to capitalize it and to speak of das es. For das es is not some entity, nor the being of entities, no more than there is a separable subject doing something when we say, in Latin, plut, it's raining. By das es we mean nothing more than the very event or happening of entities, the epical process of the granting and withdrawal of presence, the coming to presence and passing out of presence of entities, which is the sending, skikken, of the epochs and the reaching over, reichen, of the dimensionalities of time. We can bring the it in it gives into view only by thinking it in terms of the giving, Sd. 19-20/TB, 19, the extending of time and the sending of the epochs, allowing the it to sink back into giving, to collapse into giving, the way the it which rains sinks into the rain that falls. So then we are faced with something faceless, an anonymous process, a sheer eventiveness, hollow and heartless, without depth or distance, in which there is no doer separable from the deed, no one but it doing anything. Instead, things are happening because they are happening, and for the while that they are happening, it plays because it plays, without why. But that is not without a danger of its own, and Heidegger is not about to leave things happening so starkly. There is a growing danger that when we speak of it, we arbitrarily posit an indeterminate power which is supposed to bring about all giving of being and time. However, we shall escape indeterminacy and avoid arbitrariness as long as we hold fast to the determinations of giving which we attempted to show. SD 17/TB 16-17. We escape the danger of a faceless, indeterminate anonymity as long as we think in harmony with the tune of giving, of a certain beneficence, which gives being and time, rather like a eulogy that says that so and so was given to us, without saying by whom. It is at this point that Heidegger strikes up the tune of propriety, of the eigen in Erinus, which keeps a kindly eye over what is given. It sends being into its own, eigen, and extends time into its own, and, owning being and time to each other, owns both to humans, to whom both are given, and so brings humans into their own, in a multiply appropriate act of appropriation. The arbitrary, indeterminate anonymity of es gibt is expunged by the generosity of a process that gives things their Wesen, truth, and ownness. That is what Derrida flags, dt. 36/gt, 21-22, for the thematics of propriety, the desire of the proper as opposed to desiring, dreaming, of the tout au trace thematics of identity, which draws the withdrawal of the it away from the ominous indeterminacy that Heidegger sought to avoid, but in so doing draws it back into the circle of a proper or identifiable giver which gives us a proper or identifiable gift. That is why Derrida says. 166. It is in this direction that we would have a few reservations to indicate regarding the most essential Heideggerian motifs, whether it is a matter there of determining what is originarily proper to being, time, the gift, or of acceding to the most originary gift. DT 205/GT, 162. These Heideggerian motifs serve to reactivate the circle of credit and debt, and puts us first, us Germans, and then, after the war, us Westerners, which is only slightly better, but we should be thankful even for little things, little gifts, all back in the debt of Father Parmenides and other Greek fathers and creditors, of the entire line of a distinctly Heideggerian Patrologia Graeca upon whom Abbe Migna never made a profit. For back there in Grecian land, which is the true spiritual Heimat and Vaterland of the Abendland, being was spoken in its proper tongue, Greek, nestled and nurtured in the native land of being and thinking, given a good and proper name, a holy and a hail name, Aletheia, at the sound of which every Greco-German knee is obliged to bend, at the mention of which Greco-Germans everywhere should fall on one another's breasts, sighing and heaving for the first beginning, back in the homeland of being and thought. The effect of Heidegger's history of being, which traces everything back to the Greek opening, is massively to indebt us all, to put us all back in the debt of the great fathers who spoke Greek, sending us back on a pilgrimage to the old country of being, seated at the feet of Greek temples with the pages of the origin of the work of art spread out like sacred scripture before us. Then, in that blessed time, the proper event gives proper gifts, and so appropriates us to what is proper to us, drawing us back into a proper debt to the proper father of us all, to proper Greeks and their proper sons and heirs, which is rather a calculating way to deal with what is Grundlos and Sine Ratione. Against all that Derrida invokes the motif of the superabundant from Nietzsche to Bödeli, dt. 205/GT, 162. Thinking now means thankfully thinking back on, Greek, being, bound over in memorializing thinking thanking, denk ens denken, or denk ens denken, which thinks on, and denken, and never forgets that to which thinking is bound in endless debt. On being, which is a Greek gift, on Greece, which is being's gift. Watch out for Greeks bearing gifts. Das Erinus erignet. Die Gift vergiftet. 5. All of which would be wildly funny, as Derrida says, were it not so horribly dangerous. DLE 109/OS 68. For such gratitude is exceedingly ungrateful to and unthoughtful about whatever is not Greek or Greco-German, whatever is Hebrew or Christian, Latin or Romance, which are disdainfully brushed off as derivatives or fallings, not to mention whatever is African or Third World. 6. So if there is a danger in the indeterminate, ominous, anonymous it in the es gibt, the danger of all this propriety, all these proper tongues and proper homelands, is greater still. 167. By taking the turn toward propriety, by identifying the it, es, as propriety's own happening, Arrhenius, Heidegger turns out to be a part of the great transcendentalist tradition, DT 74/GT 53, which would station a hermeneutic guard around the disseminative excess of es gibt. For otherwise, without the monitoring properties of propriety, es gibt would just give because it gives, in a certain dissemination without return, DT 130/GT 100. Of itself, es gibt is a little wild, a little excessive and overflowing, a bit out of order, out of control, out of joint, an excessive unfug for which Heidegger is not prepared and which seems dangerous to him, threatening to let everything go up in smoke, or turn to ash, its fumes dissipating into the air, leaving traces here, there, and everywhere. CFDT 129/32/GT 99-101. To guard against this danger, in which Heidegger finds nothing saving, Heidegger inscribes the gift of being in something originary, which puts him in the transcendental tradition of inscribing things in the originary given of a gift which comes down to and comes back to nature, being, God, the Father or the Mother, as well as in the phallus in general, transcendental signifier sealing a symbolic order that guards the gift against its dissemination, which is perhaps to say, against itself. DT 74-75/GT 53. Arrhenius too then operates as a kind of seal that holds dissemination in check, sealing the leaks in es gibt, not unlike Levinas's seal, which seals the cracks in ethics. Arrhenius is likewise made to function in a way analogous to the good in the Republic, which is a father that engenders children from a place beyond being, the proper father of legitimate children. If Heidegger's es gibt serves Derrida's purposes as a subjectless process, a wholly non-psychological event, prior even to the unconscious, it does not escape deep identitarian tendencies which want to own the giving process, to hold it in check, under the sway of the rule of the proper and the proprietary, of the originary granting of the origin of all of us, Germans, Europeans, Euro-Americans, Westerners, NATO types. However grateful Derrida may be to Heidegger for the es gibt, he is driven to look in a different direction for the gift, if there is one. No thanks to difference. That is why Derrida said in Kura that it is risky business to see in Ilya Lakara the equivalent of an es gibt, of the es gibt which remains without a doubt implicated in every negative theology, unless it is the es gibt which always summons negative theology in its Christian history. Kura 30/on 96. The way around this risk is to stick with Ilya, or Kura, or difference, since Kura is the interval or spacing of difference, and difference demands no thanks. 168. Difference is a subjectless process, an anonymous field in which effects are produced below the level of conscious subjects, and below the unconscious as well, in which events happen below the level on which conscious subjects intend to do anything. Hence difference resists the lure of propriety, the dream of the proper and the originary, the prestige of the father of us all, of Greek fathers and creditors, the lure of the good. For the good too is a father of life and knowledge, beyond ousia because it is the progenitor of all ousia, whereas difference, in an almost perfect anti-Platonism, is something like a kura, a more maternal simulacrum, a non-originary origin, CFDT 204-05/GT 161. Difference is an anonymous, quasi-transcendental, pre-subjective field in which effects are produced without control. Events happen in difference not from, par, a spirit of generosity, but with generosity, dt, 205/gt, 162, that is to say, with a profusion and abundance that is the issue not of a subject's generosity but of a certain disseminative excess. Events happen with a kind of aleatory gratuitousness and anarchic abandon which lets something different come, with a grace or graciousness which unbinds events, which lets them loose, lets them eventuate. Events happen in difference, no thanks to difference. We should not think, Derrida writes, that a creature is a generous fellow, a giving subject, because it is not a subject at all. Indeed, W.E. will venture to say that this is the very definition of the subject as such. The very idea of a subject is, as something conscious, that which never does anything, never gives anything without calculating, consciously or unconsciously, its reappropriation, its exchange, or its circular return, and by definition this means reappropriation with surplus value, a certain capitalization, dt, 130-132/gt, 101. A subject is a capital fellow, a capitalist, and an old boy, bent on making a profit. One could say of this quasi-transcendental, pre-subjective something I know not what, something like what the medieval masters said of the transcendental bonum, that it is disseminativum sui, that it disseminates itself, not diffusing itself, however, like the God of Christian Platonism with boundless generosity, but in the middle voice, profusely, without the police of propriety to keep it in check. When the Neoplatonists said that the bonum is diffusivum sui, they had in mind a more orderly, circular process, of exitus and reditus, of going out and coming back, a veritable hyperagiological cula, a good exchange of credit and debit. A reditus is also income, revenue, a very perfect circle in which everything is returned to its proper place, without loss. Dissemination, on the other hand, is almost the perfect opposite of that kind of giving, profuse and non-returning, although nothing is perfect. Indeed, when one looks for a classical correlate to this sort of non-generous dissemination, Derrida points us in the direction, as we have insisted, not of the agathon which is epikenetes, but of kura. If the kura gives place, this does not come to the same thing as to make a 169. Present of a place. Ilya kura, but she/it does not generously give anything, and this does not refer to the gesture of a donor subject, kura, 3738/on, 100. Rather she/it is the spacing within which an unlimited number of events take place, in her/its place. In dissemination, events come, and there is a powerful donative eventiveness, evenamentialite donatrice, but without the benefit or the encumbrances of anybody's good intentions, no thanks to anybody. A gift is an event, dt, 152-53/gt, 119-20, not an intentional act but something that happens, and always as a bit of a surprise, a fortuitousness, a fortunate break, something aleatory, beyond the horizon of anticipation, something eruptive, tearing up time, an instant, Augenblick, the effect of nothing foreseen, dt, 156-57/gt, 122-23, an unforeseeable sequence, neither the deep longing of the Saints Jacques heaving and sighing toward its long-concealed eschatological issue, Ostrag, nor the tidy circle of Neoplatonic exitus and reditus. But difference could care less. Difference gives, no thanks to difference. Difference gives without being generous, the way kura gives, which is the interval or the spacing of difference, a strange mother who gives without engendering, kura, 92/on, 124-25. So do not start falling all over difference with gratitude. Difference does not love you or even know you are there. Difference gives, but difference could care less. When you pray, do not say thanks. By the impossible. But what about the subject, since there are subjects, indeed subjects are given all over the globe, the very idea of the subject being that the subject never gives without expecting a return. Difference opens the space and keeps it open within which the self-seeking subject moves about. But how can the subject make a move? That brings us back to the beginning that Derrida deferred, dt. 19/gt. 7, to beginning parl impossible. For finally, if the gift is another name of the impossible, we still think it, we name it, we desire it, we intend it. And this even if or because or to the extent that we never encounter it, we never know it, we never verify it, we never experience it in its present existence or its phenomenon. dt. 45/gt. 29. As something we never come upon, the gift pure and simple le don lui-même, le don en soi, which never presents itself in the order of presence drives us on, drives us mad, like the secret, which engenders endless interpretations. The gift belongs to a thought beyond knowledge, a desire beyond mere wishes, a naming beyond ordinary nomination. Indeed, there are names and thoughts and desires only to the extent that we name and think and desire the gift, the impossible. There is passion only. 170. To the extent that we are impassioned by the impossible. Anything else, anything less, would be too parochial and presentable, too pedestrian and too possible, to be worthy of thinking or desire or passion. Anything less would remain within the horizon of the same, as inventions of the same, as merely new moves within old games. So, one can desire, name, think, in the proper sense of these words, if there is one, only to the extent that we seek, we desire, we name the gift, which is the measure without measure, magum sine modo, which is the impossible, which is not and cannot be present, dt. 45-46/gt. 29. Deconstruction inhabits the distance between le present and le don, between the empirical objects of determinate concepts and wishes, the empirical passions and particular presents, which remain within the subject's circle of the same, and the gift, le don, which never presents itself. But does that mean, when one desires the gift, that one is grasping at a specter or a ghost? Does one succumb to a transcendental illusion, in which a concept, which determines something present, loses its empirical traction and is allowed to spin freely on its own in the empty air of ideality, l'air de temps de don? Would not everything in deconstruction then go up in smoke or turn to ash? The secret, the gift, justice, the democracy to come, au venir, would they not all become a transcendental illusion? Almost, sorta. There would indeed be a certain analogy to a transcendental illusion, and the analogy might help us out, since there is in deconstruction something analogous to Kant's transcendental desire and thought. There would be a certain quasi-transcendental illusion, which would not simply reproduce a Kantian illusion, dt. 46/gt. 29-30. For after all, we do not make the mistake of thinking the impossible is real, nor do we make the Kantian move of treating it as a foreseeable regulative ideal. The gift of which deconstruction dreams and by which it is impassioned will not be the object of a simple Kantian faith in a non-empirical ideal which exceeds the limits of experience and science, no future present which establishes an ideal horizon of expectation that we simply seek after. Accordingly, the gift implies a double risk, of illusion and of hypocrisy, on the one end, the risk of entertaining a transcendental illusion, on the other end, the risk of entering the destructive circle, of getting ground up in the wheels of giving in order to get back, the hypocrisy of taking under the guise of giving. The way to negotiate this double risk is with the delicacy of a double gesture. Everything comes down to seeing that the gift is a quasi-transcendental, slightly messianic engagement, gauge, which both plays the economic game and outplays it. On the contrary, it is a matter desire beyond desire of responding faithfully but also as rigorously as possible both to the injunction or the order of the gift, give done, as well as to the injunction or order of. 171. Meaning, presence, science, knowledge. Know still what giving wants to say, know how to give, know what you want and want to say when you give, know what you intend to give, know how the gift annuls itself, commit yourself, engage toy. Even if commitment is the destruction of the gift by the gift, give economy its chance. DT 46-47/GT 30. Derrida enjoins a double injunctive, both to move within the grooves of the existing circles of knowledge and economy and also to outmaneuver them, both to give beyond economy and to give economy its chance. There are always circles of exchange, contractual ties and duties, marriage contracts and financial contracts, the law we will always have with us. The idea is not utterly to demolish them, we are all for the law and knowledge, but to interrupt them, to loosen them long enough to let something new happen, to let the gift be given. Le désir au-delà du désir, the desire for the done beyond the commerce and transactions of daily life, both is and is not outside every economy and circle of exchange. It is impossible, in the straightforward sense of the simple modal opposite of the possible, to do without subjects of knowledge and action who retain a certain measure of self-interest, who know what they are doing and do what they know. Where would we be, you and I and Jacques, if that were not true? Still, give, done, la donna bella, give beautiful gifts, give without reserve. The way Abraham gives? Now, as we shall see, we do not know what is going on in secret, in Abraham's heart. Nor does he. How would we ever be able to get back past Genesis to find that out? Even if, per impossible, we were able to invite Abraham himself to give a seminar at the College International, perhaps with an eye to giving him tenure and a reduced teaching load, as Johannes Climacus quipped about the God 7, how would Abraham himself know why he gave his me voice I to this unknowable voice? God says done, and that is what he meant to do. In order to give, we need to know everything that undermines giving and draws it back into the circle of exchange, but still be engaged in and by giving. We need to appreciate what is going on with gifts, but still give. We plunge ahead, knowing full well that knowing and wanting work constantly to undermine and annul the gift, the idea being that, if we know the trap that giving sets, at least we will not walk into it straight away. For finally, the overrunning of the circle by the gift, if there is any, does not lead to a simple exteriority that would be transcendent and without relation. It is this exteriority that sets the circle going, it is this exteriority that puts the economy in motion. It is this exteriority that engages in the circle and makes it turn. DT 47/GT 30. The dream and the desire for the gift, the passion that the gift impassions, are the passion and the desire to exceed the circle even while not remaining. 172. Entirely outside the circle. That is what Derrida means by the mover of the circle, by the impossible impulse that engages the circle and sets it in motion, so that it will not be a perfect circle but just a little skewed and will not stay on dead center. That is why he speaks of beginning, getting underway, by the impossible, being impassioned by the impossible. We know in the instant in which the gift tears up the circle, in the instant of madness that ruptures the circle of time, at the same time, in that same instant, alas, the gift is inevitably drawn back into the circle. That is because the very idea of the conscious subject is to be a vouloir and not a pure désir or a pure passion. The subject is a wanting to give, to say, to have for oneself, a zarga and a conatus essendi, an economic being. There is no simply stepping outside that. But it is no less true that the uneconomic gift keeps the circle turning, so that the circle depends upon the very thing it excludes, the gift. The circle needs the gift no less than the gift cannot avoid the circle. For Derrida's point is not to find a spot of simple exteriority to the circle, but to loosen the circle and to create an opening for the tout autre. The point is not to escape the circle nor even to enter it in the right way, but to turn Heidegger on his head, to know how to breach it in the right way. That is why Derrida says that there are many narcissisms, various degrees of narcissism, the best of which are hospitable and welcome the other. There is always a movement of narcissism in any gift and, indeed, without a movement of narcissistic reappropriation, the relation to the other would be absolutely destroyed. Even love, the affirmation of the other, would be impossible without the trace of narcissism, PDS, 212-13/points, 199. 8. When I love the good of the other, that is the good I love. In the most hospitable, open-ended narcissism, the good I seek for myself is the good of the other. If you don't believe that, try getting in the way of someone who is intent on doing good for the other. They will chew you up if you try to stop them from getting what they want, which is to give to the other. That is what they want, and don't try to take it away from them. Beginning by par, the impossible means that the circle turns on a gift even as the gift is turned into a circle. When workers decide that they are just going to work the contract, that means they are angry and they will do only what they are obliged to do. That means that not a lot is going to get done and the circle is not going to move very much at all. A pure contract will stop dead in its tracks. To do the work well requires more of us than is spelled out in the contract. The contract requires a little supplement by the gift. Doing the work well requires a gift, but without contractually obliging it. The work must be done with passion and love, beyond duty. The circle turns on a gift. The gift works, not like a regulative ideal, but like a kind of efficient cause that sets a circle in motion, gets it going and keeps it open, makes something happen, a little like a Kantian noumenal freedom. 173. The circle cannot turn without the gift, and the gift has nothing to exceed without the circle. The gift will be inevitably drawn back into the circle, but the circle will not spin without gifts. Pure gifts without circles are empty, pure circles without gifts are blind. It is not a question of one or the other, of the gift pure and simple, if there were one, or of pure economy, if there were one, but of inhabiting the distance between the two with as much grace and ambience and hospitality as possible. Literary gifts. Up to now we have ignored the inscription of given time within the texts of Marcel Mauss, Claude Lévi-Strauss, and Baudelaire. To Mauss is the gift, the text first published in 1950 that has provided the context for a steady stream of French discourses on the gift ever since. 9. Derrida pays the gratitude of ingratitude. He upbraids Mauss for speaking always of the circle, culla, of exchange in archaic societies, that is, for speaking of everything except the girl and, then, forgives him. For Mauss never really meant to say, vouloir dire, anything else to begin with, and there is no fault in that. DT 145-46N1/GT 113N4. In the end, Mauss wanted to put us all in the debt of this archaic, eternal, natural bedrock morality, that kinder, gentler Rousseauistic world of reciprocal giving. DT 88-89/GT 65, as opposed to the crassness and artifactuality of modern commercial transactions, even to one of the spirits of a certain Marx. DT 61-66/GT 42-45.10. So Mauss's title The Gift is a Counterfeit, which provides Derrida with the transition to Baudelaire's story Counterfeit Money, La Fausse Monnaie, within whose context Derrida inserts his most important commentary. In this story, the narrator's friend gives a 2-franc silver piece to a beggar, eliciting first surprise from the narrator and then, upon heeding the friend's confession that it was a counterfeit, a series of speculations on the narrator's part as to the friend's intentions and the consequences of the deed, culminating finally in a condemnation of the stupidity of a man who could think to win heaven economically. Derrida, who is exploring the link between money and literature, proceeds by way of nibbling at the margins of the text, first at its title and then at its dedication. Because Counterfeit Money is fiction about a fiction, its title is an autonym that proclaims, I am a counterfeit. Of course it does not say this outright, partly because it does not want to discredit itself from the start, and partly because it has no I know cogito, with which to tell the truth or to lie. DT 127-28/GT 98. The story is a fiction about a counterfeit coin, about a fictive thing, a sign, a simulacrum, but a false sign, or rather a true sign with a false value. DT 121/GT 93. It is thus a story about storytelling, about all stories. A real author invents a fictional narrator who tells a true story about false money. Literature is, like, a counterfeit, a fiction we credit with being true, that we believe in. The 174. Sense of suspending disbelief. The difference is that the reader's trust is not being abused, the reader is not being duped or deceived by literature, whereas a true counterfeit's success depends upon deception. But suppose the friend were being deceptive about his deception and in fact gave the beggar a real coin while passing it off to the narrator, for whatever reason, as a counterfeit, so that he was only making a simulacrum of a confession to the narrator? What, then, Derrida asks. DT, 125/GT, 96. In a sense, Derrida will devote the rest of the text of Donner le Temps to this question. We must be wary of a trap at this point. For a text is not a solid piece of ousia, like a piece of personal property, a datum lying before our eyes, around which an awake and conscientious Husserlian could, with steady pace, take in its perspectival perceptual variations, slowly accumulating more and more presumptive force for the intuition of this given. A text is but a misty, ephemeral, spectral thing, an event, evenement, with a kind of merely mystical force that seems to sustain it above an abyss. That is to say, a text is a matter of faith, of credit, and of the credence we give to traces and to the conventions that surround, sustain, and constitute them, that keep their play in play, which thereby links economics, religion, and literature, all of which are kept from dissipating into thin air by some sort of religio-mystical force, like Marx's magical, mystical table, DT, 126/GT, 97. If you believe in economics or literature, and who does not, you believe in ghosts. If with your right hand you denounce religious superstition, you had better find a way not to let it know that with your left hand you participate in literary and economic practices. That leads Derrida into the question of the dedication, of the one, to whom the text is given. A text is given, not like a datum for a Gebendanschauung, but given to be read by a reader. For while Baudelaire dedicated counterfeit coin to Arsène Houssaye, it is also true that from the moment he let it constitute itself in a system of traces, he destined it, gave it, above and beyond any determined addressee, donee, or legatee, dt, 130/GT, 100, he let it be handed over to a long and endless line of readers over whom he could exercise no control or maintain no authorial authority. He delivered it up to a dissemination without return, and he cannot have it back. The structure of the trace overflows the phantasm of return which goes to the heart of a gift. That is why there is a problematic of the gift only on the basis of a consistent problematic of the trace and the text. The text or trace is just the sort of thing, or non-thing, the sort of ghostly apparatus, in which things are happening, events are given, beneath or beyond the control of intentional consciousness. Texts give, but no thanks to difference. Texts give, but not like generous, giving subjects with whose narcissism we all have to cope, who are always calculating a return, if only unconsciously. 175. Here where there is trace and dissemination, if only there is any, a gift can take place, along with the excessive forgetting or the forgetful excess that, as we insisted earlier, is radically implicated in the gift. DT, 132/GT, 101-102. Texts forget their authors much more deeply than subjects forget those whom they should remember, more deeply than the neurotic has forgotten his desire for his mommy. So the gift depends upon the death of the donor, who leaves us something in her will, over and beyond and even against her will. For no matter how rigorously an author writes her will, we can always break it, her fatal mistake being that she left it in writing, instead of living on forever, and writing can always be read otherwise. Whatever the vouloir dire or vouloir donner of their authors, texts are a little legacy, a perpetual gift that keeps on giving and, living, long after the death of their authors, even if the latter are, biologically speaking, alive and well, in the next room autographing copies of their books. This is not to say that only the dead can give, but rather that giving is a matter of life and death, life/death, survivance, neither pure death nor immortal life. Literary gifts require a living author who by committing herself to words and texts agrees to death, agrees to deal herself death, donner la mort, to give a gift without return and let her text go up in smoke, or turn to ash, that is to say, to disseminate without return, however fit she may feel when she signs her contract and checks the royalty clause. Beggars and the duty to give. The mute subject in Baudelaire's story who never gets to say a thing is the beggar. Beggars are of course the most Greek, biblical, Levinasian figures of all, figures of paradigmatic disfigurement, figures of flesh laid low that come to us from on high. 11 The most literal marginalia, scandals to Fukuyama and the New World Order, the last stand of Marxists and post-Marxists everywhere, if there are any. Derrida is talking about chance, about how the narrator and his friend, having turned down a particular street, chance upon the beggar, but not entirely by chance, since nothing ever is absolutely aleatory. When one turns one step down a certain street, one well knows just how likely it is that we will chance upon a beggar. We always know where to head if we do not want a visitor to our city to see our beggars. You can almost calculate it, like the narrator's friend, who seemed, paradoxically, to be calculating a kairos in which he could pull off his ruse, having also very carefully distributed the coins in different pockets so that he could seem spontaneously to reach into his pocket and give the beggar whatever his 176 hand chanced to find. The nomadic paths of beggars are pre-distributed within a regulated space, in the shadows of tall city buildings, over steam grates, under bridges, living in the subterranean pockets of the city, outsiders tucked inside, along lines of distribution that have been brilliantly traced by Michel Foucault, DT, 171-72 N1/GT, 134-35 N18. In another story, Beat Up the Poor, Baudelaire describes those unforgettable looks of beggars, the accusatory eyes of the poor who represent the absolute demand of the other, DT, 173-74/GT, 136-37, an absolute demand for the gift. But, can a gift be demanded? As soon as giving alms is bound and obligated, it is calculative or distributive justice and duty discharged, DT, 174-75/GT, 137-38. But it is no longer the gift. A beggar always looks threatening, incriminating, accusatory, vindictive in the absolute of his very demand, DT, 176/GT, 139. He is saying to us, you must give or else when those who have more than enough share with those who have not, that is just an equitable redistribution. The beggar poses an aporia. On the one hand, if I am obliged to give to the poor, then giving is simple distributive justice, not giving but simply sharing with others what is rightfully theirs to begin with, the result being that I have merely fulfilled an obligation, avoided guilt, and so done myself a favor. On the other hand, if I am not obliged, then the gift is merely self-will, giving only when I will to give, when I give because it gives me joy. When I see the beggar on the steam grate, is that a shallow pool that sends back to me an image, psyche, of my own generosity and not l'invention de l'autre. In short, if it is an obligation, it is not a gift, if it is not an obligation, it is a personal fancy that gives me pleasure. Either way, the gift does not happen. In short again, how can I keep the I, which is always a principle of calculation and self-interest, out of the picture? This is an old and delicate problem and we must proceed cautiously to see what Derrida has in mind. To this end I solicit the help of the book. According to one of the Greek stories in the book, a gift happens when I give not what I have but what I do not have. For example, if I do not have enough to eat for myself, or enough money to get by, but give of my very substance to the other, that is the gift. The widow who gives 2 copper coins ere they counterfeit. Just what is this cunning old widow up to, anyway? Not from her superabundance, ektou perisuntos, but from her lack and deprivation, tes hysteresias, another hysterical, hystermatic woman, giving what she herself needs to live and of which she herself does not have enough. Mark 12:41-44. The widow's gift is an absolute surprise, shattering the horizon of expectation, unplannable and unforeseeable, immoderate and immeasurable, even though we can count to two, a tier in the circle of time and in temple giving practices, an evenement in which something other breaks through, breaks out, and shatters the regular flow of now time, in which 177. Something inconceivable, hardly possible, the impossible, happens. So, the story of the widow that we take from the book is also a thoroughly Derridian story, a paradigmatic example of Derrida's gift. Or, is Derrida's gift a good example of the story of the widow? How am I supposed to know that? No one would say it was the widow's duty to redistribute her possessions with the have-nots, or that she was just doing her duty, because she herself, having nothing, already is one of the have-nots. By the same token, no one should say that the widow was unconsciously, or even with conscious craft, just seeking to give herself pleasure, since that would carry us beyond the text into a psychoanalysis of the or textual widow to which we have no access. We have to stick to the story, in which, according to the oldest and most venerable teaching of Derrida, we are always stuck. We cannot silently slip out the back door of the text and steal away to some transcendental signified and then triumphantly march back in the front door with the secret key to the story. The story underlines the madness of the giving that does not calculate the interests of the subject, and it is that madness that belongs to the essence, or non-essence, of what Derrida calls the gift. The giving happens not because the widow is trying to discharge her duty and to give herself a good name and a good conscience, and not because it gives her great pleasure to discharge of her overflow, to give herself a good time. She gives without why, only whereum, as Meister Eckhart said, and this is what he meant by love, she gives because she gives, which means, because she has let go of her I, which is the principle of self-love, of calculating a return. Some people love God, Meister Eckhart said, the way they love their cow, for its milk. She is no longer in the calculation, even though she can count to two, and everything is given over to the tout autre, to whom she has given her all, son tout. The story of the widow also explains what Derrida means by the duty without debt described in Passions, an uncalculating giving that acts not in order to discharge a duty or satisfy a principle, but in order to give to the other, in which is lodged, as he says, the ethicity or morality of ethics. Pass, 75 and 3/on, 133 and 3, although for clarity's sake he might do better to speak of a responsibility without debt or duty. The madness of the gift is outside the economic equilibrium of duty, beyond duty, dt, 198/gt, 156. A gift happens not as a duty, not as a principle of redistribution that binds me and coerces me to give up what I have, but as an affirmation of the other, a we to the coming of the other. A gift happens when the singularity of the tout autre calls upon and solicits me, and I answer with a gift, I give the answer of a gift. That, I think, reminds us of nothing so much as Augustine's Dilige, et quodvis fac, which is a little axiom whose market value I have been trying to raise for some time now. 12. 178. The time of forgiving. The question of the gift or giving is inseparable from that of forgiving, that is, of giving away or forth, as in the German fort, giving away what is due to come back to us, whether that be a debt or an obligation, real or symbolic. The gift is a giveaway. Le don is inseparable from lepar don. As the gift must not be a secret calculation of a way to get a return for oneself, so it must not encumber the other with a debt. Whatever debts, whatever guilt, the other incurs must be forgiven. Derrida addresses this question in the last chapter of Given Time by way of the narrator's reflections on the friend's explanation of, or his excuse for, his surprising gesture, when the friend confesses to the narrator, it was a counterfeit. What does he mean to say, Vouloir dire. What does he want, vouloir? Is he boasting? Or trying to be excused from appearing too prodigal? Does he think this confession will permit him to get away with the ruse? How is the narrator to judge his friend? DT 189-90/GT 149-50. Indeed, is the friend even telling the truth? Might he not be masking a true generosity under the cover of a falsehood? But what sense can there be to such speculation? Is the reader not structurally so situated as to have to take the man's word for it? Are we not obliged to take him on credit? Whether the friend is lying or not is a secret we can never access, not because it is so difficult to decipher that no one can hope to succeed, but because the secret is a structural secret, an unreadable, inaccessible secret, in principle. The readability of the text is structured by the unreadability of the secret, that is, by the inaccessibility of a certain intentional meaning or of a wanting to say in the consciousness of the character and a fortiori in that of the author who remains, in this regard, in a situation analogous to that of the reader. DT 192-93/GT 152. Baudelaire does not know, any more than we do, what is going on in the mind of the friend, which belongs to the secret of literature, whose essence is to have no essence, to the truth of the secret, which is that is has no truth, not even a little something secreted away somewhere. This is the essential superficiality of literature, which has no consistency, no depth, no truth. What is true of literature is also true of money. It does not matter what it is made out of or what it is printed on, it is a pure surface that does not need a vast gold reserve secreted away somewhere to back it up, it is a simulacrum that runs on faith, which is mightier than mountains or Fort Knox. So we believe the narrator's friend, assume he is telling the truth, that it was in truth a counterfeit coin. The narrator could approve of his friend if he thought the friend were trying to open up an aleatory sequence, to let events happen in the poor fellow's otherwise miserable life. DT 179. 158/GT 124. But however much the narrator tries to credit the friend's action, the latter proves himself unworthy. And does one have to deserve forgiveness? One may deserve an excuse, but ought not a forgiveness be accorded without regard to worthiness? Ought not a true forgiveness, a forgiveness in authentic money, absolve the fault or the crime even as the fault and the crime remain what they are? DT 206/GT 163. The crucial Augenblick in the story, Derrida thinks, lies in the moment the narrator looks deep into his friend's eyes, dans le blanc de yeux, and sees clearly that the man actually thought he could cut a good deal for himself while seeming to do a good deed, that he could win paradise economically. That appalling ruse is condemned by the narrator, who occupies the place of moral judgment, and his judgment is without appeal. DT 207/GT 163-64. The judgment is based on what the narrator thought he saw in the friend's eyes. But in looking into those eyes he could not see the friend's secret vouloir dire. Is not the other constituted by his secret, by the hiddenness of his motives, both in the story and outside? The narrator does not know what is going on with the friend, any more than does the beggar, neither of whom is given a chance to tell his own story in this story. Everything is seen through the eyes of the narrator, from the perspective of the narrator's judgment seat. But what the narrator finds unforgivable is not a diabolical ill will in the friend, which is the seat of radical evil in Kant's religion within the limits of reason alone, but his stupidity. Did he really think he could win heaven for a steal? He should have known better, should have known how stupid he was being, he should have made a better use of the natural gifts, the gift of intelligence with which nature has endowed him. He has dishonored the debt he had contracted with nature. That cannot be forgiven. The narrator sits in the judgment seat, which is the seat of nature itself, and passes judgment on whatever is ungrateful to nature's beneficence. But that is a very hot seat indeed to occupy, Derrida thinks, because the narrator is trying to bilocate, to be in two places at once, to occupy at once the place of nature, of sen and physis, while speaking from the place of literature, nomos. Baudelaire undertakes a naturalization of literature, crossing the wires of nature and art, as if his story were speaking the truth of nature, as if, when he opens his mouth, it is nature that speaks. By trying to pass off a simulacrum, art, as nature itself, the narrator proves himself a counterfeiter, just like Marcel Mauss, whose The Gift is about everything but the gift, and who also thought to bring everything under the sway of a natural communitarian society. What is called nature by Mauss and Baudelaire is, of course, what they take nature to be, the way they see and read and interpret nature, from which squinting perspective they pass judgment on what is against nature, that is, against their judgment. 180. Peut-être. Who knows? Who knows what is going on inside the head of the friend or the narrator, or even of Mauss or Baudelaire? God knows that it's a secret. It is a secret. God knows. If there is one. Without interiority, thickness, or depth, the secret is spread on the surface of the page, as obvious as a purloined letter, a postcard, a bank note, a check, a letter of credit or a silver 2-franc piece, dt. 215-16/GT, 170. Literature will have already begun. We will always be caught by a text, convinced we are wrestling with die Sach selbst, la chose meme, only to awaken to find the bed linens of a text in our hands, that it is a pillow to which we were about to deal a deadly blow. We are never escorted to the chair of nature from which to pass decisive judgments. There is no nature, only effects of nature, denaturation or naturalization. Nature, the meaning of nature, is reconstituted after the fact on the basis of a simulacrum, for example, literature, that it is thought to cause. dt. 215/GT, 170. We lack the wherewithal to judge what goes on in secret, and we can always read the action of the other otherwise. For the other is wholly other, every other is wholly other, tout autre est tout autre, and we can hardly know what is happening with something wholly other, it's a secret. No one has appointed us to pass judgment on the other, to determine what is going on in secret. No one has shown us the back door out of textuality by means of which we may sneak away to a rendezvous with la chose meme. La chose meme toujours se dérobe. Even if, by some ruse or stealth, we got to read the other's secret diary, we would still be reading texts. Derrida would thus exceed the malignant operations of the secret, slip beyond its rueful exercise of power, which is the work of hypocrites and counterfeiters, a way of securing an advantage over the other, in order to move on to the bene good nighty of the absolute secret. One can stop and examine a secret, make it say things, give others to believe that donner accroire there is something there when there is not. One can lie, cheat, seduce by making use of it. One can play with the secret as with a simulacrum, with a lure or yet another strategy. One can cite it as an impregnable source. One can try in this way to secure oneself a phantasmatic power over others. That happens every day. Pass, 69/on, 30. To which Derrida adds, but this very simulacrum still bears witness to a possibility that exceeds it, pass, 69/on, 30. Instead of being on the take under the name of giving, instead of giving precisely to earn an even greater reward, say 100-fold, the secret can also be the way to let the other be, to respect alteri, and not presume to pass judgment on what goes on in the other's heart. Who knows what is going on in the other? 181. God knows, I do not. We are neither God nor Dupin nor a Persian detective. We are not master hermeneutes of the secret interiority of the other which we can penetrate with our institutionalized confessional machines, whether they are deployed by the police, psychoanalysts, fathers confessor, or literary critics. Judge not. Not only must we not be on the take when we give, we must also give away whatever we take, whatever we have on the other. We must give away what we think the other owes us, even if we get something on the other 7 times a day, or 7 times 7. We must, it's a responsibility without duty, a duty without debt, a debt that does not cut off possibilities. If we would give ourselves to the gift, we would also give ourselves to forgiving. Done. Pardon. We. Edifying divertissement number 3. Traditions and the world play. Derrida's discourse on the time of the gift is deeply evocative in many directions. Here, while giving ourselves time to prepare for a reading of the fearsome story of Abraham, let me indicate in a passing divertissement 2 directions the analysis of the gift so far gives: 1. Traditions, 2. The world play. Our debt to tradition, a bizarre mixture of responsibility and disrespect. Traditions give they hand things over, transdere, and we owe a debt to them. So traditions trace out the circle of a debt. We owe our predecessors who have given us everything. Derrida is not against traditions or having a debt to a tradition. It would never be a question of occupying a side of simple exteriority to the circle of tradition. He is only against debts and traditions that tie our hands, that lay down encircling horizons of possibility so forcefully as to wall us in and cut off the impossible. He is against being poisoned by the tradition's gifts. For example, if you happen to be a woman in an all-boys tradition, or gay in a straight clergy, and if you would like to be ordained but the ever-so-straight sacerdotal boys' club objects, then you are being poisoned by this gift. Derrida himself certainly wants to acknowledge a debt to Marx, which he would like the New World Order also to acknowledge, or a debt to Shakespeare and Mallarmé, Husserl, Plato and Aristotle, and so on. But the debts he affirms are debts that liberate and open up. 182. The impossible. The tradition of which he dreams is a polyvalent, elusive, profusive structure among whose several spirits we must learn selectively to choose. The tradition is a gift that passes through the trace and the dissemination that follows upon the trace, which means it is something that needs to be interpreted. Understood in terms of the trace, a tradition is a certain profusion, even a generous one, with generosity but not springing out of generous motives. DT 205/GT 162, one that occurs on a radically pre-subjective, textual, plane, on a level prior to the effects of subjectivity, like an anonymous, autonomous, quasi-transcendental field. 13. A tradition, for him, provides the occasion of an event, evenement, of something happening, and always as a bit of a surprise, a fortuitousness, a fortunate break, something aleatory breaking through the horizon of anticipation, an eruption, tearing up time, occasioning an unforeseeable sequence. 14. A tradition for him is neither the teleological development of the spirit nor the deep eschatological sighing of the saints, Jacques heaving and groaning toward its long-concealed issue. The gift of tradition is the effect of a donative eventiveness, evenementialite donatrice, which is the interplay between the intentional and the unintended, the play of difference and subjects struggling to keep their head above the waves of a creature. DT 156-58/GT 122-23. Traditions happen when quasi-systems of trace, not just books, of course, but institutions, laws, works of art, beliefs, practices, whatever you need, whatever is around are fluid, open-ended, supple, flexible, reconfigurable, and reinterpretable, like a language that is rich in associative possibilities and the possibilities of a pun. It happens when quasi-systems shower effects upon those who stand in them like falling stars or meteors raining down from the heavens, when quasi-systems produce surprising, innovative, amazing, and unexpected results, when they produce something new and unforeseeable, when they repeat with a difference. It happens when these quasi-systems do all this in virtue of their own differentiality. Shall I say, do I dare, when difference is good to us, no thanks to Derrida? But he resists thinking of the gifts of tradition in terms of generous, kind, beneficent, though slightly self-serving subjects who end up becoming canonized and memorialized creditors, to whose generosity and beneficence we are all indebted, at the sound of whose names we all have to bend a knee or bow a head or erect a statue on Monument Boulevard. The highest gratitude would always involve ingratitude about such monumental debts, which opens up the possibility of letting a new gift loose. Tradition's gifts eventuate in the interface, the interaction between subjects and quasi-systems, for there are subjects and they are always dreaming of impossible gifts. Derrida does not imagine or dream of a world without subjects, which would be the nightmare of pure death. 183. He is not dreaming of a world in which subjects are actually dead, dead in any more than just a structural sense. Quite the opposite, it is in the name of life that he insists upon life/death, since pure life would be stifling, even lethal, like pure light. It is never a question of choosing between a world of pure dissemination or difference or a creature without subjects, which would make no sense, and a world of pure Husserlian intentional agents who mean what they say and say what they mean, which would make too much sense and keep everything under univocalizing, absolute, angelic control, but of something in between Husserl and James Joyce, to recall that memorable observation, HODG, 104-06/Hogg, 102-04. Derrida keeps an eye out for an instant, a moment of chance, an Augenblick, which occurs in the interesse, in the being in between life and death, Joyce and Husserl, which is for him the time of giving and the giving of time, no thanks to difference. One is always working inside a tradition or the institutions founded upon them. It is not possible to work elsewhere, to collect a check without a bursar or a controller. Traditions require agents who act and agents who understand the limits of action and the undesirability of their getting into every act, of making everything into their act, their action, the outcome of what they say and do and plan and want, who understand that they act within and from out of chains of difference. It is a question of actors who act in such a way as to open up possibilities for others to act on their own, which is not a bad way to run a democracy to come, of Vorauspringend Versorge, Being and Time, 26, even if, especially because Heidegger had no faith in democracy, present or coming. Acting within a tradition becomes a matter of releasing aleatory chains, of initiatives which initiate unforeseeable possibilities and unexpected initiatives from others, over which the initiators neither can nor want to maintain control. It is a question of acting by reacting, by inhabiting certain regular concatenations and altering them, by interrupting well-established patterns into which one has first settled, acting just enough to set them off in new directions, of learning first to operate within the most traditional institutional codes and then to push them to their limits, to mime and mimic them into something different. Aleatory action sets off effects beyond its intentional control, effects that exceed their origin and cause, rather the way a long and mighty train can be sent barreling down another track by a little alteration in a switch. Having a tradition is a question of inheritors of a tradition who find themselves in a fix, responsible for selecting among an unfathomable complexity and perplexity of voices, a perfectly confusing plethora of polyvalent, polymorphic possibilities, among which both scholars and the faithful have to find their way. To have a tradition sans avoir is to have resolved neither to go it on one's own nor simply to repeat the tradition, one problem with which is we would not know which among. 184. The many traditions and counter-traditions competing for a voice in the tradition, if there is one, to repeat. To appeal to the authority of a tradition is to fall back upon a confusion and profusion of voices so that one is not sure who is saying what to whom, not to mention who got silenced. Having a tradition for Derrida is a matter of being an heir, of being faithful as far as possible, loving, avid to reread and to experience the philosophical joys that are not just the games of the aesthete, a bizarre mixture of responsibility and disrespect. We have gotten more than we think we know from tradition, but the scene of the gift also obligates us to a kind of filial lack of piety, at once serious and not so serious, as regards the thinking to which we have the greatest debt. PDS, 139/points, 130. To have a tradition is to practice, at one and the same time, the greatest fidelity and a filial lack of piety, to feel the paralysis of owing a debt and owing it to ourselves to forget the debt, for only then will the tradition really move ahead. Pure fidelity is death, but so is pure infidelity. The art of the heir is to maintain the greatest possible tension between fidelity and infidelity, PDS, 160-61/points, 150-51, between the circle and the gift, to be paralyzed by this aporia and then to make a move, when it is impossible. That is for Derrida, Pace Gadamer, and Habermas, both tradition and enlightenment, because it is not quite either. It is traditio, giving over, transdare, the very process of giving or transmitting the gifts of the tradition, which departs from the traditional idea of tradition, dt. 26/gt. 13, for the latter involves erecting tall monuments that tax our budgets, monumental erections honoring momentous founders. Tradition ought not to flatten us into submission by its massive dead weight, by the boulders that are rolled down its hill with all the weight of the great blockbusters of the past, the great texts and practices of the fathers, which we are all supposed immediately and unquestioningly to shoulder like good children who know the debt they owe their venerable ancestors. Tradition is not univocal but polyvocal, among whose multiple voices we must learn to make our way, selectively and judiciously. Tradition alters as it repeats as it alters, producing what it repeats, which is a good Kierkegaardian repetition, with a difference, which is the only way to be grateful to a tradition. For literal gratitude to a tradition paralyzes everybody and makes the tradition look like a monster, which is what Drusilla Cornell says of the law if it is not tempered by a Derridian coefficient. 15. But it is also enlightenment, a new enlightenment, not the wide-eyed sclerotic enlightenment of outclarers who want to monitor everything, to foresee and plan and program everything, to monitor and regulate. 185. Every judgment with critical criteria that shut everything down in advance, that close off every possibility except the one that is inevitably predicted and predictated and pre-validated by the criteria, DDP, 466/PR, 5. The gift belongs to another enlightenment, to the enlightenment of the Augenblick, to the Kierkegaardian moment which cuts us a break, which breaks open a possibility, an impossibility, which deals us not death but a break, delivering the shock of something different, tearing up the circle of time. 16. The gift gives us all a break, but give no thanks to a creature, which is not trying to be generous. The gift, which is both tradition and enlightenment, gives us all a chance, an aleatory opening, a tear in the circle of necessity and duty. The injunctive done calls upon us to give others a break, to open up the impossible for the other, not to close the other down within the horizon of possibility and normalization, not to remake others in the image of the same, us, to let the invention of the other happen, to let events happen. The play of the world, Zarathustra, Nagarjunand Abraham. I also can envisage a certain theology of the world as gift which would not belong to the creationist tradition of the great monotheisms. Derrida has quite successfully fended off the suggestion that God is difference, that all this apophatic discourse about difference arises from the fact that deep down, after all, difference is Elohim, the unknowable Lord of hosts, Epikena Tezousias, the Gothete beyond God, the Mysterium Tremendum, the God of the book. Who could believe that? But that is not the end of the matter. For one could, were one so minded, turn this equation around and speak of difference as all the God one wants, or needs, or knows, or can imagine. One could think of difference as a kind of fortuitousness and open-endedness inscribed in things, or in which things are inscribed, to which one attributes a divine trait, a mark of a certain divinity. Then, without being implicated in saying that the biblical God is difference, one could say the divine, and we would be better off saying the divine, Theos, not God. Theos would mean the opening in things, a certain resistance to closure, a divine creativity inscribed in things that keeps the quasi-system open to novelty, innovation, renovation. Renovabitus faciam terrae, thou shalt renew the face of the earth, but without the thou, and in the middle voice, the possibility of the face of the earth being renewed. Such a divine difference would be something like Nietzsche's notion of Götterung, a divinizing mark of the quasi-system, a trait of the state of the forces as a whole, which would from time to time be blessed by particularly fortuitous configurations and constellations, issues and 186. Outcomes. For even old Nietzsche, who became as grumpy as possible whenever theological tones were sounded, whenever church dark, incense-infested organs began to grind out solemn hymns, had to admit that one idea of God that made sense is the thought of having something on which to hang one's gratitude. When life surges up all around us in a joyous dance of the elements, like the moon glistening on 10,000 waves in a midnight surf, then we look, if not up in pre-Copernican wonder, at least around, for someone or something to thank, upon which we may expend our gratitude without reserve. When the system of forces reaches a peak of perfection, when the forces hum with beauty and harmony, that, says Nietzsche, is a state of divinization, Vergotterung, for which we should all be grateful. In this Nietzschean theology, or theodosia, it would not be a question of thanking someone with good intentions, someone with a heart, for the doer is not separable from the deed, but of being grateful for how things happen, for the dance the forces dance. One would expel the dense stupidity in things, what Levinas called the ilya, with a certain Gotheit, divinitas, which would be the mark or trait of innovation and experimentation, the gift-giving spirit in things. 17. The opposite of this state for Nietzsche is that of Entgotterung, of divinization, when the quasi-system would grow dull and flat, monotonous and monochromatic, and the possibility of something new is cut off, when all invention subsides into the invention of the same. When those lulls set in, when everything levels off, when the divine spark is driven into measured-out mediocrity, which very much offended his delicate, aristocratic nose, then Zarathustra is filled not with gratitude but with nausea and dread. Whatever is has been, that is Zarathustra's Eli, Lima Sabachthani. Well, almost. One might also think of a theodosia a little like Nagarjuna and the play of dependent co-arising. For Nagarjuna there is what there is, es gibt, and that is all, it plays because it plays, and that is all, but what there is taken to be a gentle play of harmony and Benny Goodnighty, like the play of moonbeams on the 10,000 waves, with everything perfect just as it is, and everything mirroring everything else all quite perfectly. 18. Zarathustra and Nagarjuna have invented different ways of saying, according to the quiet quasi-rule of difference, that momentary openings emerge here and there, wherever possible. Und nix oberdum. The divinizing operation here is a hyperbolic gesture which is reaching for a predicate to express one's pleasure at how things are going when they are going well and things are opening up, a hyperbole that language puts at our disposal. Events happen, open up and close off, arise and fall back, come to be and pass away. Gifts, like falling stars, flicker for an instant against this greater night. And then you die. 187. But that is not the biblical gift, or the prophetic drift of the religions of the book, nor does it quite capture the tone that Derrida has recently adopted, which is distinctively more messianic, more biblical, more prophetic, a little more Jewish than Buddhist, tilted more toward the tout autre. That messianic tone puts Derrida's gift more in touch with hospitality toward the stranger. For Derrida's gift has less to do with the cosmic play than with the Augenblick, with the chance of justice for the tout autre. Derrida's gift, and Derrida is thinking these days in more Jewish and prophetic terms, is concerned with the possibilities that open up for the outsiders, the political, social, national, sexual outsiders, the victims of racism, nationalism, and xenophobia, AC 77/078. That is a genos, or agenos, that corresponds very congenially with the biblical category of the least among us, a kingdom of little ones, the little breaks and openings that open up fortuitously in the kingdom. In the moment, the Augenblick, something impossible happens, time is opened up, and something new breaks through. In the aleatory opening, religious faith feels the movements of God's gracious, gift-giving power. A loving hand, a finger of God, lines the interstices of the event, outlines the conditions of the momentary occurrence. The moment, the chance of an opening, breaches time's continuous flow and harmonious synthesizing, and in that breach, within it and from out of it, one catches a glimpse of God passing by, the back of someone hurrying from the scene. That gives us a read, and a bead, on the miracle stories, a way to hear them as poetics rather than as eyewitness accounts of well-corroborated divine interventions on natural processes, which is the graceless, unliterary, literalist way they are treated by apologetes and fundamentalists. For these stories of the interruption and suspension of the natural course of events, of the ordinary flow of continuous time, which breach the flow of causality and temporality, are so many modes of inventing the other and the time of the other, the time of the gift. Dividing the sea in half in order to let the Israelites go, although this is a Jewish story and one ought not to conclude that God is out to drown Egyptians, suspending the natural order of life and death in order to let Lazarus step out of the tomb, stepping out of a breach in time. If only Jesus had arrived a little sooner our brother would not have died, shattering the proportionality of cause and effect, the steady drip of moments in empirical time, or the economy of supply and demand, by feeding 5,000 with 5 loaves of bread. God always passes by in the breach, in the Augenblick, in the chance of an occurrence, in the event of a gift, in the gift of an event, giving a new time. Being and time, nature and economics, good measure and steady presence must be breached, in order to let the hand of God, or her back or finger, be caught sight of, in an Augenblick. The miracle stories are stories of 188. Chance, of the moment, of the aleatory gift, writ large, in stunning tales and gilded letters. That is why, for a teacher of the gift-giving virtue, Derrida looks next, not to Zarathustra or to Nagarjuna, but to Abraham. 13. Abraham's gift. The rabbi from the Jutland Heaths. Abraham has always been one of Derrida's favorite examples. Abraham is the real thing. When confronted by the demand of the tout autre, Abraham responded without a moment's hesitation, without expecting any payback, exclaiming in his best French, "Me voici." That was a gift, if ever there were one. The acta was absolute, unconditional, absolutely surprising and unconditionally giving. In that gift-giving moment, Augenblick, Abraham tore reason and the circle of time to shreds. For the circle moves at a zero or infinite speed, dt, 39/gt, 24, that is, it does not really move because it moves in circles, which is what Constantine Constantius said about the system. 19. By this both Constantine and Derrida mean that the circle does not let anything new come, it does not let anything eccentric exceed or overshoot it, hyperbolically, does not permit anything tout autre to veer off in a vector of its own. Abraham is the real thing, not a fake. For all we know, for all Abraham knows. For it is never quite possible to show that something else was not going on under the guise of a gift, never quite possible to show that under the beautiful name of a gift no private interests are secretly being served. The Gift of Death, Donner la Mort, a text of the early 1990s in which Derrida begins to redress the silence by which his Jewishness has hitherto been guarded, takes up this most Jewish of stories, a paradigmatic Jewish story at least insofar as it is enframed within fear and trembling by Johannes de Silentio. Now Johannes de Silentio spent his life trying to become a Christian, not a Jew, even as the very expression fear and trembling derives from the letters of St. Paul and has to do with the passionate leap of faith in the God-man, the paradigmatic paradox. So, by following the lead of Father Abraham as the giver of an unconditional gift, Derrida is led to brush up against one of the oldest of Christian Jewish polemics, the Christian critique of the Pharisees, that is, of the Jews, in the Gospel of Matthew. Derrida is and is not Abrahamic, is and is not one more child of Abraham, the father of us all. On the one hand, as a defender of the claims of singularity, of the incommensurability of the individual with the university 189. Sal, of the demands placed upon us by the tout autre, of the passion of faith in the impossible, Derrida follows the lead of the patriarch. At the same time, all along, and with the other hand, Derrida is trying to head out into the desert, to denude the definiteness of Abrahamic faith, to empty Abrahamic messianism of its biblical determinacy, in the name of a general messianic structure, of a generalized Abrahamism, of a naked anchoral religion without religion. By giving you at last 20 a reading of Kierkegaard's Fear and Trembling, Derrida supplies an exemplary example of how the movement from Abrahamic messianism to the universal messianic can be carried out. For deconstruction represents a certain desertification of Abraham, of Kierkegaard's Abraham, of Kierkegaard, of the Kierkegaardian religious of religion A, insofar as that makes sense, and better still of religion B, insofar as that is mad. For the religious is the movement of exceeding and suspending ethics, of transgressing rule-governed universality vis-a-vis the tout autre, even as justice exceeds the law. The confusion of voices is exquisite. 21. Problema I. Is there an incalculable suspension of the ethical? The ethical as such is the universal, as the universal it is in turn the law. The single individual is the secret. The question is whether it is possible for the singular individual, who exists in her immediacy, to suspend the calculable claims of the law, le droit, in the name of justice, responding to singularity of the claim that descends upon her from on high, to the incalculable justice demanded by the tout autre. Thus either there is an aporia, that the single individual as the single individual stands higher than the law, or Abraham is lost. Is that paradox or aporia spoken in the voice of Johannes de Silentio or of Reb Derrida? Is there a question of choosing between them? Is it not possible to speak in more than one voice at a time? Which voice is an example of which? Which one ventriloquizes the other? Which is the translation of which? Jacques de Silentio, a supplementary clerk, Ft. 7, of singularity, picking up the shards and fragments left behind by philosophy's search for universality. Reb Derrida, an ironic comic rabbi from the Jutland Heaths, a scarce commodity in a world where everyone is a Christian. Of course Abraham is a prime example of Abrahamic messianism. There is no excusing him from that of a particular, determinable faith in a particular determinate promise, and so Derrida's reading will illustrate how to drop a bit of deconstructive solvent on the story in order to distill by a slow drip the, essence, to get to the messianic structure, the messianic in general, the general messianic tout autre, without biblical. 190. Baggage. That is the idea, if it is an idea. Donner Lamort takes us by the hand up to Moriah and shows us how to put the torch to the particular messianisms in order to get to the messianic in general, to learn how to read Fear and Trembling, the Kierkegaardian rendering of this famous story, as a story for every man and every woman, with or without a determinable faith, even if one rightly passes for an atheist. That enables us to see how deconstruction is a certain way of putting something that is also religious, but over which the religions do not have exclusive rights or hegemonic power, a way of freeing something religious from the religions. That makes deconstruction something of a hall of mirrors in which religion beholds a slightly twisted image of itself, or, mis en abîme, that makes religion a slightly distorted image of deconstruction. To put it still another way, more technical and more precise, deconstruction and a certain religion have both been scared by the same, messianic, ghost. Donner Lamort addresses two biblical texts, the famous and fearsome story of the Acta, of Abraham and the binding of Isaac, and in the latter part of the essay, Matthew 6, in which Matthew has Jesus telling the disciples to do their praying in secret if they want invisible, and still greater, rewards, and not to be like the Pharisees, who do their praying in public. So Donner Lamort is about hypocrisy, about hypocritical giving, about the counterfeit coin of giving in order to take, about taking under the cover of giving, taking in secret, including taking a secret, heavenly reward. Donner Lamort is about Matthew's Pharisees, but then also about Matthew's hypocrisy, about Christian hypocrisy, as opposed to Abraham, who is on the level and deals straight. Under the name of the Pharisee, Donner Lamort is also another of Derrida's essays on the Jew, for the Pharisees are Jews, hypocrites, according to all the lethal stereotypes that Christianity has created for Jews: money changers, legalists, Shylocks. Matthew is particularly sharp with Jews. His blood be on us and on our children, Matthew, alone, has an angry Jewish crowd say, Matt 27:25, while a Roman procurator, innocent as a lamb, protests Jesus' innocence and washes his hands of the perfidiousness of the Jews. 22 That story echoes all the way to Auschwitz. We cannot forget that the distinction between the messianic and the concrete messianisms is always a political distinction for Derrida, one that spells the difference between war and peace, the war that Christianity has waged relentlessly on Judaism, and all the wars among the determinate messianisms. That is perhaps the point of this distinction in the first place. For the history of Western politics, and of the relations between the West and the Middle East is and has been, from time immemorial, a history of wars waged in the name of the several messianisms, the incessant battle to take Mount Moriah. The concrete messianisms have always meant war, while the meaning of the messianic is, or should be, shalom, pax. 191. The secret of European responsibility. The French expression donner la mort, literally giving death, means in English causing or bringing about the death of someone or something, dealing death to someone, including oneself, suicide, dm. 19/GD, 10. In French, suicide is a matter of giving, not taking. I don't take my life, mais je me donne la mort, Circin, 263/circumference, 285. Derrida is also exploiting a paradoxical sense captured in the English translation gift of death, viz., the gift that death gives. Giving seems like altogether the wrong word in any language, inasmuch as visiting death upon a living thing is usually not a gift but rather an unwelcome destruction. Such giving takes everything away. But Derrida, of course, is interested precisely in the economics of giving death. He wants to know whether and when giving death is a good deal, a solid investment that promises a good return, and whether there is a giving, indeed a giving death, that represents a gift without return. The West itself was born in two famous deaths, the death of Socrates and the death of Jesus, dm. 19/GD, 10, which belong to an economy of sacrificial death that gave the West its life, giving it both its philosophy and its religion. The religion of Europe turns on a gift of infinite love in the birth and death of Jesus and the responsibility that death engenders in every Christian to respond to that gift of death. Even so, the inaugural moment of Western philosophy is Plato's definition of philosophy as the practice or exercise of death, melathanatu, phaedo, ade, philosophy as the mortification of bodily desire, dm. 19-21/GD, 10-13. In our own times, in Heidegger's classic analysis, which wants a footnote or two to Kierkegaard of being toward death in being and time, 46-53, which, whatever else it is, remains within the orbit of Christian spirituality, dm. 29/GD, 23, Dasein becomes authentically itself only inasmuch as it makes its death its own, projecting itself upon its own death, stripping Dasein down to its own most singularity and responsibility. In every case, Derrida says, life is a kind of wake, a watchfulness over death, veilleur à mort, dm. 22/GD, 14, and dealing in death is a good deal. The point of departure for Donner la Mort, Jan Padoka's heretical essays on the philosophy of history, is another example of Christo-Eurocentrism, of the metaphysics of Christian Europe that makes Derrida nervous. Europe will become itself only if it becomes Christian and is no longer pagan, no longer either Greek or Roman. Christianity is the promise of a gift to Europe, the gift of a Europe beyond Athens and Rome, dm. 34-35/GD, 28-29. Padoka illustrates the unnerving alliance of Hegel and the Pope, of which Derrida elsewhere complains, which embodies the dangers that inhere in concrete, determinable mechanisms. For what room is there, in this Christian messianic eschatology, for Jews and Arabs, for Africans and immigrants, for Gastarbeiter and native populations? Are they to be assumed? 192. Ilated, melted down in the melting pot, converted into Christo-Europeans. Allowed in but confined to ghettos. Exterminated. To repeat this century's most terrifying phrase, formed in a good European language, what is the final solution, Endlösung, to this problem? On Derrida's telling, Caputo sees the emergence of Europe as the emergence of a freedom and a responsibility that are the special fruits of Christianity. The Christian religion is differentiated from the orgiastic mystery cults, true religion being Christian, in which freedom and individual consciousness are lost in a fusion with sacred natural forces. True freedom is the effect and the effort of self-differentiation, separation, the decision to be separate, Harasis, DM, 3233/GD, 26, which in a certain way is, as in Levinas, a biblical resistance to totalization, DM, 11/GD, 1. This separation is partially achieved in what Caputo calls the incorporation of orgiastic mysteries in the Platonic discovery of the individual psyche, the spiritual freedom of the soul, which, having separated itself from dark passion and blinding bodily desire, turns within itself, in the freedom of an inner dialogue and an inner assent, anabasis, to the good. Still the Platonic good itself remains a pagan thing, an idol, a blind, mute object of sight. The agathon is not an eye that sees, a mind that knows. 23 Plato's good cannot penetrate the soul with its sight, cannot see the secret that lies in the heart of the soul even while remaining itself unseen. That is a moment reserved for Christianity, which Caputo describes as enacting a repression, refoulement, of the Platonic by virtue of achieving a one-to-one relationship to a personal God, which alone constitutes the self in true freedom. To be a person is to be transparent to the gaze of God, DM, 15/GD, 6. The birth of personal freedom and responsibility is thus a uniquely Christian gift, DM, 3132/GD, 24-25. The Greeks and Romans are pagans, bereft of the idea of a personal God who sees our secrets, who knows what is in the heart of the individual and constitutes us as persons. Of course, Caputo never asks whether Islam or Judaism might not possess a comparable idea of God, DM, 34/GD, 28. Behind Caputo there lies ultimately a Christo-Hegelian and dialectical theory. Caputo's orgiastic Platonic Christian schematization resembles the Hegelian schema of one is free, some are free, all are free. Incorporation and repression function very much as a kind of Aufhebung in which the mute orgiastic mysteries are negated and lifted up in Platonism, which is in turn sublimated into the supreme mystery of God's infinite and mysterious transcendence, of the mysterium tremendum. Moreover, Caputo depends upon a dialectical notion of death as a productive power for generating freedom and responsibility. In Hegelian terms, and deconstruction wants to twist free from both the Hegelian and the Heideggerian economies of death, of how death gives the very life of the dialectic turns on the capacity of death to give by way of exposing the life of the indi. 193. Visual or the community of spirit or nature, to its opposing, negating, death-dealing opponent. Hegel recognized the power of negativity, the necessity of the way of the cross, the need for the Golgotha and Good Friday of the Spirit, which is the gift that death gives. For Hegel this all makes perfect sense, indeed it is the very definition of sense, of reason itself. It is the way that reason makes itself real, that reality makes itself rational, and the way the spirit makes itself free. Death-dealing is a good investment and good economics, the very essence of reason and of the rationum rhetoric. For the loss, the expenditure, the negation arithmes is what dialectics means always recouped and preserved in a higher unity in which whatever dies to itself is reborn and resurrected. The Aufhebung, which destroys and preserves by lifting up, brings about the life of God on earth, the kingdom and the incarnation, i.e., Christian Europe. Personal responsibility is achieved only vis-a-vis a personal God, the mysterium tremendum, the shrouded secret that makes me tremble. Here we are given the gift of the terrible dissymmetry, DM, 39/GD, 33, between the God who sees all and the self that cannot see God, between the God who gives all by giving himself up to death in a gift of sacrificial love, and the sinful self who must learn to efface self-love? Nothing is so likely to intensify personal responsibility as the thought that God sees our most secret thoughts and desires, even as he himself remains absolutely secret, absolutely inaccessible to my eye. Sinners that we are, we can never be responsible enough, never be adequate to the demands that God puts upon us. Patoka's story is part of a genealogical argument that, with the advent of advanced technological civilization, individual responsibility is lost and individuals are subsumed into their social roles. For Patoka, in modern civilization, which reproduces the fusion or immersion of the individual in the orgiastic mysteries, the authentic mystery of the person succumbs anew to a blind force of nature, DM, 40-41/GD, 35-37. Patoka's view is like Heidegger's, who also worries about turning the individual into one more bit of bestand in a technological frenzy, and who invokes personal mortality, being toward my own death, as the condition of the emergence of the irreplaceable singularity of individual freedom. Death gives the gift of selfhood, DM, 45/GD, 41. But Patoka is not Heidegger, since for Patoka there is no responsibility that is not responsibility before the other person, which is more like Levinas. Levinas says that the death that matters is the death of the other, and hence, in a mirror-like reversal of Heidegger, that death gives me precisely the opposite, not the heightened intensity of the conatus essendi, zarga, but substitutability, disinterest, adieu, before the other, before God, DM, 49-51/GD, 46-47. But Patoka is neither Heidegger nor Levinas but Christian. Responsibility is possible only on the basis of the terrible asymmetry, the dispro. 194. Portion between the infinite goodness of God who gives himself up to death, usque ad mortem, who gives the gift of his own death, and the culpability of a finite, mortal being who, alone before God, is never equal to this infinite giving. Responsible from the very depths of his being, the individual must die to himself, repent and sacrifice himself in order to respond to the sacrificial gift of infinite love. Because one's debt is infinite, and one's being is finite, one can never be responsible enough, never be the match of an infinite love and an infinite gift. Repeating religion without religion. But Patoka offers a hyperbolic and heretical Christianity, DM, 52/GD, 48-49, about which Derrida makes the provocative comment that we have already found occasion to apply to Derrida himself. While Patoka is personally a Christian, and while he clearly addresses Christian themes, his thought has no need of the event of a revelation or the revelation of an event, DM, 52/GD, 49. What interests Patoka at bottom and this tempers and mitigates the Christocentrism with which we start is not any Christian dogma but the genealogy of European responsibility, that is, of responsibility as Europe, Europe as the very idea of responsibility, somewhat after the manner of Husserl, so that the Eurocentrism remains in place. Patoka is not trying to sell us on the Christian doctrines of the Incarnation, original sin, and the Atonement, on any particular articles of Christian faith. His interests lie not in the event of Christian revelation but rather in a philosophical structure or possibility that underlies this event. Derrida comments, 24. This is a major point of difference, permitting such a discourse to be developed without reference to religion as institutional dogma, and proposing a genealogy of thinking concerning the possibility and of the essence of the religious that doesn't amount to an article of faith. Mutatis mutandis, the same thing can be said for many discourses that seek in our day to be religious discourses of a philosophical type if not philosophies themselves without putting forth theses or theologisms that would by their very structure teach something corresponding to the dogmas of a determinate religion. The difference here is subtle and unstable, and it would call for careful and vigilant analyses. DM, 52-53/GD, 49, translation modified. In addition to Patoka himself, Derrida adds, This is true of the discourses of Levinas and Marian, perhaps also of Ricoeur. Indeed, it is difficult to put a limit on this list. The same thing is also true of Kant, Hegel, certainly Kierkegaard, and I will dare to say, by way of a provocation, even Heidegger, CFDLE, 178-84/OS, 109-13. In varying degrees and senses, all these thinkers. 195. Belong to that tradition that consists of proposing a non-dogmatic doublet of dogma, a philosophical and metaphysical doublet, in any case, a thinking that repeats the possibility of religion without religion. We need to return to this immense and redoubtable question elsewhere. DM, 53/GD, 49. The observation is fascinating. Derrida is trying to identify and not by any means to defend Patočka's views, because the particular non-dogmatic doublet of religion that Patočka proposes is precisely the Christian Hegelian philosophy of history that Derrida resists here, in Spectres of Marx, indeed everywhere. But Derrida is feeling about for a distinction that, whatever his intentions, can in fact be seen to parallel the distinction in Spectres of Marx between the Messianic in general and the particular religious messianisms. The Messianic in general clearly amounts to a non-dogmatic doublet of dogma in the sense that is being described here, a structural possibility of religion without religion, the structural possibility of the religious unencumbered by the dangerous baggage of particular, determinate religions and their determinate faiths. Now if that is so, and if at bottom this list has no limit, TM, 53/GD, 49, then what is to stop us from adding the names of Derrida and deconstruction to those of Patočka, Levinas, Marian, Ricoeur, Kant, Hegel, Kierkegaard, and Heidegger? I will dare even to say, by way of a provocation, Derrida too is trying to offer us a work of thought that thinks the structural possibility of the religious, of a certain radical messianic structure, without the dangerous liaisons of the particular religions, without the dogma, without the determinate messianic faiths that divide humanity into warring parties. For Derrida's distinction between the concrete messianisms and the messianic in general is, we cannot forget, a distinction between war and peace. I will dare to say, with the earnest hope of provocation, that the question of deconstruction and religion comes down to the question of deconstruction as religion, as the repetition of religion without religion, as the religious, in the spirit of a certain Kierkegaard, without religion, as the messianic without messianism, as the non-dogmatic doublet of messianism. Everything that Derrida has to say, especially in the most recent work, about the invention of the holy other, about the passion for the impossible, about a hospitality towards something to come that explodes our horizons of expectation, about the promise, the yes, the gift, about croire sans voir, sans avoir, sans savoir, about the justice to communal that is charged with a religious and messianic force, like a certain Judaism without rabbis and religion, transparently and audibly so, I would say. On this accounting, deconstruction is a certain religion without religion, a non-dogmatic doublet of Judaism, affirming a doublet of a Messiah whom we will never live to see. We live to see the Messiah, but we will never live to see him. Deo gratias. 196. Have we thus come back to where we started, with the objection that was made early on that deconstruction is negative theology? No, it is not negative theology. I deny it. I undeny and denegate it. It is not classical apophatic theology, to be sure, for all the good reasons that Derrida has given, fairly patiently I would say. But deconstruction is a certain negative propheticism, a negative or apophatic messianic, whose most vivid and perfect illustration or exemplification, or repetition, is to be found in the biblical, prophetic notion of justice, so long as we add the little proviso which throws everything into undecidability. I do not know, and neither does Jacques, what is an example of what is a repetition of what is a translation of what. I do not know, and neither does Jacques, whether deconstruction is an example of the religious, or whether the religious is an example of deconstruction. Is not Jacques' apophatic messianic another messianism after all, a more desert-like and barren, more philosophical, highly hopeful atheistic messianism, perhaps a political or democratic messianism? Or are all the messianisms, count them, repetitions of the messianic? How would Jacques, know that? Where would one be standing when one made that declaration? What theological or transcendental power would authorize that dogma? The very idea of the quasi-transcendental, if there is one, means that, regarding the idea of deconstruction and prophetic religion, we do not know which is an example or a repetition of which. That is what undecidability, means. The price of faith. In the second half of Donner la Mort, Derrida turns from Caputo to Kierkegaard, still following the guiding threads of the secret, responsibility, and the gift. Derrida notices that fear and trembling is, from the first sentence of the preface, a study in economics. Not only in the business world but also in the world of ideas, our age stages ein wirklicher Ausverkauf for real sale, writes Johannes de Silentio, ft. 5. More precisely, it is a study in mad economics, 25 in the madness of the instant, Augenblick, which tears up the circular unity of dialectical time, and a madness that watches over thinking, PDS, 374/points, 363. Kierkegaard thought that the doleful influence of Hegelianism on Christianity had been to depress the price of faith, to drop it so low that anyone could afford it. Millions of Europeans all over Christendom, Christo-Europe, could come up with the price with almost no effort. Hegelianism cheapened Christianity to the point that it was to be had at a bargain price, a real steal. The point of fear and trembling, accordingly, indeed of much of what Kierkegaard wrote, was a hyper-economic one, viz., to raise the price of faith, like the merchants in Holland who threw their spices into the harbor to drive up the price of their goods, ft. 121, but to raise it 197. Absurdly high, I would say sky high, so as to make everyone appreciate that true faith is very pricey. Faith had become a counterfeit coin, la fausse monnaie. Hegelianism is the stupidity of thinking that one can win paradise economically, because it attempts to purchase faith on the cheap, economizing on fear and trembling, FL, 46/dpj, 20, minimizing the difficulty and the distress. According to de Silentio's punishing version of Hegel, Hegelianism seems to think the word became flesh in order to read about himself in German philosophy, while at the same time thoughtfully providing the theologians with the opportunity to earn a secure living by speculating on the crucifixion. The whole thing was a bargain, a real steal. It is in order to raise the price of faith, to persuade European Christendom that it was trading in false coin, that it had not begun to come to grips with the death-dealing character of faith, with the mysterium tremendum, that de Silentio retells the story of Abraham to his contemporaries. In the terrifying story of the Acta, the binding of Isaac, Abraham is told to deal death to his son, Isaac, and so seemingly to his hope of becoming the father of many generations, which is the deal he had cut with the Lord. This is a story of madness, PDS, 374/points, 363, of a mad economics, and an economics, a radical and literal case of death dealing in an economy of sacrifice. Abraham was willing to make a gift of the life of Isaac. Were a man later this week to take his son and head up to the top of the World Trade Center, Derrida's example is Montmartre, DM, 82/GD, 85, with the intention of offering the boy in sacrifice, we would send a SWAT team in to seize the madman and arrest him for attempted murder, 26 for defying the most elemental command of ethics and the law, which is not to deal in death, above all God forbid with one's own son. Johannes de Silentio wants to visit this story upon us in all its contemporaneity, to imagine it repeated right here in midst of us, today, and not allow the historical critical method to soften the story's blow. For that is the paradox by which he himself is arrested and silenced, the fearfully high price of faith before which he trembles. Abraham deals in death, he courts death without flinching. When death calls her God, God, or death, Abraham does not blink. God or death, either way, tout autre. The tout autre under one name or another, God or death. That is what interests Derrida in Abraham and in Kierkegaard's very Pauline reading of the story of Abraham. Abraham's secret. The greatness of the faith of the father of faith lies in his ability to keep a secret. 27 One of the secrets mentioned expressly in Passions, belonging to the order of absolute subjectivity, in the rather unorthodox sense, with respect to a history of metaphysics, that Kierkegaard gave to existence. And 198. To all that resists the concept or frustrates the system, especially the Hegelian dialectic, pass, 57-58/on, 24-25. Abraham Kierkegaard's De Silencios, secret is deep, definite, and determinable, a definite truth he cannot reveal or even understand, a private communication between him and God that he cannot make public. So the treatment of Kierkegaardian Abrahamic subjectivity is isomorphic with the study of Caputo, who also identified the freedom and responsibility of the subject with the secret reserve of interiority that is stored up in the inner one-to-one relationship of the self with the mysterium tremendum, dm. 15-16/GD, 6. Of course, Derrida's secret is a little more absolute, relatively speaking, than Abraham's, Kierkegaard's, De Silencios, or Caputo's, and this because it is not a determinate and interior reserve, which could in principle be revealed if circumstances warranted it, but the very secret of the secret that there is no such secret truth. The mysterium tremendum by which Abraham is rocked is a secret communication that God has whispered in his ear and that sends a shudder through his soul. Tremendum means something fearful that is to come, some secret I know not what that I cannot foresee. I know that there is something that I do not know and that causes me to tremble. I am afraid even though, precisely though, the blow has not yet struck, even though, precisely though I cannot say why I tremble. dm. 56-57/GD, 53-55. Paul, who is in prison, has received a gift from the church in Philippi, the first church Paul established on European soil, and one for which he always retained a heartfelt and special love, and he is sending the Philippians a thank you note, a letter from a Roman jail. Therefore, my beloved, agapitoi, just as you have always obeyed me, not only in my presence, parousia, but much more now in my absence, apousia, work out your own salvation with fear and trembling, metaphobikitromu, Philosophy 2:12. Why with fear and trembling? For it is God who is at work, enabling you both to will and to work for his good pleasure, Eudokias, Philosophy 2:13. Minimally, Paul may be understood to say that we can do nothing without God's help. Taken more rigorously, this is Derrida's reading. Paul means that God does not have to give reasons, rationem rhetori, God can give or take away salvation without giving an explanation. God holds us in the palm of his hand and we do not know what God wants, what is God's pleasure, which is a secret, dm. 59-60/GD, 56-59, that is shrouded in silence. We do not see, voir, or know, savoir, what God wants. Otherwise he would not be God absent, hidden and silent, separate, secret, i.e., tout autre, dm. 59/GD, 57. God does not share his reasons with us, we cannot have a conversation with God, we cannot establish the homogeneity with God that is implied by exchanging views, by having a conversation in a common language. The word of God is the word of the tout autre, and the word of the holy other is wholly other than a word, otherwise than what we mean by a word. God's word reduces us to 199. Silence, is delivered and received in silence, cannot be understood, and cannot be repeated to anyone else. Were our transactions with God to transpire in language, they would become at once public knowledge and communicable sense, at least in principle. So Kierkegaard has chosen the text of a Jewish convert, Paul, to tell us about a still Jewish experience of the hidden God, secret, separated, absent or mysterious, who demands of Abraham the most cruel, impossible, and untenable gesture, and all this in silence, the whole story being told by one Johannes de Silentio, who is but a poetic personage, without a tongue, dm. 59/GD, 58. When God speaks his word, when God calls, Abraham obeys in his best French, me voice but he cannot understand. He is rendered incommunicado, cut off from the consolations of consensus and community, from the common sense of the sensus communis, stripped down to the madness of solitude, to fear and trembling before an unutterable, unrepeatable secret. The word of the tout autre cuts him off from all Sittlichkeit, from the reassuring community of practices that shapes communal life, from family, society, nation. The deal Abraham cuts with God cuts Abraham off from his oikos, from his son and from Sarah. Sacrifice is strictly men's business, between God and him, not to mention Isaac. Sarah is being cut off, sacrificed 28 no less than Isaac, not to mention the ram, 29 the whole family, the most immediate sphere of oikos and Sittlichkeit, will be severed and sacrificed by the secret. So there are two levels of secrecy, of secret, subjective interiority, at work in the story, the secret that God keeps from Abraham, who does not know what God's pleasure is or why God is so commanding him, and the secret that Abraham keeps from Isaac and Sarah, from the servants who accompany him to Moriah, from family and friends, from anyone who would ask what he is doing, who do not know what the patriarch is up to, because he does not know himself why God has called upon him thus, dm. 60/GD, 58-59. Abraham is singularized, alone before God and alone before death, dm. 61/GD, 59-60. He has left the sphere of public language, of publicly shared reasons, and entered upon the solitude and silence of the secret. That is why, when Isaac asks where the lamb is, Abraham speaks in the form of irony, without saying anything, answers without truly responding. He has left or suspended ethics and consensus, the concrescence of concrete ethical and historical subsistence, and ethics abhors the secret. Derrida is thus sensitive to the fact that in fear and trembling the ethical refers not only to Kantian moralitat, the universalizability of the law, but also to Hegelian Sittlichkeit, ft. 55, the concrete ethical community, so that the religious transcends both Kantian and Hegelian ethics, both the pure law and the polis, both deontology and eudaimonic teleology. 30. Abraham's unresponsiveness to Isaac and Sarah reflects his absolute responsibility, absolved from the universal, both the abstract, Kantian, and the concrete, Hegelian, universal. That is why ethics is a temptation. 200. For Abraham, why ethics would actually make Abraham irresponsible. Were he to give a reason, rationem rhetori, for what he is doing, were he to respond to Sarah, to the human community, which is the ethically responsible thing to do, he would betray his absolute responsibility to God. In the name of his responsibility to God, he cannot be responsible to his family and friends. He is in a double bind, and he cannot win, although in virtue of the uneconomic madness of his faith he believes that he cannot lose, dm. 62-63/GD, 61-62. The question posed by this story, according to Johannes de Silentio, is whether one admits a sphere of the interior secret, which is justified by the fact that the individual is higher than the universal, for otherwise Abraham is lost, ft. 82, 120. Hegelianism is consistent in denying the secret and demanding public disclosure and manifestation while also denying the incommensurability of the individual. But the hypocrisy of Hegelianism is to tip its hat in public whenever it is mentioned that Abraham is the father of faith. Hegelianism is a counterfeit coin, it wants to win heaven economically and to defraud its neighbors into believing that it leads a Christian life. The sphere of absolute responsibility is beyond duty, because in doing one's duty, what ought in principle to be done, one is related to the universal principle, not to God. So Abraham is beyond ethics, beyond duty qua duty, transcending both Kantianism and Hegelianism, in favor of the religious, which is the absolute relationship to the absolute, the singular relationship to singularity. Kierkegaard wants to drive the cost of faith impossibly high. If you want to build a tower, Jesus said, will you not first estimate the cost, dopenen? Luke 14:28, if you want to be a disciple, then you must be willing to meet the cost, which is absurdly high. Whoever comes to me and does not hate, say, father and mother, wife and children, brothers and sisters, yes, and even life itself, cannot be my disciple. Luke 14:26. Abraham is the father of faith because he is willing to pay the cost, which means to show a hatred for ethics and for his family. Kierkegaard does not want us to economize on the word hatred, to let the historical critical method translate it down to something soft and easy to take, completely consistent with a hearty meal with family and friends after Sunday morning services, to bleach it out into a white theology, to trade in false coin. Of course, there is no great merit in dealing death to those whom one hates, that is widely taken to be a good deal. The greatness of Father Abraham is to hate what he loves, to deal death to his beloved son, by undertaking what ethics calls hatred and murder. To sacrifice is to deal death to what one loves, it is the sacrifice of love to love, DM, 65/GD, 64. 31. In making this sacrifice to God, Abraham makes a gift of the death of Isaac in an instant of madness. He does not make a present, in the present. The present belongs to the time of economics and to the economics of philosophical time, which maintains a certain equilibrium, a balance. 201. Of payments, to the rational give and take of investment and return, protension and retention, Husserl, negation and preservation, Hegel, forgetting and recalling, Plato, oblivion and memorial thinking, Heidegger. The gift, done, on the other hand, is an expenditure without return, occurring in the madness of the instant. The instant is not a graspable unit in a unitary flow, it is nothing we can seize or understand or stabilize. The instant tears up the circular unity of time and breaches the continuity of linear time. In the instant, time is torn open, everything is spent, an absurdly high cost is paid, and one gives everything, a Jewish potlatch. In giving, Donner, death to Isaac, his beloved son, and in giving this death to God, Abraham breaks the circle of the present and representation in a moment of explosive passion, paradox, and madness. Abraham must love Isaac, he must love Sarah and the whole ethical order, and at the very instant he loves them he must sacrifice them, DM, 66/GD, 66. A paradigmatic paradox. The story of the sacrifice of Isaac, Derrida comments, is not only a story for believers in a biblical faith. Here is where deconstruction starts its trip into the desert, where the camels of deconstruction are loaded up. Here Derrida begins the movement beyond the determinable faith of Father Abraham, beyond the definiteness of the Abrahamic promise, to a general messianic, which is an anchoral desertification of Father Abraham, without deserting him. Here we begin a rereading of Fear and Trembling that attempts to produce the non-dogmatic doublet of dogma, the religious without religion. Now the story of Abraham, and I think, we must insist, the distinctively Pauline version of this story presented in Fear and Trembling, to which Derrida faithfully adheres without quite questioning it, is generalized into a narrative version of the paradox which inhabits the concept of duty or of absolute responsibility. This concept puts us into relation, without relation, and in the double secret, with the absolute other, with the absolute singularity of the other, of which God is here the name. DM, 66/GD, 66, translation modified. The name of God, of the biblical God of Abraham and Isaac, need not mean Yahweh for us, it is enough for God to be the name of the absolutely other, a placeholder for the tout autre. Derrida here approaches and draws upon the most deeply religious experience of the biblical faiths, the experience of God in the autrui. That deeply biblical idea is at work in Levinas, where the face of the other is the trace God leaves behind as he withdraws from the world, and in the New Testament, Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or naked and give you clothes? That may be the fundamental religious X. 202. Variants of prophetic religion, of all three religions of the book, as opposed to other possible religious experiences, which may take the form of religio that relates us to the world play. Derrida is proposing a desertification of the biblical experience of God in the other person. He proposes, almost like a logical hypothesis or a thought experiment, the notion that the name of God, as the name of the tout autre, be taken to hold the place of tout autre, every other. That every other is wholly other, that every other bears the trace of God, would then be the work done by the name of God, the value of religious discourse and religious stories, and why there is something to be said for saving the name of God. So whether one believes the story or not, whether or not it has been years since one has seen the inside of a church, synagogue, or mosque, whether one gives the story any credence in the sense of a determinable biblical faith, there is a morality in this story, which amounts to a kind of religion within the limits of reason alone. FOI, Supra, 11. The absoluteness of duty requires us to renounce every human law, everything manifest and universal, that one conduct oneself irresponsibly vis-a-vis the law in the sense of the ethical universal. In a word, ethics must be sacrificed in the name of duty. It is a duty not to respect, out of duty, ethical duty. One must behave not only in an ethical or responsible manner, but in a non-ethical, non-responsible manner, and one must do that in the name of duty, of an infinite duty, in the name of absolute duty. And this name, which must always be singular, is here none other than the name of God as completely other, the nameless name of God, the unpronounceable name of God as other, to which I am bound by an absolute, unconditional obligation, by an incomparable, non-negotiable duty. DM, 67/GD, 67. Sauf le nom, deconstruction works continually to save the name of God, which is the name, or one of the names, of the tout autre. Whether you believe in God or not, if one could know that, whether you give credence to biblical stories or not, the name of God as the name of the tout autre is a fundamental, a messianic name and a general structure of experience. Duty or responsibility binds me to the other as other, and binds me in my absolute singularity to the other as other. God is the name of the absolutely other as other and as unique, the God of Abraham, one and unique. As soon as I enter into relation with the absolute other, my singularity enters into relation with him under the mode of obligation and duty. DM, 68/GD, 68, translation modified. The alterity of every other, of friends or family or strangers, is as transcendent to me as is Yahweh. DM, 76/77/GD, 78, as infinite and transcendent, every bit as much a mysterium tremendum. The story of Abraham, this story of the absolute incommensurability of the individual with the gen. 203. Errol, Derrida thinks, makes a general point, one of use in any religion or outside religion. What is that, I ask, if not a non-dogmatic doublet of dogma, a philosophical and metaphysical doublet, in any case a thinking that repeats the possibility of religion without religion? DM, 53/GD, 49. The structural possibility of what Kierkegaard calls the religious is not confined to the religions of the book but constitutes a certain universal religion. FOI, 28. That is because, under the name of religion, Kierkegaard is describing responsibility, the logic of absolute responsibility, which is of course the a-logic of a double bind and of an expenditure without reserve. Whether one has faith or not, there is a morality. In this story, a morality which is morality itself, one might say the very immorality of morality, the bind that descends upon every morality, the delimitation or deconstruction of moral responsibility, CFPDS, 375/points, 364. Absolute responsibility, responsibility to the tout autre, to the absolutely singular and absolutely other, requires that at the same time one denounce, take exception to, and transcend every duty, every responsibility, and every human law, just the way Abraham departed from the law of the oikos, dm. 67/GD, 66. Absolute duty requires us to betray the order of universality and generality, of being, and essence and manifestation. In the name of absolute and infinite duty, one ought not to be ethical, the individual ought even to be a little heretical and set himself apart from the universal. The story of Abraham, of the binding or sacrifice of Isaac, is thus the story of the binding or sacrifice of ethics, dm. 66/GD, 66. The story of Abraham is the story of duty or obligation, devoir, without ethics, without the reassurance and consolation of ethics. It is written, just as I had hoped and prayed and wept in against ethics, and as a contribution to a poetics of obligation. 32. Thinking now of the spectral space of teletechnologies, Derrida denounces the moralizing ethicists, the technicians of behavior, maybe just a little like an angry Jewish prophet. Let us here insist, in the name of the morality of morality, on something that is too often forgotten by the moralizing moralists and the good consciences who preach to us with assurance every morning and every week, in the newspapers, the weeklies, on radio and on television, about the sense of ethical and political responsibilities. Philosophers who do not write an ethics fail in their duty, one often hears, and the first duty of the philosopher is to think the ethical, to add a chapter on ethics to each of his or her books, and in order to do that to return to Kant as often as possible. What the knights of good conscience do not recognize is that the sacrifice of Isaac illustrates, if one is able to speak in this case of such a nocturnal mystery, the most daily and most common experience of responsibility. dm. 67/GD, 67, translation modified. But how does this extraordinary story of a father given an incomprehensible command from the Holy Other to sacrifice his beloved Senilus? 204. Trait ordinary moral life? How can the paradox of Abrahamic messianism become a paradigm for the rest of us, a version of the general messianic? Because the story tells of my obligation, in my singularity, to the absolute singularity of the other, which casts me immediately in the space or the risk of absolute sacrifice, dm. 68/GD, 68. I am not able to respond to the call, to the request, to the obligation, nor even to the love of an other without sacrificing to him the other others. Every other is wholly other. dm. 68/GD, 68, translation modified. Obligation is thus caught in a double bind, an aporia, a paradox, but a paradigmatic paradox, which constitutes the sacrifice and spells the death and the limit of thinking obligation through conceptually. From the moment that I am in relation with the other, with the look, the request, the love, the order, the call of the other, I know that I am able to respond to it only by sacrificing ethics, that is to say, by sacrificing that which obliges me to respond also and in the same way, in the same instant, to all others. I offer the gift of death, I betray, I do not need to raise the dagger over my son on the top of Mount Moriah to do this. Day and night, in each instant, on all the Mount Moriahs of the world, I am doing this, raising the dagger over what I love and ought to love, over the other, such or such an other to whom I owe absolute fidelity, incommensurably. dm. 68/69/GD, 68, translation modified. Isaac thus occupies the place of all others, of the ethical community, of the oikos and sittlichkeit, of the bonds I have to everyone else whose needs I do not address when I respond to the singular other who claims me in this instant, every instant, day in and day out. If I help to feed and clothe this other, the one who is before me now, I abandon all the other others to their nakedness and starvation. If I attend to my children, I sacrifice the children of other parents. If I feed my cat, do I not sacrifice all the other cats in the world who die in hunger? Ours is a world built on sacrificing others, the faces of whom we see daily on the evening news, DM, 82-83/GD, 86, PDS, 373-74/points, 361-63. 33. Moriah, the scene of the binding of Isaac, is not only a symbol but the very scene of the bloodiest conflicts among the concrete mechanisms, while the name of Abraham, which ought to be a name of hope, has become the name of a war among his children. 34 The site is the place where, according to 2 Chronicles, Solomon built his temple in Jerusalem, but also the site of the Grand Mosque of Jerusalem, the Dome of the Rock, near the Grand Aqsa Mosque, from where also Mohammed flew away on horseback to paradise after death, even as it is not far from the Via Dolorosa, DM, 69/GD, 69-70. This holy place is a place of holy war, of raging conflict among the great monotheisms, the religions of the Taut Otra, a war waged by and among the children of Abraham that rages on. 205. Today as it has for centuries. Each one lays claim to the place and each one puts its own historical political spin on messianism and the sacrifice of Isaac, DM, 70/GD, 70. 35 In our own day, our recent past, in the Gulf War, the belligerents were all irreconcilable co-religionists of what is called the religions of the book, DM, 83/GD, 87. The issue of this war and of the Iraqi terror that invited the war was innumerable victims, each one singular and tout autre, each one precious beyond measure or price, each one priceless, which renders it both necessary and meaningless to count the dead since each one, tout autre, is as tout autre incalculable. Tout autre, invaluable, incalculable, innumerable, priceless. It is to end this fight to the death that rages over Mount Moriah, this death dealing among the messianisms, and between them and all the others who have never heard of Abraham, to begin to think how to end this death, that Derrida wants to distinguish the messianic in general from the bloody messianisms of the great monotheisms. Tout autre est tout autre. Derrida's little shibboleth, tout autre est tout autre, clearly draws upon Levinas's transition from substitution my absolute, singular, incalculable being given over to the holy other, tout autre, who comes to me from on high to justice, my general obligation to everyone else, l'autre autrui, which requires calculation. Justice for Levinas intervenes in order to limit, to calculate a be dividing and multiplying me obligation among the entire community. Justice for Levinas is a way of stopping me from spending everything on one account. For Derrida, this moment of calculation, this moment of the rationum rhetore, represents a moment of an always imperfect reconciliation, of a conflict of duties. If there is a difference of views here, it may be that Derrida considers this a structural conflict, double bind, while Levinas does not appear to regard the possibility of the reconciling calculation of justice as inherently troubled. But Derrida's gloss opens up a Levinasian interpretation of Kierkegaard that is missed by Levinas himself. Levinas, who admires the story of Abraham and who also admires many things about Kierkegaard, is a critic of fear and trembling. Levinas writes, Kierkegaard has a predilection for the biblical story of the sacrifice of Isaac. He describes thus the encounter with God by a subjectivity that is raised up to the religious level, to God beyond the ethical order. His interpretation of this story can doubtlessly be taken up in another sense. Perhaps the ear that Abraham had for heeding the voice that leads him back to the ethical order is the highest moment of the drama. 36. Levinas has every right to see the story differently. One wonderful thing about Genesis 22 is its endless reinterpretability, which is testified. 206. To by the staggering literature surrounding it, in which it is endlessly reinterpreted. 37 Levinas sees it as a story of the end of sacrifice, of the sacrifice of sacrifice, at least of human sacrifice, which is precisely how it is seen by a great deal of biblical scholarship. Indeed, the interpretation rendered by Paul, Luther, and Kierkegaard is slightly anachronistic, inasmuch as the law is not delivered to Moses until several centuries later. Levinas rightly criticizes Kierkegaard for his love of violence, something I have also criticized under the name of Kant's philosophy in both Kierkegaard and Heidegger. 38 Derrida himself remarks upon the absence of woman from the story. This is the one place he questions the spin Paul and Kierkegaard put on the story, and he wonders whether the intervention of a woman might not alter the implacable universality of the law, the logic of sacrificial responsibility, which is also something that one Johanna de Silencio also wondered. DM 74-75/GD 75-76. 39 In Passions, Derrida identifies sacrifice with imperative rigor or implacable law, with the severity of duty or the categorical imperative. Pass 85/DCR 31N9. Kierkegaard's reading follows St. Paul's, whose concern was to delimit the law in the interest of faith. This Pauline Kierkegaardian reading is not otherwise questioned by Derrida, who shares Paul's and Kierkegaard's interest in the deconstruction of the law, not in the name of a determinable faith, or of a Jewish-Christian polemics, to be sure, but in the name of the justice due to a singular other, for the name of God is the name of the tout autre. By siding with Kierkegaard and Paul, Derrida opens up a distinction between duty or obligation, devoir, obligation, and ethics of the sort that I have argued for in Against Ethics and that I took to be implicit in Derrida. Derrida makes it plain that what Kierkegaard calls the religious is structurally obligation to the tout autre, which is a general structure of experience, an obligare or being bound over. The religious is the responsibility of the subject to the holy other, which is precisely what Levinas calls the ethical. Derrida's difference with Levinas, his Kierkegaardianism, lies in his willingness to sacrifice ethics, both the word and the concept, which for Derrida and Kierkegaard, and Heidegger, 40 means the calculability of obligation, allowing the power of the rationem rhetore to hold sway over the question of obligation. We should emphasize that when Kierkegaard says ethics he means the universal or general which cannot bind me in an unconditional way. When Levinas says ethics he means the unconditional which does not bind me in a general way, although general obligations can be derived from it, or follow along after it. 41 Like Kierkegaard, Derrida subscribes to the notion of an unconditional obligation but without ethics, or beyond ethics, which is what he calls a hyper-ethical sacrifice. DM 70/GD 71.42. This means a responsibility to singularity which at one and the same time, in the same instant, forces me to transcend or sacrifice my generalizable obligations to the community. 207. Levinas leads us to believe that the transition from substitution, singularity, to justice, universality, can be made without sacrifice, without conflict and loss, that it is possible to formulate a wisdom of love, ethics, without a loss of wisdom, about individuals. Kierkegaard and Derrida, on the other hand, are willing to make the sacrifice of ethics. They think that obligation is an abyss, that any attempt to formulate such a wisdom of love, or of obligation, is caught up in an aporia, scandal, and paradox, that our duties clash in irreconcilable conflicts, awash in incommensurability, and that obligation begins to move only when one is paralyzed by the aporia in which one is caught. The disagreement resembles an old debate about the unity of virtue, of Vir Tuesday, 43, about whether our duties as a whole form a unity. What then does Derrida make of the moment in which God stays the patriarch's hand, the instant when God decides to suspend the sacrificial process, DM 71/GD 71, and the angel calls off the human sacrifice? That is the highest moment in the story, according to Levinas, representing Abraham's return to the ethical, and so, contra Kierkegaard, a teleological suspension of the religious, as it were, in the name of the ethical. Hearing the voice of Elohim speak once again, Abraham responds, Me voicei, which is the first and only possible response to the tout autre. Elohim says that he is satisfied, that Abraham has shown all due fear and trembling before his incomprehensible command, and having shown himself ready to act, Elohim calls off the sacrifice and unties the obligation. Still, Derrida comments, we might understand this outcome otherwise, Abraham has shown that he understands what an absolute obligation means and knows how to respond to the tout autre, to the command and the appeal of the other. He is prepared to meet its demands, to embrace its unconditionality, to deal in death, to deal death to Isaac, to the other others, in order to keep the deal with the holy other. He is prepared to act in an instant where reasons can neither be demanded nor rendered, in an instant when there is no more time, when time is no longer given. DM 72/GD 72, a time in which having been ready to act is as good as having already acted. This no more time is the time of giving, the giving of the time, donner le temps, of absolute obligation, which is not the present of ordinary time, but the instant of absolute absolution from every human or ethical duty to meet his absolute obligation, which is also the moment of messianic time. So Derrida's reading is more Kierkegaardian than Levinasian. The essential thing for Derrida is the secret that Abraham will not share. He will not give reasons. If he gives testimony to his faith, it is a secret testimony that he cannot share with others. There is no language common to him and the holy other in which he could negotiate 44, no ethics in which his case could be stated and defended to God or Isaac. He cannot explain what is going to happen because he does not understand it himself. The secret he keeps from Isaac is a secret to him as well. The tragic 208 hero can explain himself, but Abraham is reduced to silence by the secret. When asked by Isaac about the lamb, he answers without responding. God will provide the lamb with a meta-rhetorical irony, which is a language of perfect faith in and complete ignorance of what God had in store for them. DM 75-76/GD 77. For Abraham's decision, indeed any impossible decision in the midst of undecidability, any response to the absolutely other, is not guided by knowledge. PDS 157/points 147-48. Sans voir, sans avoir, sans savoir. But if Abraham cannot share his absolute secret with us, and if philosophy cannot share the determinable faith of Abraham, if philosophy must put his faith out of action, in epoche, what can philosophy share with Abraham? Fear and Trembling says of the sacrifice of Isaac is the truth. Translated into this extraordinary story, the truth shows the structure of the quotidian. It expresses in its paradox the responsibility in each instant for every man and every woman. At the same time, there is no ethical generality that does not already fall prey to the paradox of Abraham. At the moment of every decision and in the relationship with every other as holy other, every other asks us at each instant to act like the knight of faith. DM 77/GD 78-79, translation modified. Here then is the general structure of the possibility of the religious in any determinable religion, the non-dogmatic doublet of dogma, the central axiom of a general messianic, tout autre est tout autre. God, as the holy other, is to be found everywhere there is something of the holy other. And since each of us, everyone else, each other is infinitely other in its absolute singularity, inaccessible, solitary, transcendent, non-manifest, not originarily present to my ego, as Husserl would say of the alter ego that can never be originarily present to my consciousness and that I can apprehend only through what he calls a presentation and analogy, then what can be said about Abraham's relation to God can be said about my relation without relation to every other as holy other, in particular my relation to my neighbor or my loved ones who are as inaccessible to me, as secret and transcendent as Yahweh. DM 76-77/GD 78. This religious paradox is really a paradigm, and the Knight of Faith extraordinaire is an exemplar of the ordinary. Deconstruction wants to universalize this exception, to say that we are always already caught up in exceptionality, caught up in a singular secret that we cannot communicate to others. The religious exception, the singularity of the religious situation in which ethical generality is suspended, is always upon us. Such exceptionality is the daily business of life, which implies that the unexceptional regularities, the programmable problems found in the ethics books, are rarely found in life. If Kierkegaard would disallow this analogy of every other with Yahweh, he would approve of the way Derrida has worked the 209 story into the text of everyday life, given that his knight of faith looks like a tax collector and a respectable member of the bourgeoisie. We share with Abraham the secret incommunicable command from the Tout Autre that we cannot pass on to the others, the secret of who knows what, on ne sait quoi, dm, 78/GD, 80. Now the interior subjective secret passes over into the deconstructive secret, with this question. What is a secret that is a secret about nothing and a sharing that doesn't share anything? Such is the secret truth of faith as absolute responsibility and as absolute passion, the highest passion as Kierkegaard will say. dm, 78/GD, 80. The reference is not only to Kierkegaard's passion of faith but clearly back to the secret of passions, the secret that impassions, the secret passion that generates literature, that sees to it that literature will have already begun. This secret, Johannes de Silentio says, cannot be taught and passed on in a historical tradition from one generation to another. It is encountered in the instant, each time for the first time, born anew in passion again and again. Each time is an absolute beginning, a first passion. History is nothing more than the incessant repetition of absolute beginnings, repetition being the succeeding of yes with yes, and messianic time being made up of such beginnings. The elliptical formula every other is wholly other is Derrida's transcription of a deeply religious experience, giving words to his experience of the impossible, which is a certain post-phenomenological experience, where experience does not mean phenomenological seeing but running up against the unforeseeable. In the Cartesian Meditations, Husserl had pointed out that the intentional acts, or leibniz, that make up the flow of the other's conscious stream cannot be known to me without becoming mine, hence without destroying the alterity of the other. To this primarily epistemic point in Husserl how to constitute the transcendent conscious stream of the other ego, Levinas gives an ethical force. For Levinas the alterity of the other has to do with the irreducible ethical claim that the other makes upon the responsible subject, the demand made upon me by the other one who is not me or mine, but the stranger. This seeming tautology, in French, thus stands at the core of a radical heterology, a heterotautology, the effect of which is to attribute the radical and infinite alterity that theology has always reserved for God to everyone, to each man or woman, and not only to the other person. Derrida adds, for this is a wholly other, tout autre, form of alterity, one or other persons but just as well places, animals, language, dm, 70/GD, 71. This is said in contrast to Levinas, who, while he does not confine l'infini to God, does confine it to other human beings, l'autre homme. For Levinas, the infinite one means, first of all, in the order of experience, the other person, the one who comes to me from on high, and then, in end. 210. Through the other person, the seal that marks ethical experience, the trace of infinity of of the eleity of God which seals and stamps and warrants the infinity of the other person. 45 Levinas's thought moves about in the space or difference between the face of my neighbor and the face of God, between other persons and God, between two, but unique wholly others, dm, 84/GD, 87. This difference is not conceived in the traditional way, as a difference between the finitude of other persons and the infinity of God, but rather as the difference between two infinities, the infinity of other persons visited upon us in ethical experience and the infinity of God as the trace left behind on the face of the other as he withdraws from the world. In the formula tout autre est tout autre, one moves back and forth between God. God is wholly other, God is every other is God and each man or woman, every other human being is wholly other, every other is like God, dm, 83/GD, 87. Is this a little game with words? Or a big one? Is it no more than a quirk of French, a bit of luck in this language, a little shibboleth, more or less imperfectly translatable into other languages, so long as they are not wholly other than French? If it is a game, Derrida says, it is an important one that we must save, keep safe, for it is a game of salvation, of the hope of salvation, of the economy of being saved, dm. 84/GD, 87. Is there then not a certain analogy between these infinities, which are no longer separated by an infinity but rather likened to each on that account, for being wholly other is just what all others share, partaker? But is not analogy a trace of paganism for Levinas? However that question is answered by Levinas or for Levinas, Derrida argues that the effect of this formula, which weakens the distinction between the wholly other as God and every other, is to weaken the distinction between the universality of ethics and the singularity of the religious, and hence to weaken the distinction between Kierkegaard and Levinas, and Derrida himself. Neither Kierkegaard nor Levinas can make an assured distinction between these two orders, accordingly the disagreement between them tends to wither. For if every other is infinitely other, it would not be possible to distinguish the ethical as an order of generality that would then have to be sacrificed to the religious as an order of singularity. The positions of Kierkegaard and Levinas would then begin to drift toward each other. Kierkegaard would have to admit, as Levinas reminds him, that ethics is also the order of and the respect for absolute singularity, and not only that of generality or of the repetition of the same. He cannot therefore distinguish so conveniently between the ethical and the religious. But for his part, in taking into account absolute singularity, that is, the absolute alterity obtaining in relations between one human and the other, Levinas is no longer able to distinguish between the infinite alterity of God and 211. That of every human. His ethics is already religion. In the two cases, the border between the ethical and the religious would become more than problematic, as do all the attendant discourses. dm. 81/GD, 84, cfdm. 108n8/GD, 77-78n6. What is true of the generality of ethics would hold a fortiori of the domain of the law and politics, which are likewise beset by the paradox of Abraham, by the paralyzing aporia of having to respond without reserve to the singularity of the tout autre while at the same time meeting their responsibilities to the generality of the law. This aporia has never stopped the law from working. Indeed, a heightened sense of this conflict sharpens the tip of the law, which is stretched over an abyss and must thus function without foundations. For there is no assured and rigorous concept of responsibility, no rigorous formula, to regulate our lives in ethics, politics, or international diplomacy. Of course, one could always dismiss this difficulty, this aporia, and this antinomy, in the very name of a certain self-assured responsibility. It suffices to deny the aporia or the antinomy indefatigably, and to treat all those who continue to be disturbed in the face of so much good conscience as irresponsible people, nihilists, relativists, indeed post-structuralists or, worse, deconstructionists. dm. 81-82/GD, 85, 46, translation modified. The officials of anti-deconstruction, pass, 41/DCR, 15, those who have visibly and carefully avoided reading Derrida, PDS, 231/points, 218, will of course be pained to hear this. They have long indulged themselves in the reassuring illusion that Derrida's work is a form of aestheticism, CFPDS, 147-49/points, 138-39, that, on a Kierkegaardian register, deconstruction is to be fitted in as a version of the rotation method, as a kind of endless playing that amuses itself from moment to moment with the merely interesting. These knights of good conscience, dm. 67/GD, 67, will be scandalized to hear that the right Kierkegaardian analogy is not to the aestheticism of Johannes Reed, Jacques the Seducer, nor to the moralism of the sanctimonious Judge Wilhelm, but to the religion of the parson on the Jutland heaths. Seduced by Jacques the Seducer, the seduction is on them for having failed to recognize the comic as the incognito of the religious. I will leave the defenders of the good and the true, those who have appointed themselves to make the world safe from deconstruction, to block everything good that is said about it, even honoris causa 47 to deal with all this as they may, to make peace with themselves in the secret of their own conscience, they being truly good. Hopefully hereafter these moralizing and self-approving critics of Derrida, too much given, alas, to praying in public, will find other means to display their love of virtue. Perhaps they will take to giving alms to the poor and to 212. Feeding the hungry, in public of course, as proof positive of their superior virtue, while leaving the interpretation of Derrida's texts to those who actually read them. I wish them all well. Suffice it to say, difference does spell trouble for ethics, but it is the sort of trouble that the tout autre makes for ethics in fear and trembling, not the sort made by Johannes/Jacques the seducer. Kierkegaard and Derrida have a common nemesis, the infinite appetite of Hegel's totalizing dialectic and a common affection for everything singular, fragment-like and Abrahamic. I also leave to themselves those great decontaminators who have appointed themselves to make deconstruction safe from religion, to rid deconstruction of every religious infestation. 48. One hopes that Derrida's secularizing defenders, who will take no less scandal at this religious contamination of deconstruction, who will be no less pained by all these Jewish affiliations, will learn something about the post-critical character of deconstruction, and that they too will hesitate before chasing away one ghost too many. Deconstruction, a scandalon to Derrida's right-wing critics and a stumbling block to his secularist defenders. In any case, as Johannes de Silentio said of the defenders of the Hegelian omnibus, ft. 8, I wish them all well in their good works, both public and secret. It is to raise the level of our responsibility to the tout autre, to heighten our sense of the idiosyncratic claims of singularity, that deconstruction, if there is such a thing, does its work. Inasmuch as that, in Kierkegaard, is the defining trait of the religious, deconstruction's concern with the unconcept, the inconceivable concept of responsibility, is a religious notion, where religion means the religare to the tout autre, which is how Derrida writes the Passion for God. Like Kierkegaard, deconstruction's interests turn on the philosophically problematic notion that the single individual is higher than the universal, and on the undecidability that disturbs all decision-making vis-a-vis the tout autre. The difficult thing, shall we say the responsible thing, to do is to grope with the undecidability of the concept, or the quasi-concept, of responsibility. The easy thing, shall we say the irresponsible thing, is to follow the lead of the knights of good conscience, who denounce as nihilists anyone who enters the troubled waters of undecidability. 14. Abraham and the Pharisees. At the end of Fear and Trembling, ft. 120, Johannes de Silentio praises Abraham for his ability to go it on his own, without human approval or human understanding of his actions, for the solitude and secrecy in which he is able to act. By alluding to Matthew 6:6, de Silentio slips Genesis 22. 213. Inside Matthew 6, like a bookmarker, reproducing the massive act of incorporating the Jewish scriptures into the Christian as the Old Testament inside the New. De Silentio turns to Matthew just at the point where Jesus instructs the disciples on how to pray and is about to tell them the Lord's Prayer. Matthew has Jesus warn them not to make a great show of themselves, praying like hypocrites on street corners, for such people already have their reward. But whenever you pray, go into your room and shut the door and pray to your Father who is in secret, and your Father, who sees in secret, videre in secreto, and to crypto blapane, will reward you. Matt 6:6. God knows everything I am doing and He knows whatever I need before I even ask for it. He can count our tears although I do not know a thing about God. The relation is completely asymmetric. He sees me but I do not see a thing of Him. DM 87/GD 91. This secret takes place in the order of visibility. It is a matter of what stays out of sight rather than of the auditory, like a word that we are not allowed to hear. But Derrida seems interested in disturbing this Christian exegesis. In Genesis, Abraham acts without calculation, without investment, without the perspective of reappropriation, sacrificing every economic consideration, every consideration of an economy of sacrifice, DM, 90/GD, 95. And in that instant, when the dagger is raised and Abraham has every intention of going through with the bloody deed, God returns his son to him and decides sovereignly, by an absolute gift, Don, to reinscribe the sacrifice in an economy which hereafter resembles a compensation, DM, 91/GD, 96. In the instant that Abraham makes a sacrifice of economy, of his oikos and self-interests, God for his part. The crucial thing here is that this is none of Abraham's doing, turns his act into an economy of sacrifice. God returns Isaac only in the instant when he is assured that Abraham has made a don, a pure gift. 49, not an exchange, without hope of return, a gift to the death, a gift of death, of Isaac who has no price, who is of incalculable worth. In this chapter of Genesis, Abraham has stopped quarreling with God over prices. He does not enter into negotiations with God, as he had haggled over the price of Sodom and Gomorrah in Genesis 18. Instead of giving God trouble over what looks like an unreasonable demand, he just says me voice I. God gives a return only in the instant when it is clear that Abraham gives a pure gift, when he has raised the dagger and has no intention of stopping, when he is without hope or expectation of a return, when he has already made the decision and now it is just a question of executing it, in an uncalculating an economy, DM, 90/91/GD, 94-97. If you are out to demystify the story, Derrida adds, you will have to argue that Abraham played his cards well, bien joué, played high-stakes poker with the Most High, and managed not to show his hand. When dissemination was defined as that which does not return to the Father, Derrida remarks, it well described the moment of Abrahamic renunciation, DM, 91/GD, 96. 214. That is Genesis. But Matthew is a different story for Derrida. Matthew, around whom the anonymous author of Matthew has organized this gospel, was a tax collector, Matt 9:9, who was interested in keeping balanced books and accounting for every dime, and he has a sharp tongue when it comes to Jews. Now in Matthew 6, the expression "and your Father who sees in secret will reward," Rondra, rhetori, U is repeated 3 times, 6:4, 6:6, 6:18. It is as if the formula is to be learned by heart, where the heart is an economic principle, where your treasure is, there is your heart, 6:21. The heart is thus a place to store celestial capital which is, measured by earthly exchange rates, priceless and completely safe from the dangers of devaluation, from declining market values, DM, 93/GD, 98. In Matthew, Jesus is portrayed as the author of an economy that is more sublime, infinite, celestial, incalculable, interior and secret, DM, 102/GD, 109, which trades in higher, heavenly profits, which are mad and incalculable, but only by earthly standards. If you make a public display of your prayer, you already have your reward, Misthon, but if you pray in secret, then your reward will be from the Father. Store up invisible treasures in heaven, where things do not rust, rot, or get stolen, and not perishable earthly goods. In Matthew's version of the Beatitudes, Jesus promises the kingdom of heaven as a return to those who are poor in spirit, merciful and persecuted for justice's sake. The poor in spirit will be compensated, mercs, by a heavenly accounts payable for their sacrifices on earth, as opposed to the Pharisees who short-sightedly succumb to earthly profit-taking, thus forfeiting long-term celestial capital gains. To be sure, the poor in spirit do not enter into finite, visible transactions, but into secret, invisible, heavenly ones, but they are on that account much shrewder investors, much better at investing in futures than the Pharisees, who do not know how to play the heavenly market. So the Matthean logic is marked in 2 ways. First, it is a photology, in which those who conduct their business in secret, outside the light of the day, will shine with light and become the light of the world, Matt 6:22. This interior light constitutes the end of the secret, inasmuch as God knows everything that is going on in the sphere of interiority, even as it constitutes another, more inner secret which is hidden from the eyes of men, the sphere of consciousness, or what Augustine called the homo interioris, dm. 94-95/GD, 100-101. Second, by constituting the sphere of inner light, Matthew institutes a new economy of sacrifice. You will be well paid if you rise above earthly considerations and set your sights on supersensible, heavenly returns. You have been told not to commit adultery, but I say go beyond that and do not lust even in your heart, because adultery is an interior, spiritual affair. Do not seek to be just or to give alms or to pray before men, or even, were it possible, before yourself. Do not let your left hand know what your right is doing, lest your heavenly reward be forfeited by this exposure to the 215. Light of day, to earthly light. Shine with a purely interior light. Pray, fast, and give alms, but in secret. Do not walk around looking half dead from your good works, not if you are in the business of storing up heavenly treasure. If you love those who love you, what good is that? Do not even the tax collectors lowest among us do the same? The truly meritorious thing is to love those who hate and persecute you. 50. Do not return an eye for an eye, but repay hatred with love and turn the other cheek. That will have a real and everlasting payback, for the Father who sees in secret is keeping invisible books on all these transactions and is entering these finite losses into an infinite calculus. The Matthean economy is neither Jewish, hypocritical and pharisaical, nor pagan, ethnikoi, Gentiles, goyim, but specifically Christian, not Judeo-Christian. 51 but Christian versus Jewish, dm. 100/GD, 107. For example, when Matthew has Jesus say you have been taught love your neighbors but hate your enemies, he oversharpens the tip of Leviticus 19:15-18, since the text does not mention hating your enemies and in fact condemns vengeance. So Matthew has Jesus dividing people up into the children of the light, the true sons, who have heard the higher word about the interior, celestial economy, the Christians, and everybody else, the Jews and ethnikoi, who trade in earthly markets. Matthew has Jesus targeting the Jews, the old law, as essentially hypocritical. Now whatever polemical purpose that served for first-century Christians, and it does appear to have worked all too well, it would turn lethal in the subsequent history of the West. This inner, celestial economy of sacrifice does not treat God as some kind of high-powered satellite circling the earth who maintains perfect surveillance on everything down below, Derrida says, dm. 101/GD, 108. It means rather, in Augustine's formula, that God is something more interior and intimate to me than I am to myself. If we step outside the framework of specific religious beliefs, Jewish, Christian, or Islamic, Derrida remarks, we can say that God here is the name of the possibility for me to keep a secret which is inwardly visible but outwardly invisible, dm. 101/GD, 108. This of course is the secret of Kierkegaardian subjectivity, not the deconstructive secret that there is no secret, supra, 10. With the name of God we name that which constitutes the invisible sphere of conscience and consciousness, of El Edrav Xwa, dm. 101/GD, 108-09. What I call God, God in me, calls me to be myself, the interior I, which Kierkegaard calls subjectivity, dm. 102/GD, 109. So here the secret, the structure of the subject, and the name of God are indissociably linked. God is what calls up what is called subjectivity. Derrida here sketches the tradition of a deeply Pauline, Augustinian, Lutheran, and Kierkegaardian self, one that was crucial to the formation of being and time, one of the most fascinating tensions in which is its simultaneous destruction of Cartesian subjectivity. The subject confesses. 216. To God what God already knows cer confit mur Deo scienti, for God already sees in secret everything there is to confess, so that the confessor is confessing to himself, circum, 7/circumference, 3. That is the history of God and of the name of God as a history of the secret, which is a history at the same time secret and without any secrets. This history is also an economy. DM, 102/GD, 109, translation modified. The Matthean as opposed to the Abrahamic sacrifice is thus quite equivocal and unstable. It begins by renouncing earthly rewards, by denouncing all visible, earthly calculation as Pharisaism, so that on the outside it looks like perfect renunciation. But this renunciation is undertaken only in order to capitalize on a secret, infinite, invisible, heavenly return, DM, 102/GD, 109, so that on the inside it seeks a reward, which means that it reproduces the essential structure of the Pharisaical. Hardly the pure gift, this is the very essence of trying to win heaven economically, this time with a celestial counterfeit of the gift, which is really a long-term investment in an invisible, heavenly economy. By drawing the gift back into a calculus, Matthew reproduces a second, more sublime Pharisaism, a higher, holier, heavenly hypocrisy. In the Matthean economy, the left hand inevitably catches a glimpse of what the right, eus, hand is doing, and there is no watch kept over giving, no taking care that narcissism, which is inevitable, should be kept welcoming and open-ended. In the genealogy of morals, Nietzsche shows the consequences of such economic thinking when it is carried to its conclusion. Nietzsche criticizes the Pauline economy of salvation as a system of exchange, of paying off debt/guilt, should, with the coin of sacrifice, suffering, and cruelty. This system finally self-destructs, or auto-deconstructs, at that point of particular madness which Nietzsche calls Christianity's stroke of genius, genius strike, viz., the Pauline theology of a sin/debt/guilt so infinite, so bottomless, that only God himself can pay it off, and all this under the cover of the beautiful name of gift, gratia. That stroke of genius on the part of Christianity, God himself sacrifices himself for the guilt of mankind, God himself makes payment to himself. God as the only being who can redeem man from what has become unredeemable for man himself, creditor sacrifices himself for his debtor, out of love, can one credit that, out of love for his debtor? 52. The Pauline Christian economy culminates in the idea of an infinite, unpayable debt, of a state of guilt/indebtedness, schuldigkeit, that is so vast and deep that only God himself can pay himself back. Only the creditor has the resources to pay off the debt. Nietzsche's critique, Derrida com. 217. Mens, has the effect of suspending faith, foi, of letting it twist in the wind, between belief, croyance, and credit, créance. Growing in faith is a capital growth fund, an infinite extension of a, very, long-term credit line which entitles the believer to draw upon the credits that are accumulated for him by the infinite contribution to the fund made by Christ's sacrificial death. And what credence can we give to that, Nietzsche asks. Is that merely a rhetorical question? Does not something resonate in rhetorical questions that makes the established, questioned order tremble, DM, 107/GD, 115? Counterfeit kingdoms. Like its counterpart, Donner le Temps, Donner la Mort is an examination of hypocrisy, of what is going on under, hypo, the name of the gift, hypothesousias, which we never know. Hypochronisthai, putting on a play, acting out a role, performing under a mask, one thing going on under the name of something quite different. Hypocrisy is an operation of the secret, which precipitates a crisis of faith, a con game that shakes our confidence, our faith. The discourse on the gift follows the movements of the counterfeit, of taking under the name of giving, so that, like Donner la Mort, it takes up the question of the Pharisaical. Two sets of hypocrites, Pharisees and counterfeiters, con artists who depend upon the power of the secret, both doing one thing under the cover of a secret whose powerful energies they attempt to harness. For one can lie and cheat with secrets and use them to secure oneself a phantasmatic power over others. That happens every day. Pass, 69/on, 30. The gift occasions a crisis of faith, of not knowing how or when to credit a work of faith, how or when it is carried out in good faith as opposed to being a more or less successful ruse, a way of amassing credit for oneself, of making a profit under the beautiful name of a gift. The equation of the Pharisee with the hypocrite is already Christian slander against the Jew, the onset of the duel between Christian and Jew. This duel is always cast by Christianity as a war between the new law of the gift and the old law of Pharisees, between the spirit of love and cold commerce and money changers, DT, 130-132 N1/GT, 101 N18, between the living word, and the dead letter, between the supple breath of the Spirit which listeth where it will and the wooden inflexibility of the law, between the alienated, duty-bound, legalist religion of slaves and the religion of love, for God is love, between an eye for an eye, credit and debit system and forgiveness, in short between the Pharisee and the gift. This opposition is compulsively credited by Leon Bloy, for example, when, in his customary, diabolical, and sometimes sublime ignominy, Bloy describes the difference between Jew and Christian as the difference between a credit system and a word of honor. The Jewish predilection for écriture springs from the narrowness of their commercial souls. Jews want 218. Written guarantees, everything down on paper, they do not trust anybody. They want a contract to enforce the letter of the law, to be given every ounce of the pound of flesh that is their due. Writing is Pharisaical, Shylockian. As opposed to the religion of love. Does Derrida not risk widening the war between Christian and Jewish readings of the Acta? Does he risk returning fire in the duel between Christian and Jew, the acrimony which he identifies in Leon Bloy's Le Salat par les Juifs, dt. 130-132 N1/GT 101? Nothing, of course, is without risk, but Derrida's move here is completely strategic, representing a movement of reversal aimed at overturning or reversing the most dangerous stereotype of all, the Jew as the Pharisee, as the money changer, the ruthless creditor, Shylock. That stereotype leads Jews by the hand into the gas chamber. But reversal is a prelude to displacement, and the point is finally to displace the opposition between Christian and Jew, between the determinate, identifiable mechanisms, in the name of a messianic structure to which they all subscribe. That is why it is so important to see that Derrida is not saying that the genealogy of morals is the final word on faith or Christianity, or the only way to gloss fear and trembling. For one thing, Derrida does not take Nietzsche to be the simple opposite of religion. For while Nietzsche could never think of things mean enough to say about Paul and Augustine, he was, like Augustine, a man of tears and the author of Ecce Homo, an important work of counter-confessions, MDA, 123-25/MB, 122-26. Again, it is not as if Christianity means contrary to everything that deconstruction labors to show, contrary to all of its anti-essentialist impulses, just one thing. Deconstruction, if there is such a thing, means to show that there is never a final word. Donner la Mort does not conclude with a dismissal of faith, but with a deconstructive delimitation of faith as credit-mongering, of faith as an economic exchange, which is, as Nietzsche himself says, Saltmans Glauben, to discredit faith, to make faith unbelievable, unworthy of faith. Deconstruction can never be a dismissal of faith inasmuch as deconstruction is itself faith, even a blind faith, MDA, 130/MB, 129. The point of Donner la Mort then is not to undo faith but to insist on the uneconomic character of faith, that faith is always a matter of the gift and giving, not a transaction between a creditor and a debtor. That, I would say, is a fine theological point, and it makes both Nietzsche and Derrida excellent theologians of the gift of whom the Vatican should be proud. The point of any such analysis as Baudelaire's or Nietzsche's, Derrida says, is demystifying, a word which, though out of style, has the value of unfolding the hypocrisy that inhabits a secret, DM 104/GD 112. The point of a demystifying analysis is to force out into the light of day the secret contract that allows one to do one thing under the cover of its opposite, example to reap rewards under the cover of giving, to be pharisaical. 219. Under the cover of a critique of the Pharisees. The latter were, after all, pure of heart and close to the mind and heart of Jesus before their name was blackened forever by late first-century Christian polemics, so that today pharisaical and hypocritical are almost synonymous. That is why we need to read Derrida's final paragraph slowly. The stroke of genius, if there is such a thing, there is the characteristic reserve of deconstruction which always hesitates before identifying the decisive, exhaustive, final, essential word, only occurs at the instant of an infinite sharing of the secret. DM 106/GD 115. That is to say, there are many strokes of genius, and many Christianities, from Carl Schmitt to Dietrich Bonhoeffer, from Jerry Falwell to Martin Luther King, Jr., from right-wing hate to civil rights, depending on the reading, some of which never succeed in making themselves into anything more than the religion of the genealogy of morals that Nietzsche so rightly demystifies. We only get drawn into the self-destructive economy described by Nietzsche, which makes divine love into an exchange economy of cruelty, if we have bought into the business of sharing divine secrets and entering into secret contracts with God, expecting a payoff on our secret contract instead of just giving. Consequently, if one would be able to attribute such a stroke of genius to someone or something that one calls Christianity, emphasis mine, DM 106/GD 115, still more deconstructive reserve, one would have to wrap up within it another secret, viz. that reversal and infinitization that confers on God, on the other, or on the name of God, the responsibility for what remains more secret than ever, the irreducible experience of belief, between credit and faith, believing, croire, suspended between the crediting of the creditor, Glaubiger, and the faith, Glauben, of the believer. DM 106/107/GD 115, translation modified. One would have to make the name of the tout autre, of God, for example, responsible for the secret connection between faith and credit, as Matthew does, a certain Matthew. And who, Derrida asks with Nietzsche, can believe in that? That question, not merely rhetorical, sounds the alarm that awakens us to another faith. So Nietzsche shows us that he knows a thing or two about what believing means, about what is believable, when he asks us if we can credit this economy with any faith. DM 107/GD 115. Derrida's discourse on the gift delimits and demystifies the economy of sacrifice by showing where the logic of exchange and sacrifice leads, by showing where giving and taking, giving up and getting back, lead, by showing, in short, how such a logic deconstructs or auto-deconstructs. Deconstruction shows what happens when the divine madness of the faith of Father Abraham becomes an economy pure and simple, when the credo of faith deteriorates into a credit system, when the gift turns to poison. The analysis shows the difficulty of keeping the true coin of faith. 220. Separate from the counterfeit coin of a credit system, that there is nothing to guarantee that the one will not become the other, nothing that says it cannot reverse itself and turn into its opposite, that it does not already contain its opposite, that we must always suspect it, subjecting it to a hermeneutics of suspicion, as Paul Ricoeur showed years ago. After all, even Abraham's sacrifice sees this, not what deconstruction shows, even though Derrida, out of filial respect, does not bring it up, is not absolutely safe, absolutely removed, absolutely safeguarded from hidden, subterranean, unconscious, unwanted, unwilled motivations that would turn it into the reverse of what it means to be, vulgar. Maybe Abraham is just frightened, having seen what God did to Sodom and Gomorrah, and maybe that is why he stopped arguing with God in chapter 22. Maybe Abraham is just being very stubborn, very macho and patriarchal. Who knows what wills, qui would, here. God knows what's going on. We say with exasperation, by which we mean, who knows? It's a secret. 53. The merit of deconstruction for which I think it should be rewarded is to put us on the alert to the way things can pass into their opposite, the way they can turn around and reverse themselves, by a secret operation, so that they produce effects diametrically opposed to what they intend. Vouloir dire. Derrida's deconstructionist vigilance about reversibility, like a certain hermeneutic of suspicion, is a salutary admonition. Before going on to schematize the possibility of another Christianity, a little more an economical one, a little more believable, than the internal revenue system run by Matthew, I want to add something about Derrida on debt, because I do not want to let it pass that Derrida has dispensed with the idea of owing something, devoir, to the other, that he would economize on this idea altogether, although I do not think the same can be said for Nietzsche. 54. For we have seen, again and again, that everything in deconstruction depends upon the claim that is laid upon us by the tout autre, which visits upon us an awful responsibility, one that Derrida has just compared to the awful situation, filled with fear and trembling, in which Father Abraham found himself before the Mysterium Tremendum. One way to see the difference between Derrida and Nietzsche is to see that, in Derrida, everything turns on a notion of responsibility and on a critique of good conscience, of duty discharged, whereas the genealogy labors single-mindedly in the vineyard of the critique of bad conscience. Derrida has clarified this issue in a long note in Passions, Pass, 75 and 3/on, 132 and 3. We owe the other something, but it goes against the grain of his analysis to say that what we owe the other is in duty bound, like a Kantian imperative. As Johannes de Silentio said, when we respond to our duty, which is a universal and coercive force, and not a little violent, we are not responding to the singularity of the tout autre, to God, for example, or to this man or woman, or animal, or whatever. It would not, after all, be very friendly of me, it would even be a little insulting, to 221. Help you out because I am duty bound to do so, and I always discharge my duties. A gesture remains amoral, it falls short of affirmation of an unlimited, incalculable, or uncalculating giving, without any possible reappropriation, by which one must measure the ethicity or morality of ethics, if it was accomplished out of duty in the sense of duty of restitution, out of duty which would come down to the discharge of a debt. Pure morality must exceed all calculation. Pass, 75 and 3/on, 132, 33 and 3. So deconstruction is pure morality. How better to scandalize the knights of good conscience than with this formula? Far from being an aestheticism, deconstruction is pure morality, against garden variety ethics in the name of an ultra or archi or hyper-ethics, turning on an ethico-religious singularity that crosses the wires of the ethical and the religious, a singularity situated in the intersection or crossfire between Kierkegaard and Levinas. Far from being unethical, unethical, or anti-ethical, deconstruction has to do with the Seelenfunklein of ethics, exploring the fine tip of the ethical soul, the morality of morality, analyzing the most delicate effects and reversibilities that infiltrate obligation and responsibility. Yes, yes. Deconstruction affirms a responsibility that goes beyond duty, responsibility without duty, if a duty then perhaps a duty without debt, a devoir sans devoir, dt, 94 NL/GT, 69 and 23, that does not answer to its own essence. That would make for an interesting anomaly, a duty that means we do things but not because they are due, le devoir ne doit rien, il doit ne rien devoir. Doing should be, doit, giving, if it is to be duly responsible. The idea would be to get to responsibility or duty that is released from the economy of debt, which is enslaving, self-serving, insulting, and ultimately self-destructive. Derrida is interested in putting a distance between deconstruction and all this death-dealing in old Kant, as Nietzsche called him, between deconstruction and the gruesome economy of guilt and debt so mercilessly demystified by Nietzsche's genealogies, which is the heavy responsibility his notion of the pure gift must bear. The other lays claim to me, comes over me, elicits my me voici, shatters the encircling horizons of the same with which I surround myself. This constitutes a singular obligation to just this other one, a responsibility, a responsive giving, a giving that responds. Duty, or the debt of duty, would be always universal and not singular, rule-bound and not responsive to singularity, a higher principle in virtue of which I act, a higher eidos in which I encircle and envision the singular, and as such coercive, forcing something from me instead of letting me give. But to let me give to the other in such a way as to let the other be the other, is that not love? Is that not what Derrida calls love in Sauf l'Enam? Now would that not be a slightly Christian move to make? 222. For is not Christianity the religion of love? That, alas, was a move made with considerable hatred for Jews, which is why, for Derrida, the religion of love, if there is any, would have to be a religion without religion, or before religion, a structure of the messianic without messianism. 55. Moreover, Derrida is not even prepared to dismiss entirely the idea of debt itself. We cannot forget that the subtitle of Spectres of Marx is the state of debt. This expression was meant not only as a critique of the debt that the New World Order has every intention of collecting from the Third World and East European countries, hence as an economy of debt that needs forgiving and forgetting, but also as the debt that Derrida, that everyone today, owes to Marx. For deconstruction takes itself to be a radicalization of a certain spirit of Marx, and a radicalization is always indebted, to what it radicalizes, SDM, 152-53/Psalm, 92-93. To have the memory of a tradition, to be inspired by one of its spirits, is to owe the spirit of that tradition a debt. But this debt is not a matter of a balance sheet or a calculation, it is rather a matter of a responsibility to that tradition which selects and interprets among its several spirits, for we are always indebted to something highly polyvalent that keeps its secret to itself. To have a debt to a tradition is to be on our own with this debt and to have to sort our way through it for ourselves. As the affirmation of responsibility, deconstruction takes place in the space of several debts. Edifying divertissement number 4. Deconstruction and the Kingdom of God. Before turning to Derrida's most circumfessional writings, I should like to while away a little time by way of intermission by sketching here the way in which Derrida's analysis of the gift makes possible another Christianity. I propose another, demystified, deconstructed and I would say a slightly depollinized and more Jewish Christianity that turns away from the economics of sin and redemption, and turns on the notions of giving and forgiving, of forgiving and forgetting. Such a Christianity does not resemble Paul's Christian economy of salvation so much as Jesus' very Jewish kingdom of God. It does not view the crucifixion in Pauline terms as the retribution God exacted for sin, or as the reason Jesus was born. Jesus intended to live, not to die, but as a fate visited upon a just man, a man with a prophetic sense of justice, who told the truth on the powers that be. It does not turn on making earthly payments on long-term, deferred celestial returns, but on giving, pure and simple. Such a deconstructed Christianity looks a great deal more like what is contained in some of the most authentic Jesus sayings about the 223 kingdom, in which the kingdom is not the deferred reward for present sacrifice but the future present, the kingdom now, begun in Jesus' proclamation that the kingdom of God is at hand, in a today rather like the today in Blancot's parable of the Messiah among the beggars on the outskirts of Rome. The kingdom of God does not turn on pain and repentance, which is a more Baptist, as in John the Baptist, rendering of metanoia, but on joy, which is the more Jesus-minded version of metanoia. Jesus did not play a dirge but a dance, and he does not mourn but pipes, Matt 11:17-18. These kingdom sayings are not organized around the infinite debt of sin and gathering infinite resources to pay it off. They do not speak of guilt and punishment, of satisfying the wrath of an infinitely offended deity, of a tout autre that is out to collect every dime, but of forgiveness, on giving debt away, on the loving care of Abba, Dad or Morn, for his children, however prodigal they may be. Far from demanding infinite retribution for the prodigal son's offense, the Father forgives him immediately and celebrates his return. The kingdom is organized around giving and forgiving, not debt and sacrifice, above all not the hyper-sacrifice of a god, of a divine immolation, to pay off an infinite, bottomless debt. The birds of the air. The kingdom sayings are woven into all the early Christian texts, along with the characteristically Markan, Matthean, Lucan, Yuan 9, and Pauline redactions, and we can still feel their power and hear them resonating. Matthew, too, is highly polyvalent, means many things, is filled with many voices, and our debt to Matthew is a matter of responding selectively to his several spirits. It is perfectly true that Matthew is the scene of a celestial economy, of a higher, more sublime, more calculating system of accounting. Matthew has also redacted the poor, hoitokoi, into poor in spirit, pneumieti, and, by thus interiorizing poverty, Matthew gives advance comfort to post-Constantinian Christianity. For on the Matthean account a heavenly reward need not be bought at the price of external earthly treasures, so long as one remained poor in one's heart, in secret, for which one will earn heavenly return. In Matthew the Pharisees are maligned, reflecting rather more the polemics between the emerging Christian movement and the established Jewish religion in the last quarter of the first Christian century than anything historical about the Pharisees themselves, even as he lets the blood of Jesus be upon the Jews. But Matthew also contains the little sermon on not worrying, merimnatein, which is one of the most Zen-like discourses of Jesus, in which Jesus urges the disciples not to count, not to worry, and to be 224. Maddeningly uncalculating, 6:25-34. Be not concerned, merimnate, have no zarga for yourselves or your conatus essendi, don't go around counting up what you need. You should live without care, sine cura, secura. The ophthalmology here is to look, to see birds and lilies and gras sand, to live like them, to live like the rose, oni verum, as Angela Silsus said. 56. The celestial here is not a heavenly reward, not a pie in the sky, but the birds of the air, auranosi, embulpsate, how they neither sow nor reap but God gives them what they need, as if they were utterly non-productive things who live purely off gifts from God. The kingdom is a kingdom of gifts. Consider the lilies of the field. What productive work do they do, and yet the garments of Solomon himself are no rival to their raiment. But if God cares this greatly about birds and lilies and grasses, how much more will God care for you, you whose very tears he has counted, you oligopistoi, you who are too much given to counting up, creanciers, and not enough given to the gift of faith, croyance. For faith means to live without keeping count, without taking account, sine rationi, and to say yes, a number of yes, we, again and again, each day, day by day. Each day, epiagios, 6:11, cum, vines. For religion determinate and determinable mechanisms, the institutionalized dogmatis is something to be deconstructed, just as faith, if there is such a thing, cannot be deconstructed. Live without why, without demanding or rendering accounts, sine rationi. Have the madness not to ask what you shall eat or drink or where, not to ask where your next meal is coming from, not to seek job security, medical insurance, or guaranteed housing. Seek the kingdom, Basilean, which is today, the kingdom is now, today, and seek justice, dikaiosinon, and do not worry, merimnisot, about tomorrow. Stop thinking about tomorrow. Let tomorrow worry about itself. This is quite mad. It violates everything we mean by tenure, and it would make it be extraordinarily difficult to find a permanent pastor who would accept these terms. Everything in these sayings turns on God's love and God's gift-giving, on the appeal to the disciples to trust God, to have a little more faith, to turn their concerns over to God, to let God do the worrying. This is not because God, who keeps secret books, will reward us infinitely more than human beings can, but because in the kingdom of God, where God rules, God will give us just enough of what we need today, and not so much as to burden us down with wealth or with seeking wealth. If we have given everything up, unconditionally, in a moment of madness, and not as part of a secret bargain we have struck, God will give us the time, donner le temps, which will free us up for our true concern, which is justice. Unless a man lose his life he will not have it given back. If we give up the search for security, if we live sine cura, oni zarga, if we acquire what Heidegger calls the free relation. 225. Ship to thinks in the famous discourse on Gelassenheit 57, then we will be freed up. The time will be given to them, not just for the thinking of the thing, but for justice, for seeking justice, for the kingdom of justice, which is the kingdom of God. So faith is linked here not with building credit, créancier, but with trust, and trust is inseparable from love. Have faith and trust in God's love for you, which is at least as great as his love for the lilies of the field. For God is love, and what God gives is best, because God's will, God's heart, is good through and through. The kingdom of God, means. That is not a way to calculate in a more cunning, celestial, and long-range way, but a way to love and trust and seek justice, to seek the kingdom, which is here and now, which is for the lame and the leper, the outcast and the sinner, the widow and the orphan, not the poor in spirit but the poor plain and simple. The kingdom is not like a long-term bond, not a wise form of estate planning for a vault of heavenly treasures. The kingdom is the call of the other, and the kingdom is here and now. None of this is to say that the evangelical life is absolutely safe from what it can turn into, a cotter of right-wing reactionaries driven by resentment against God's poor, or a caste of priestly bourgeoisie, well-kept and well-fed, who have made a profitable business out of the crucifixion. That is precisely what set the wheels of the Kierkegaardian writing machine into motion. Nothing is safe. You should worry that not worrying will turn into a life of bourgeoisie, which is the counterfeit coin of letting God do the worrying, the counterfeit of the kingdom, a counterfeit kingdom. That is why fear and trembling are permanent features of biblical trust, and part of the meaning of not worrying. Have fear and trembling but don't worry. That is the aporia that gets Christian kinesis going. If deconstruction were a theory, it would be a theory that nothing is safe, pure, clean, uncontaminated, monochromatic, unambiguous, nothing is simply exterior to the circle of self-interest. Deconstruction is a quasi-theory of undecidability, and it works well for everything from architecture 58 to literary criticism, from religion to politics, PDS, 227-28/points, 213-15. Deconstruction is an exploration of as many instances of undecidability as it has time, as it is given time, to study. Its solution to the question of undecidability shows a trend. It always tends to say that the undecidability is permanent, that undecidability precedes, follows, and permeates the decision, that the undecidability is first, last, and always, but that decisions must be made and indecision broken. 59 That paralysis is a condition of possibility and impossibility of motion. By definition, it is impossible to know what one's secret, unconscious motives are, or when one is trading with counterfeit coins, which are only good counterfeits so long as they are not known to be counterfeit, whether in one's heart one is pharisaical or not. 226. Whether one is living like the lilies of the field or just enjoying a comfortable living with good benefits, like Trollopian parsons in Barsetshire. One begins where one is and does all that one can, keeping our narcissism as open-ended and hospitable as possible. The rest is beyond us. The pure gift, a gift pure and simple, is possible, a condition of possibility and impossibility, an impossible passion, an impossible that impassions. That is why giving is always already forgiving. Forgiving. Derrida is praying and weeping for something beyond obligation, for a responsibility without duty, for a duty without debt, for a debt without tying us up. This represents, I think, a certain movement, if I may say so, au-delà de Levinas, beyond Levinas and beyond obligation, a certain ateleological suspension of the ethical, for something beyond, something mere/mere, for a certain letting of the other be that is not, or is not reducible to, duty, for a certain Gelassenheit that he himself says we might dare call love, Soph, 91-92/on, 74. Now I hasten to add that, by mentioning love, I do not wish in any way to associate Derrida or myself with, or to reproduce in a deconstructionist way, the duel between Jew and Christian, about which, as we have repeatedly said, a great deal of what Derrida has written is a constant warning. I regard the binary opposition between the spirit of love and the dead letter of the law to be largely Christian propaganda meant to deface Judaism, particularly in the politics and polemics between Jew and Christian in the latter part of the 1st century, and I think that the best scholarship shows the Christian hermeneutics of the Old Testament is distortive and self-serving, the religion of love having proven to be a secret way of hating Jews, i.e., a stratagem of hypocrisy. Such work shows that the radicalizing tendencies within the preaching of Jesus, his Abba spirituality, represents a reform of Judaism by Judaism, a self-correction interior to Judaism, an intra-Judaic radicalization that drew upon the deepest tendencies of Judaism, so there is nothing that is more Jewish than Jesus, and indeed nothing more Pharisaical, which means pure of heart. 60. I locate the movement beyond obligation in the dynamics of forgiving. Forgiving heals the battered subject, accused and held hostage by the violence of the good, bent and bloodied by the beating given to the conatus essendi. Duty gives the subject a beating, while forgiving gives it a break. Forgive us as indeed we forgive others. The hinge of this famous saying is as indeed, Hoskai, Matt 6:12, forgive us as indeed we forgive the tout autre whose secret we do not. 227. No. Dismiss our debts as we dismiss our debtors. Dismiss our creditors as indeed we give away our credits. We give our credit away absolutely, unconditionally, without the expectation of return. God supplies the rest, the supplement we dare not desire, which can be granted only if we do not desire it, only if we put it out of our minds. The yield of giving is more giving. Giving gives giving. God is the name of the giving that spreads like a fire, or that runs like water over the land, that multiplies the loaves of giving to infinity, so forgiving breeds forgiveness and breaks the cycle of vengeance, and, beyond vengeance, of simple debt. Forgiving gives us what we cannot, dare not give ourselves. We are urged to move beyond the absolute asymmetry of obligation to the reciprocity of forgiving, of the elusive Hoskai. Forgiveness is the ultimate release from all economies, from every economic tie, but not into a simple exteriority from the circle. Rather, forgiving loosens the circle of credit and debt, not only from the debt that chains the other with the tie of my calculated gift, but also from the debt that makes my relation to the other one of debt. Forgiveness alone gives me responsibility without duty, duty without debt, debt without being tied up. Par done. That is the common teaching of Yeshua and Jacques, in that order, in Franco-Aramaic. As indeed we forgive our debtors. If your brother offends you 7 times a day, which means, time and time again, all the time, without number, incalculably, and if he turns to you and asks you to release him, then you should let him go. Tear up the circle of time, give him more time and wipe past times away. That is the time of forgiving. Forgive him, give his debt to you away, send it packing, forget it, let the past flow off without a trace. Give up your hold, tenera, on him, your retention, do not maintain, maintenent, now, a hold. This is another aberration on Father Husserl, on Father Time, on Fathers everywhere, physiological and otherwise, a time without retention, a messianic time. It tears up time by tearing off the past and tearing open the future, so that we do not have, sans avoir, anything against the other, nothing to hold, tenera, against him, no tenacious, retentive vengeance. Forgive us. The kingdom is the repetition beyond the resignation, the reciprocity beyond the causality, the symmetry beyond the asymmetry for which we do not bargain, the return that we have renounced, the love beyond the obligation, being loved even as, Hoskai, we love, being released even as we release. Hoskai, the kingdom is the Hoskai. The kingdom is the ambience of the Hoskai, reciprocal forgiving, important and impossible, being able to love ourselves, allowing ourselves to be loved, as indeed we love others. To forgive as we are forgiven, to love as we are loved, to love. 228. Ourselves as we have loved the neighbor, constituting the most open-ended and hospitable narcissism. The kingdom is the religious relationship to the world and to one another. The kingdom is a kingdom of children at play, playing with the freedom of the children of God. Love, and do what you will. Reciprocity binds up the wounds of obligation, pours oils and balms upon open wounds. The kingdom gives, give us the kingdom, today, the kingdom of today. The kingdom, veins. The kingdom, amen, yes, yes, we. That is also the common teaching of Yeshua and Jacques, another Franco-Aramaic fragment. The kingdom is a community in which the solitude of my accusation, my inescapable identity, the relentless recursivity of my being accused is relieved, lifted up, into a community of those who are forgiven and who forgive one another. The kingdom is madness, a mad economy or an economy of forgiving. The kingdom is constituted by a paralogic of paradoxical gifts, gifts that are given only when we give everything away, even and especially our credit, when we forgive, give forth, give away everything, unconditionally. Forgiving gives away and renounces getting even, squaring the accounts, rendering reasons equal on each side, retribution, giving back, paying back in kind. It renounces equality and in that renunciation opens up the possibility of a community of equals, all equally forgiven and equally detached from getting even. The freedom of the children of God, the Basileia, God's kingdom, where there is neither master nor slave, male nor female, Greek nor Jew. The principle without principle, the unprinciple of all unprinciples in the kingdom is to love, and do what you will. Dilige, et quadvis fac. The Basileia is constituted by the gift. It is constituted by bonds that do not bind up and constrain, by links of love that do not constrain, by the spontaneities of love, by which, over and above accusation, which puts me in the accusative of obligation, the least of God's children is the object of my love. In this slightly postmodern Basileia, there is neither master nor slave but a play of differences. The kingdom of God means the kingdom where God is the element, the horizon, the medium, the setting, the place, the context, the open or clearing in which the relationship with the tout autre, and the relationship with the world, is played out, where the relation with the other is relieved of its obsessive, accusatory tone. In the kingdom, the relationship with the other is released from the stricture and constricture, from a binding that binds up and confines, and becomes a king. 229. Dom of joy, a kingdom of pure singularities, without or beyond, above or before the law. In the kingdom, the only law is the law without law, the law of love, diligete quadvis fac, the ultimate lawlessness, the ultimate unprinciple, justice in itself, if there is such a thing. The kingdom is a kingdom of singularities. In the kingdom every hair on your head is counted, every tear is numbered, all the little meonta and minutiae and minima moralia are precious beyond measure, measured by a measure without measure, magum sine modo, even sine ratione, which is the only measure of love. Love is without y, exorbitant, a moment, augenblick, of sovereignty in Baudelaire's sense, a moment that gives and for which we do not give reasons. In the kingdom love gives life buoyancy, rhythm, joy, a certain free play. The kingdom is good news, metanoia, being turned around and lifted up and given a new start. We are sustained, lifted up, beyond what the evidence warrants, lifted up by the evidence of things that appear not, sustained by the spectral hope of what is not present, which is the stuff of faith, which is a certain movement toward the more. The kingdom is the kingdom of God, who is love, not, just, Greek, being. Nobody ever said, when you pray, say being. Being is not an Abba. Love is the element and the energy of the kingdom, the light and the air, the open and the clearing, the momentum and vigor, so that in the kingdom we live and move and have our being in love, which is a Greek category, a scandal and a stumbling block to philosophy, which, given its name, should be a little more tolerant of love. His blood be upon us and all our children, Matt 27:25, Matthew has the Jewish crowd say, with lethal, self-fulfilling prescience. Matthew is trying to make trouble for the Jews. Abba, forgive them, the other evangelists have Jesus say, for that is what an Abba is for Jesus. The kingdom is release, forgiving, dismissing, love and do what you will. Life in the ambience of the kingdom is life without why, life for the sake of life, life released from every economic interest, sine rationing. In the kingdom, life is a gift, and every good gift is from God. That is the witness of faith, of the gift of faith, which is a faith in gifts, like the third stage corresponding to the inventory of Hilarius bookbinder. 230. V. Circumcision. 15. Hegel and the Jews. Derrida and the Jew. Derrida is not a Jewish writer in the strong sense in which that is true of Rosenzweig, Buber, or Levinas. He is a Jew who is rightly described as an atheist, of an assimilated family, raised in an Arab country, whose native language, culture, and education are thoroughly French Christian Latin French, Circin, 57/circumference, 58, trained in the Greco-European tradition of philosophy and letters, of mondial-Latinization, who has lived in France since the age of 19 but whose greatest following is in the United States, always being made welcome elsewhere. But this does not mean his work is not driven by a Jewish passion, not haunted by the figure of the Jew, that he does not write in the name of the Jew, if not always by name, at least by indirection. On the contrary, this is his diaspora, and the dispersion and dissemination of Derrida's psyche are the very substance of his Jewishness. When he writes of the exile, the outsider, the nomad, the desert, the uprooted, the dispersed, of dissemination and the cut, of writing itself, is that not to write under another name about the Jew, about Jewish passion, the passion and suffering of the Jew? Is this not to write about himself? When he writes about the Tout Autre, as he has more and more begun to do since 1980, that is not only an excellent Jewish way to write about the name of God, it is a discourse on the Jews themselves, a way the Jews have found of singing a beautiful and haunting song to their own history. For the Jew is both the substance and the figure of the outsider, of the other, the children of the Tout Autre who bear a family likeness to their father. Unless you are Palestinian, then the Palestinians are the Jews. That, too, is a central part of Derrida's argument and of his own Algerian provenance. For without minimizing the substance and the singularity of Jewish. 231. Suffering, the Jew is also the placeholder for all those who have no place, even as Auschwitz is absolutely unique and also the placeholder for all the Auschwitzes, one for every other heinous name, since there were other death camps and the hatred of the other can take other forms than anti-Semitism. For the place of the Jew, the place of the displaced, is always occupied by someone, whatever their name. Derrida's idea is not to find the Jews, under any name their own place, their own home, to secure for them their own private property. It belongs to the messianic structure of his thought, to the structure of his messianic passion, to say that the outsider, whoever that may be, is always out, that justice is never here, that the Messiah is not going to become present, the promise is never fulfilled, the promised land will never be reached. Justice is in the disjunct, the disjoined. He is not trying to locate a Jewish Heimat to rival Heidegger's Heimatsdenken, to establish a strong nation-state with an adequate national defense. Like Selin, he is inclined to agree that the proper essence of the Jew is to have no property, their essence to be without essence, Skib, 64/WT, 37. Like Lyotard, whatever their differences, infra, n.21, he wants nothing to do with geophilosophy, a philosophy that grows like a plant on some national private property, that is something that pits him against Heidegger in a particularly profound way. The idea behind deconstruction is to deconstruct the workings of strong nation-states with powerful immigration policies, to deconstruct the rhetoric of nationalism, the politics of place, the metaphysics of native land and native tongue, of propria and my ownness. The idea is to disarm the bombs, les grenades, FOI, 62, of identity that nation-states build to defend themselves against the stranger, against Jews and Arabs and immigrants, against les Juifs in Lyotard's sense, against all the others, all the other others, all of whom, according to an impossible formula, a formula of the impossible, are wholly other. Contrary to the claims of Derrida's more careless critics, the passion of deconstruction is deeply political, for deconstruction is a relentless, if sometimes indirect, discourse on democracy, on a democracy to come. Derrida's democracy is a radically pluralistic polity that resists the terror of an organic, ethnic, spiritual unity, of the natural, native bonds of the nation, natus, natio, which grind to dust everything that is not akin of the ruling kind and genus, Geschlecht. He dreams of a nation without nationalist or nativist closure, of a community without identity, of a non-identical community that cannot say I or we, for, after all, the very idea of a community is to fortify, munis, muniris, ourselves in common against the other, to draw ourselves together, in a circle against the other. Point 2. His work is driven by a sense of the consummate danger of an identitarian community, of the spirit of the we of Christian Europe, or of a Christian politics. Lethal compounds that spell death for Arabs and Jews, for Africans and Asians, for 232. Anything other. The heaving and sighing of this Christian European spirit is a lethal air for Jews and Arabs, for all less Juifs, even if they go back to Father Abraham, a way of gassing them according to both the letter and the spirit. I do not mean at all to suggest that the question of the Jew is an innovation of Derrida's more recent work. On the contrary, it has been there from the start, as early as the essays on Levinas and Jabes in the mid-1960s. In Writing and Differentiand it has been remarked upon by several commentators. Although ultimately intending to delimit Jabes's valorization of the book in the light of écriture, it is striking how thoroughly Jewish Derrida's notion of écriture is in these early essays. Writing is what takes place in the absence of God, when God hides his face and stifles his voice. Writing has chosen the Jews, these uprooted, nomadic, placeless wanderers who live in the hope of a promise, who are the elect of the letter. But if the Jews are the people of the book, of scriptures and commentaries, the poet, let us say the writer generally, is a more universal form of the Jew in the strict sense, sans the gravity of the rabbi, sans the strictness of a sacred hermeneutics. 3. The poet is a pagan compared to the prophet, and his texts are weeds and outlaws, released into the aphoristic, anti-encyclopedic, anarchistic freedom of writing. A hermeneutic sans the rabbinic constraints which shelter writing from the play, see ed. 99 ff/wd, 64 ff. In ellipsis, signed by one Reb Derrida, ed. 436/wd, 300, Derrida argues that, accordingly, writing does not move in a circle, theologically, encyclopedically, returning to its origin, but disseminates without return. But rather than mourn this lost origin, Derrida advises us to learn to love its nomadic play. Susan Handelman makes a series of astute remarks about just how Hebraic an idea of écriture Derrida defends in these early essays. Point 4. Handelman, who reminds us that in French écriture also means scripture, situates Derrida within a rabbinic, scriptural tradition as opposed to the logocentrism of the Christian and patristic tradition. For the Jew is the carrier of the letter, 169. To be sure, Reb Derrida is a heretical Jew, and deconstruction is the latest in the line of Jewish heretic hermeneutics. Derrida, she says, charges Lacan with the sins against which the Jewish prophets have always inveighed: reification, pinning the signifier to the signified, idol worship or ideal worship, 163. Handelman suggests that dissemination can be taken as a transcription of circumcision, as the mutilation of the phallus which cuts the transcendental unity of the signifier down to size, 165. But Handelman is put off by the Dionysian, Nietzschean tone of this anti-rabbinic rabbi, of this pagan heretic hermeneutics. She misconceives Derrida's work as a subtle assertion of mastery, CFPDS, 398-400/points, 385-86, not unlike the yes laughter in Joyce, from which Derrida distances himself, UG, 117-19/AL, 292-93, which would defeat in advance. 233. Every critic who takes him at his word about the dissemination of meaning, 169, as an unrepentant prodigal son, 175, and an advocate of a wanton free play in which redemption is postponed and does not come, 174. One understands what has misled Handelman. For in the 1960s difference makes a more Nietzschean than Levinasian impression upon us. 5 Difference looks like the free play of the forces, not a way of making ready the coming of the tout autre, and one does not detect anything of the prayers and tears of Jacques Derrida or of his religion, about which nobody knew anything. However understandable it may have been at the time, such an impression is entirely dispelled by Derrida's later and profoundly prophetic characterization of deconstruction as justice I know nothing more just, FL, 46/DPJ, 21, that we have been analyzing in the present study. In these later writings, in which deconstruction has adopted a more Levinasian and prophetic tone, Derrida returns to the question of the Jew first adumbrated in essays on Jabes and Levinas. He does so, not precisely in the nameless name of the aphoristic, outlaw freedom of a creature, which he would never deny. I'm not saying nothing more legal, FL, 46/DPJ, 21, but in the name of a nameless justice to come, of a prophetic and Jewish passion for the impossible that impels Zion's deconstruction. Point 6. In Part V, I want to follow the full sweep of both the figure and the fact of the Jew in Derrida's work. The figure can easily become a way to annul the fact, to metamorphosize it, disguise it, and, by a gentleman's agreement, to politely drop it from the conversation. Then we would not need the mohel and his blade, and then we would side with Paul against Peter, that is, with Christianity in the great war between Judaism and Christianity. Archive, 69/AF, 31, over figural and literal circumcision. Point 7. That, I think, is about as far as Derrida himself gets in 1984, something of a year of circumcision for him, when he delivers 2 important addresses to 2 international literary societies: Shibboleth, which pursues Paul Celan's notion of a circumcision of the word, and Ulysses Gramophone, 1984, which analyzes what I will call a circumcision of the signature in connection with James Joyce, 16. Deconstruction can always be understood as a certain cut and hence as a certain circumcision, and circumcision can be taken as another name for deconstruction, as a figure for deconstruction. Still, it is only in Circumfession, 1991, to which I will turn in Part 6, that Derrida comes around to confessing more frankly his Jewishness, his Jewish alliance, and to writing on his own circumcision, in the flesh, not only the figure but the flesh of the cut, the one made in E1 Bayer in 1930. That more literal cut is the one we read about in Mal D Archive, a 1994 presentation at a conference on Freud, which poses the question, is psychoanalysis, and I will add here for the sake of provocation, is deconstruction really a Jewish science? 17. Is it to be accused rather than being congratulated for being a Jewish science? 234. But all this needs to be situated within the framework of Hegel's lethal denunciation of the Jew, of the searing reading Hegel gives to circumcision as a self-destructive, castrating split from the spirit of beauty and truth. That determination of the Jew and of circumcision, which Derrida studied 10 years earlier in Glass, 1974, haunts all his work thereafter. 8. Hegel's early theological writings. 9. His hateful story of the religion of love and reconciliation, his veritable metaphysics of hate, seem to have mobilized Derrida's attempt to rethink circumcision and to twist free of Hegel's murderous bird of prey, to show the irreducibility of circumcision to castration. Archive, 69/AF, 31. 10. It set in motion his attempt to think circumcision, as he says in Ulysses' Gramophone, from the possibility of a mark, of a trait, preceding and providing its figure, UG, 121/AL, 293. So I begin with Hegel, 15. In between, a little organ music for the faithful, an edifying divertisement on deconstruction and Jesus the Jew. This entire discussion, in turn, may be viewed as a propedeutic to a study, in Part 6, of Sir Confession, the work that has organized this entire reading, in which we finally learn of the prayers and tears of Jacques Derrida. Resisting the spirit of Hegel. The French word glace, meaning the tolling of a bell, derives etymologically from clas sikus, which refers to the bell that sounds the order of entrance, nobility first, commoners last, the order of rank, and hence the orderly classification according to kind and type, class and genus, the classy and the déclassé. Glass is a theory of types, like two columns of Pythagorean types. 11 in the one column, the system, and the figures which are cut to fit the system, which fit into its categorical types, as opposed to the other column, the unfit, the out of joint, the unclassifiable, the odd man out, or woman, or transvestite, the fragments, remnants, and rags, the system's detritus, its shit, glass, 7b/1b, the flowery fags who get to taunt the system of savoir absolu from across the divide in column B. PDS, 360-61/points, 349-50. Hegel's searing, hateful portrait of the Jew, of the dung and the dungeon that constitute the torn and tormented Jewish soul seem to haunt all of Derrida's work, before and after Glass. The rhetoric and the metaphysics of the Hegelian portrait of the Jew seems to commit deconstruction to a kind of anti-phenomenological or unphenomenological analysis of everything that the spirit expels and vomits, everything that the Hegelian spirit casts out as unbeautiful, unreconciled, unharmonized, untrue, and unphenomenalizable. 12 That inassimilable fragment is the Jew, both the historical reality of the Jewish people, his blood be upon us and our children, Matt 27:25, and the phenomenological figure, the Gestaltung of a divided, ugly spirit. 235. Like Kierkegaard before him, communication of whose thought with Derrida I am constantly pressing. Derrida is always trying to twist free from Hegel. But if Kierkegaard's reading of Hegel was motivated by a worry over what had become of Christian faith in Christendom, Derrida is worried over what becomes of the Jew when everyone is Christian, and of the Arabs when the Jews line up with NATO, and so on, 1+n. If Kierkegaard is worried about what becomes of faith once Christianity is declared a mere Vorstellung of the absolute truth, Derrida is worried over what becomes of the Jew once Christianity is said to be a representation of the absolute truth. In Glass, now a relatively early Derridian text, Derrida undertakes a reading of Hegel in order to locate the place of the Jew in Christian Europe, the no place, the place of displacement, the little pockets in which Jews are placed. Hegel undertook a powerful attack upon the Jews, and this, God forgive us, in the name of love, a hateful defense of the religion of love over and against the hatefulness of the Jews. Love is the most ancient instrument of Christian polemics against the Jews, Christianity's most cunning and most effective weapon, and Hegel uses it skillfully, ruthlessly, even brilliantly, as the point de depart of his thought and as his first model of the Aufhebung. Hegel can be seen to culminate a tendency to put as much metaphysical and theological distance as possible between Christianity and the Jews, to attach Christianity as closely as possible to a Greco-European spirit and to detach it from the Jew, to view Christianity as spiritually Greek, not Jewish. Christians are all Greeks, not Jews. The Jewishness of Jesus for Hegel is something for the spirit to surpass. The essential limitation of the empirical figure of Jesus is just that he is Jewish, humorless, wifeless, and childless, still a child of Abraham, alienation, and the cut. That is why the empirical actuality of Jesus had to break up, in order to allow the Spirit to flow and leave Jesus behind, letting Christianity become itself, become Greek, beyond Jesus, while letting the circumcised bury the circumcised. Viewed thus, Hegel represents the final triumph of the oldest dispute of all in Christianity, the one that defined and constituted what is today called Christianity, which goes back to Paul's dispute with Peter and the Jerusalem church, which, as everyone knows, was won by Paul. In Hegel, the history of this consummately Christian Europe and the figure of this consummately European Christianity take the form of a philosophy of history and of the spirit, indeed of philosophy itself, of an onto-theologicalization of the Christian spirit, of which the Jew is a negative moment. For even if onto-theologic was set in motion by Philo's attempt to read the Tanakh in the light of Greek ontology, something Heidegger resolutely ignores, since the history of being must be Juden rein, it soon became the dominant philosophical tradition of Christian Europe. Derrida writes. 236. Consequently, even before wondering whether the ontological project was first a Greek event from which Christianity would have developed an outer graft, one must be certain that, for Hegel at least, no ontology is possible before the Gospel or outside it. Glass, 67a/56a. Or again, the truth of Christianity for Hegel is philosophy, Glass, 73a/62a. Hegel, who supplies a veritable encyclopedia of Christian Europe and a logic of European Christianity, organized his first presentation of this idea around love. On Hegel's scheme, the Jew not only clings to a historical religion replaced by Christianity, to an old law replaced by love, but constitutes a philosophical type, the very figure of alienation from love. The Jew is stone cold and heartless, an Abrahamic figure who must prove himself capable of killing whatever he loves, and a legalist and Pharisee, possessing only the outer shell of ethical life. Hegel's central speculative move is Pauline. Paul's struggle with the law and the scriptures and with the more Jewish-minded followers of Jesus took several forms. Sometimes he said that Christians keep the law itself, but not the human supplements of it, sometimes that Abraham was saved by faith, not the law, and sometimes that the law is for children and we are now grown up. But his best and most brilliant argument was that love is the pleroma of the law, that love does whatever the law commands but it does it without being commanded, and beyond that love does more than the law commands, Romans 13:8-10. 13 Pleroma aun nomen he agape, love is an excess, amor, odella, the gift that does and outdoes the law so that the law is not destroyed but perfected. That beautiful and perfectly Jewish idea, Leviticus 19:18, was used by Paul with decisive effect against the Jewish Christians to put the law in its place, and thereafter to put the Jews in their place, a displaced place from which they have never been able to escape. Under the sway of Paul, the pleroma of love was turned against the first, more conservative, more Jewish-minded followers of Jesus back at Jerusalem, who attended synagogue and practiced circumcision and who subsequently disappeared from Christianity without a trace. By the time of the Gospel of John, Paul's line had decisively won the day for a certain Christianity, for what today is what we know as Christianity, which has fixed the place of the Jew to this day. Now love is a notion that yields quite marvelously to a dialectical interpretation, and provides a paradigmatic example. What is an example of what? Of the way something, here the law, can be affirmed in its essentials, negated in its particulars, and raised up into something altogether higher and more perfect, love. This higher economy of love is too difficult and confounding for the squinting eye of the understanding, Verstand, to reckon with, for the understanding only understands one-sided and opposing parts. But in love the self gives itself up to the other only to get itself back again, raised up and recognized by the other. That 237 is a matter for Vernon-Feet's reconciling knowledge of the whole, Glass, 25a/18a. That makes Christian love and Christianity itself the logic of history, of freedom, of the spirit, and it makes the Jew historically, philosophically, and theologically a figure of unfreedom and alienation stuck in the mud of ritual and literalism, and in the blood of the Moheland politically a figure of perdition, guilty of the perfidious execution of the man of love who came to liberate us from alienation, that is to say, from Jews. That is the type, the stereotype, that Derrida follows with care and alarm in the left-hand column of Glass. The religion of love. I begin with love, Glass, 12a/6a. Love is a family value. In Glass, Derrida takes the family circle as the paradigm of the dialectic, as the conceptual matrix of the whole systematic scene to come. Glass, 66a/55a, for the family is the circular economy that engenders an other that is the same. Derrida asks, is there a place for the bastard in onto theology or in the Hegelian family? Glass 12a/6a. Where will deconstruction take its stand, with the family or with the bastard? Is it possible to break out of, to exceed, this family circle? Is there a bastard, an Ishmael, a family secret, in onto theologic, and who is the bastard and who the legitimate son, Isaac or Ishmael, that onto theologic has sent packing? When family circles tighten, what happens to everyone else? Is there a more open-ended model that exceeds the family, an instant of excess that tears up the circle of the family? So Derrida is interested in family trouble, not a little unlike the sort of tensions that appear in the New Testament between Jesus and his family, not to mention the scandalous suggestion of Jesus' own illegitimate birth. 14. That should also trouble the Christian right wing today, which has gotten it into its head that the New Testament is the Bible of family values, a hammer it uses quite ruthlessly to smash public programs that assist unwed mothers and their children in the name of what right-wing extremists call Christian values, that is, in the name of love. Hegel situates the loving Christian family on the side of Sittlichkeit, the concrete ethical substance that is thick with life, that pulsates with living, worldly, historical and social practices, as opposed to Kantian Moralitat, which is formal, abstract, otherworldly, barren, dead, desert-like, and in a word Abrahamic. So Kant is a Jew, plays the Jew to Hegel's Sittlichkeit, occupies the place of the Jew and is situated in a Jewish side. 15. Sittlichkeit is living agape, the spirit that quickens, and Moralitat is the dead letter, the law that kills, that has to prove itself ready and willing to kill donner la mort, what it loves the most. Kant is a bachelor who cannot accommodate the concept of the family is not a genuinely metaphysical concept for him, but a mere bit of anthropological chit-chat, at best the way. 238. Beings of pure reason pass their evenings. The whole idea of family is accidental like a bastard, in the architectonic of pure reason, Glass, 13ai/7ai. Sittlichkeit, on the other hand, begins with the family, and the family begins with love, so that the movement from Moralitat to Sittlichkeit is set in motion by love. The family is the first and most immediately concrete embodiment of love, the family is felt love, a natural unity, the first stage of love on the way to becoming spirit and to relieving love of its naturalness. The family, Derrida says, is marked twice by Hegel. It is not only a part of the dialectic but an emblem, a metonym, of the whole speculative movement, the very way aesthetic paternity sublates itself by passing through its other and issues in the child, whom the father raises, elever, and lifts up, aufheben, in whom the father is negated and preserved. The upward circling of the Hegelian eagle keeps repeating the family circle, Glass, 27a/28a/2821a. So Derrida's focus on the family is not just a pedagogical device. Glass, 21a, 22a/13a, 15a, the family is the very way the spirit goes outside of itself precisely in order to remain within itself, Basic sen, all the more perfectly, so that in the end the spirit is free, is all and all, free because there is nothing outside itself. The spirit's engendering of itself is an extended family scene. The system is a story of a certain holy family. The way in which the human father produces his son is an example on the finite scale of the self-engendering of the infinite spirit, which cannot be an example, Beispiel, of anything, since it is the all-encompassing, exemplary play itself, Spiel. God is not a case or an example of the Aufhebung. God is the infinite, exemplary, infinitely high Aufhebung itself, Glass, 38a/30a. God is not an example unless God himself were to make an example of himself, unless Christianity's stroke of genius were to send his Son into the world and make an example of him and to make him an example, an imago of the Father for all to imitate and follow. In Christianity, the infinite transcendent spirit takes a particular, finite form, which then breaks up in its empirical being in order to let infinite spirit break out in every human spirit. The Spirit is neither the Father nor the Son, but the element of their love. Christianity is the speculative, Trinitarian religion par excellence, a Vorstellung of absolute truth, even as Hegelian philosophy. This is what set Kierkegaard's teeth on edge is the philosophy of religion, the philosophy of Christianity, par excellence, that point where religion dies as Vorstellung in order to be reborn as savoir absolu, to spread its wings as philosophy and truth. Glass, 40a/32a. Derrida then turns to Hegel's spirit of Christianity, for the transition from Moralität to Sittlichkeit, from a still too natural finite and divided spirit to true and infinite spirit, is enacted in the transition from Judaism to Christianity, which is the advent of love. That is also the transition from Jewish families to Christian families, i.e., to the true family, the 239. Family itself, Glass, 42a/33a/34a. Indeed, on Hegel's telling, how could there ever be a Jewish family, if the family is love? A Jewish family would have to be a matter of right and duty, not of love. For example, duty does not forbid the desire of marital infidelity, but only the outward deed, but the love that Jesus opposes to the law suspends even the desire to be unfaithful, so that if one loves one does not even want to be unfaithful even in the most secret recesses of one's heart. Glass, 42a/35a. What then would a Jewish family look like? That is quite a story as Hegel tells it. Once humanity dwelled in peaceful, immediate harmony with nature, but when nature unleashed her fury in the great flood, man found it necessary to break this immediacy and to arm himself against nature and become its master. Noah represents this noetic distance, and his ark the first act of technological mastery meant to hold in check nature's fury, which itself lured man into building a famous tower at Babel. To these Jewish hostilities with nature, Hegel opposes the spirit of Greek beauty and reconciliation, glimmering temples sparkling under the Aegean sun and over blue Mediterranean waters at the foot of the cliff. But the Jew is ugly and lacks the spirit of beauty. That is why the Greek is closer to Christianity than is the Jew. The Jews are the people of the cut, of separation and distance, of alienating division, and it is in the cut that they are born. Hegel writes, the first act which made Abraham the root father of a nation, Stammvater einer Nation, is a splitting, Trennung, which snaps the ligaments of communal life and love, die Band des Zusammenlebens und der Liebe. The entirety of the relationships in which he had hitherto lived with men and nature, these beautiful relationships of his youth, Joshua xxiv.2, he spurned. Cited in Glass, 49a/50a/40a. Upon which Derrida comments. The Jew does not love beauty. Suffice it to say that, nothing else, he does not love. Glass, 50a/40. Abraham is a wanderer, errant, rootless, homeless. He wanted to be free and independent by maintaining himself in strict opposition to every earthly love. His family is constituted and maintained by this cut, the physical emblem of which is inscribed in his body in circumcision. The lines of force in Abraham's world are those of master and slave, command and blind obedience. He can tame nature only by contracting a relation with the infinite mastery of an all-powerful, jealous, violent, transcendent master, the God of the Jews. He understands force and violence, not love. He could not even love his son, Glass, 51a/42a. He had to prove that he could kill the son whom he 240 loved, kill the love, so that the love would not be master. Circumcision is a simulacrum of castration, in which Abraham cuts himself down before the law of God and cuts himself off from every finite good, so that he was circumcised not only in his flesh but in his spirit and heart. Glass, 53a/44a. The cut of circumcision for Hegel destroys the human spirit and leaves it alienated and self-diramped. Being ready and willing for the cut, for this self-destruction, is what made him the father of his family, of a nation that will enjoy the special privilege of being God's chosen, a cut apart, a separate, favorite clan only so long as they remain true to their slavery before they are transcendent, jealous, exclusive, miserly, presentless God. Glass, 54a/44a. Their privilege is to be the favorite slave of a distant master. The Jew is dead, and he makes everything he touches dead and ugly like himself. He petrifies everything he sees and turns his own heart into stone. The Jewish operation is apotropaic, to ward off castration by castrating oneself in advance. Having turned his heart into stone, Hegel holds that the Jew is thus structurally incapable of having a family or having a familiar relationship with his God. How could a Jew ever call God Abba? How could a Jew ever desire to be free? Even the great story of Exodus does not touch Hegel's heart, since Moses did not desire true freedom but just another place of seclusion for his people. How could a Jew understand art or the concrete symbol? Even the soaring heights of Jewish poetry, the Psalms, or the Song of Songs, is for Hegel nothing more than further testimony to their crushed spirit, another failed, impotent effort to express the infinite in the finite. Glass, 58a/48a. When it comes to Jews, Hegel does not take any prisoners. They are incapable of incarnation, of giving sensible form to the supersensible, of letting the infinite shine with beauty in finite figures, for beauty is the way the invisible makes itself visible, palpable, felt. They lack the Greco-Christian spirit of love and beauty. They despise the idol because they are incapable of appreciating the sensuous embodiment of the infinite. The Jewish family is organized around an empty tabernacle, a signifier without a signified, like a hearth in an empty house, a hole that contains nothing, veils over a void. Glass, 59a/49a. There is no real presence on their altars, but only absence, a secret zero, the vacant center of a soulless national spirit. It is also because the Jew is incapable of mediation, of seeing the infinite in the finite, that the Jew cannot be a citizen. Hegel cites with approval Mendelssohn's observation that the Jewish religion provides no eternal truth but only the law. The law is not truth but a command, not the manifestation of the infinite in the finite, not the presence or parousia, the bursting into unconcealment of the transcendent in the immanent, but a distant, empty, contentless imperative. There is no freedom here, no spirit in the world, no true polis that embodies political reason, no political subjects with rights who recognize themselves in the whole, but only 241. Violence, imperative, the rule of the master over the slave. That is the difference between Moses and Solon, between the Mosaic law and the laws of Athens. Jewish life is an economy of expropriation, where ownership is cut off and everything is on loan, a system devoid of civil rights and family property and laws of inheritance, which are cancelled in the year of the Jubilee. The Spirit struggles in vain to make itself seen or felt in the Jewish world, which is empty and pharisaical, a world which is unable to schematize the invisible and the visible, lacking the living spirit and given over to the dead letter and external form. Moses did not succeed in raising the Jews, in lifting them up in an Ahibung. In Deuteronomy 32, Moses said God leads the Jews the way the eagle lifts up her young, carrying them on her wings to teach them to fly. But Hegel defaces this beautiful image by saying that this eagle by mistake warmed stones which, incapable of life, could only fall to earth. With hearts made of stone, how can Jews fly? Only the Christian spirit can take flight, only the Hegel/Hegel soars. 16. Jesus, who is the becoming un-Jewish of the spirit, is lifted by the principle of freedom as opposed to the law. When he cures a man with a withered hand on the Sabbath to the consternation and outrage of the Pharisees, that is a work of the heart and love as opposed to external law. The Sermon on the Mount fills, erfüllt, the prescriptions of the law, but relieves, releve, offhet, the law of its legality, and so provides the fulfillment, ausfüllung, of the law. There are in fact few better examples of the Hegelian matrix, of the process of Aufhebung, than the move Paul made on the law, that with Jesus the letter of the law is lifted but its spirit is fulfilled. The move that Paul made on the Jews adumbrates the move that Hegel would make on Kant, and indeed the very advent of the absolute into conceptual form. The Sermon on the Mount is a historico-speculative event, Glass, 69a/58a, that utterly confounds the Jewish mind, Verstand, which moves only within the grooves of opposition and is incapable of understanding reconciliation, Vernunfte. With Jesus the principle of the pleroma appears, the principle of the excess of love, and this replaces the law of commerce by which cold and hardened Jewish hearts are ruled. For the Jews know only the bloodthirsty equivalence of an eye for an eye, the closed economy of a blow for a blow, of equalized castration. The pleroma overcomes the hypocrisy of the Pharisees who do their praying in public and who are grabbing with their left hand what their right hand renounces. Love replaces the law with the spirit of forgiveness, and it replaces the Pharisee with the publican who confesses his sins and strikes his breast. However perfect love may be relative to the law, Hegel says, love must beware of dissipating into pure subjectivity, love needs an object and objective form. At the Last Supper, which is a love feast, Jesus leaves the disciples with an objective expression of his spirit and of their solidarity. 242. And friendship, the bread and wine, around which the rock of an objective, institutional embodiment of the spirit of love is to be formed. Religion requires something lasting. That is the role of Peter, the rock, Petra, Petrus, who is given the role of leadership, and this precisely because he is able to recognize the infinite in the finite. At that point his name is changed, Simon became Peter, becomes un-Jewish, for the Jews are defined by Hegel by their structural incapacity to recognize the immanence of the infinite. That, too, is why the Jews are incapable of metaphor, for they are unable to recognize finite likenesses of the infinite, Glass, 86a/73a. There are for Hegel evidently no metaphors in the Jewish scriptures. Like the deer that yearns for running streams, so my soul is yearning for you, my God. That is not poetry for Hegel. Hegel's Jews are incapable of having families or poetry. Hegel is particularly interested in John's gospel of love and in the becoming un-Jewish of John's Greek logos. John's love of the Jews is even more legendary than Hegel's. John has Jesus say to the Jews that their father is the devil, John 8:44, literally demonizing them and turning them into bloodthirsty killers, which feeds the springs of Christian antisemitism for 2 millennia. 17. In saying an archi estin logos, John strains against his Jewish limits, Hegel says, for he remains in the mode of a predicative assertion, of parts outside parts, still dividing things off, urteilen, from each other, and so he has not yet advanced to the reconciliatory work of speculative thinking. John attempts to mediate God and man in the medium of light, phos, and life, zoe, and to effect this reconciliation in the notion of the children of God, becoming part of God's family, for that is what we are named, John says, and that is what we are. The expression son of God or child of God is a Jewish notion, Hegel concedes, and one of the few natural and felicitous expressions to be found in the Hebrew language. It is, however, a notion that no Jew could ever fathom and still remain a Jew, Glass, 92a/93a/79a/ada. For the relationship between father and son is a speculative one. Father and son pass over into each other, inasmuch as life engenders the other as the same and the same as other, and the two do not remain separate, isolated existences. That is a skandalen to Jewish Verstand and its logic of finitude. Jews obviously then do not understand their own language, they understand only master/slave relationships, not father/son relationships, and someday they will certainly be grateful to Hegel for explaining their language to them by translating it into German. Someday. The Jews are spiritually children, religiously puerile, because they cannot get as far as divine childhood and sonship, because they cannot think the speculative unity of father and son, They take scandal in Jesus and insist that calling God one's Father is no more than an image. The infinite spirit, Hegel says, speaking of / in a spirit of love, can never find a home in the cot, dirt, mire, dung, of a Jewish soul, in such a dungeon, Kerker, Glass, 99a/84a/85a. 243. The Jews were bound to wreck Jesus' attempt to give them something divine. The greatness of Peter, who thereby ceased to be Jewish, was to have within him the divine spark which recognized the divinity of Jesus. In Peter, light reaches out to light, for faith is the resonating together of beings of the same wesen, the likeness of light and light. It is necessary for Jesus himself to break up his empirical, bodily unity, in order to let the light and the life of the Spirit stream into everyone, wherever two or three gather together in his name, lest his own empirical reality block the light. Jesus himself, in his empirical actuality, is still too Jewish, too much a son of Abraham and the cut, defeated by Jewish politics, wifeless and childless, separated from his family, setting son against father, daughter against mother, leaving his disciples with an empty grave. Jesus himself is a little too Jewish and not enough of a Greek. So the Spirit pushes beyond Jesus toward Christianity, the Christian church and community, which is Greek and not Jewish. But insofar as Christianity is a religion, the absolute truth still in the form of a Vorstellion, it still repeats the Jewish cut, Jewish alienation and opposition. The Christian religion requires philosophy, the concept, Hegelian thought, in order finally to lift the spirit into absolute truth and so to relieve the spirit of the Jew, Glass, 106a/92a, in order to let the spirit take flight like an eagle. 18. Edifying divertissement number 5. Deferring incarnation and Jesus the Jew. A word about incarnation, and Jesus, and about making incarnation too palpable. While the organ plays and we pass the hat. Glass provides an ironic gloss on Hegel's early theological writings, a faithful and close commentary upon Hegel's texts which exposes the violence of the Hegelian schema simply by reproducing it. By presenting in the most loyal and literal way just what Hegel says, Derrida shows that in Hegel love is a code word for hate, a way of hating Jews for opposing love, that Hegel's denunciations of the Jew's castrated heart is a heartless, hateful castration of the other, that Hegel's hymn to beauty is a very ugly indictment of the Jews. So Hegel's early theological writings are whitened sepulchres, reproducing the very Pharisaism which they denounce in the name of love. But like all the French philosophers of his generation, Derrida is not trying simply to negate Hegel, to throw him into reverse and produce the opposite of Hegel, to oppose him with his opposite, for the system verily feeds on such opposition. To negate and oppose Hegel would only be to out-Hegel, to out-dialecticize him, to let Hegel pass over into something higher in which Hegelianism is negated. Pre. 244. Served, and raised up, which would only be to lay the laurels on Hegel's brow one more time. Derrida is trying rather to invade, displace, and dislocate Hegel, to nudge him off his absolute pins, the resuit being a version of deconstruction as another Hegel and an other more sensible Sittlichkeit. For deconstruction will always be a certain quasi-Hegelianism, a certain way the system is read with infinite care and then released anew, mimicked, mimed, and bent up, repeated with a difference, with a different difference, one in which the quasi-principle of difference exceeds the self-enclosing, self-engendering Trinitarian dialectic, the metaphysics of mondialatinization that is lethal to Jews and other non-Greco-Euro-Christians. The letter that results in a misspelling of difference aims to break the spell of the spirit and to let the play of differences be the model or the motive of a porous and self-differentiating democracy to come that outplays and exceeds the system. Like Kierkegaard and Levinas, Derrida is trying to let Hegelianism be inwardly disturbed by the tout autre. However, if Hegel takes himself to be on the side of incarnation and Christianity, what about the incarnation itself, capitalized, i.e., what about Jesus? Like Kierkegaard, Derrida is alarmed by the Hegelian Christian model of incarnation, the phenomenalization of the infinite in the finite, making the infinite palpable, visible, letting it shine as the erschenen and skånjet of infinite sen. Kierkegaard regarded that as paganism, which means Greek, for he regarded the Greeks as amiable pagans, too beautiful and innocent to appreciate the human capacity for evil, i.e., to be Christian. If you cut Christianity off from Father Abraham and make it Greek, Kierkegaard held, you destroy Christianity. Kierkegaard insisted that the divinity of Jesus was completely invisible and impalpable. You would not catch sight of the divinity in Jesus by way of a certain bearing Jesus had, a certain divine air about him, a certain divine way he had of cocking his head or stretching out his hand, a certain divine twinkle in his eye, a divine gait. That is a paganism that annuls faith. The divinity was affirmed only by faith, which does not see a thing, sans voir. Is this not the carpenter's son? Nor did Kierkegaard think that Jesus was a cue for everything to be divinized, for at that point at which everything is divine and everybody is a Christiante pleroma and paro usia of Hegelian Christendom, everything about Christian faith, as far as Kierkegaard is concerned, would be cheapened, would, if we may say so, have gone to hell. Kierkegaard found it necessary to defer the visibility of divinity in order to make room for faith. Like Kierkegaard, Derrida wants to preserve the altérité of the tout autre. Derrida is alarmed by the tendency to take some finite form as 245. The embodiment of the infinite, to give the infinite particular form, not because he is against the body or the flesh or finitude or carnal life, but because he fears giving finite forms an infinite warrant, which scares him half to death. For that would always be a determinable infinity, somebody's infinite, somebody's God made man, Paul's, for example, or John's, a very finite infinite that is definitively defined. Somebody always is invested as infinity's spokesman, here on earth. The ecclesiastical powers summoned by Constantine and seated around the table at Nicaea invest themselves with divine authority to carve out finite formulae for the faithful to repeat every day, ad infinitum, at the risk of automation that precisely define this infinite become finite. These incarnations are always liable to enter into a lethal alliance with the power of some Constantine or other, with some imperial political power or other, at which point they pass from a sectarian belief into an imperial religion and the blood begins to flow in the other direction, so that hereafter it becomes consummately dangerous, downright life-threatening, not to be a believer in the God/man. For it never seems to fail that when God becomes man he becomes man among us, right here in Greco-Christian Europe, even in Prussia or, God forbid, in California. Whenever he speaks to us, in our language, in Greek, or Hebrew or Arabic, which endangers everybody else. Then the world divides into those who happen to be standing in the right place, or living in the right time, or speaking the fight language, when the God came, when the divine thunder struck in those poor chaps who were not so lucky. The world divides into the faithful, who are blessed by luck or providence, o felix culpa, and the Gentiles, the goyim, everybody else, the unlucky and unblessed, those against whom the community fortifies itself. Derrida resists identifying the messianic, for the time of the Messiah is the time of an absolute future, of a future to come, of an avenir that is structurally futural, so that deconstruction is an operation that keeps the future structurally open and structurally unknown, non-savoir, an operation of the most exquisite Jewish patience and passion, la passion du non-savoir, of waiting for a promise to be filled that is always to come. Were we to come upon the Messiah, dressed in rags, we would still have to ask, when will you come? Derrida wants to defer and delay the paro usia, to hold it off. Don't come. The whole idea of deconstruction is to deprive usia of its prestige, to expose the present to what is not present, to keep it open to what is to come. To affirm the divinity of the living present, to affirm that the fullness of life has come, that the paro usia is here, is very dangerous. The pleroma of the living present, of life without death, would be a living hell for Derrida. Derrida wants to shelter and preserve the tout autre as tout autre and 246. not to let it get embodied or localized or drawn into the present, to let it take a present, exclusive and determinable form. He resists the claim that the tout autre has come, which would mean that now everyone must fall in line. For then the tout autre would become somebody's private property, or they would become its private property, the special people of the tout autre, the chosen people, or the people of God, or the people of destiny, the people that God or being has all along needed. As if the tout autre took its stand with Jews and against Egyptians, whom the tout autre is out to drown, or with Christians and against Jews, upon whom is placed the guilt of slaying God's beloved Son, or with Greco-Germans who are owned by the Arianists while everybody else wallows in Saintsverlassenheit or Gottverlassenheit, or with and against anybody else. Take your pick. But what about Jesus? The offertory hymn is half over. I pray you, be patient. Do not be too quick. The whole point of the tout autre in deconstruction, the cutting edge behind this idea, if it is an idea, its burning passion, is a messianic one, to keep the system open, to prevent the play of differences from regathering and reassembling in a systematic whole with infinite warrant, and to take its stand with everyone and everything that is rejected and expelled by this omnivorous gathering, everything that is disempowered by all this power, with everyone who suffers at the hands of this gathering power, with all the detritus and excrement of the system. Everything about the tout autre in deconstruction is destroyed if the tout autre is made present, if it can be made to serve as an infinite warrant for the present, which means for the same, for the powers that be, the powers that are presently in place, for the ousia and parousia of the same. The very idea that the tout autre would warrant the present reign of power, that it would line up behind the power of the present, is wholly terrifying to Derrida, a mysterium tremendum in the worst sense, a terrifying reign of terror that scares the daylight out of deconstruction, not to mention Jacques. The searing irony of Derrida's almost literal paraphrase of Hegel is to make plain the terrorism of parousiology, the terrorism of Hegelianism, to show the terror of taking one's beliefs and practices, one's language or one's history, one's own event as God's advent on earth. God forbid. Don't come. Don't let coming be reduced to becoming present. As Blanchot says, the Messiah's coming should never be confused with presence, sa venue ne correspond pas à un presence. All of which, I am claiming, bears witness to the highly messianic and prophetic passion of Derrida, for the prophets always have the same line, that the present order is precisely what is unjust and that the 247 task that faces us is to let justice come, to make justice come. God does not desire our cults and our sacrifices, our religions and our councils, our long robes and ecclesiastical authorities, but justice. And justice is always to come. Justice for Derrida and the prophets is always a matter of addressing the injustice that is structurally generated by the current system of justice, that is built fight into the current regime of presence, the present law, which is always the rule of the same. The prophets are always saying that the rule of the same, of the present order, is unjust, and that justice is to come. Kierkegaard's most powerful intuition, the thing he was right about all the way down, was that the God of Abraham and Jesus could not possibly be on the side of the system, of the whole, of the temple, of the mainstream powers that be. That was a stupidità paradox and a quia absurdum est against which everything within him, everything biblical and prophetic within Kierkegaard, rightly revolted, everything he found revolting. But what about Jesus and the Incarnation? I would say, at the risk of a provocation, DM, 53/GD, 49, in the earnest hope of giving still more scandal to deconstruction's secularizing friends but not less to the Christian faithful, neither of whom will take this as good news, that Derrida's prophetic passion and distrust of incarnation is also very close to Jesus the Jew. For Jesus showed the same prophetic distrust of long robes and religious power, and the same shall we say divine, predilection for the disempowered and displaced, the outsider and the marginalized. His kingdom of God did not mean that the absolute had come down to earth and been expressed in the one true Begriff, which is explained in the works of German philosophy, or that the Absolute has come to found the one true church and that his vicar now sits on the throne at Rome, the very idea of Roman thrones being likely to send a chill down his Jewish spine. His kingdom was an ironic kingdom from the point of view of Roman power and Roman kingdoms and Roman thrones, for it meant that God rules precisely among the powerless and the disenfranchised, the little ones and the nobodies, the homeless and starving, the lepers and the lame, that is to say, all the victims of Roman worldly power. God rules not in Rome but in the victims of Rome. God rules not in the churches but in the inner cities which the churches abandon as soon as the Sunday contributions fall off. God rules not in respectable upper middle class mostly white suburban families but among the unwed mothers and fatherless children of the inner cities whom the churches, perfidiously in league with the right wing, teach us to resent and despise as lazy freeloaders. Where the kingdom rules, the tables in the temple, the councils of the powerful wherever they are to be found, are in trouble. 248. God rules among the Jews, all the Jews, les Juifs. That sort of talk about a kingdom of those who are crushed by worldly kingdoms, about the power of powerlessness, eventually got Jesus killed, which is a predictable prophetic fate, the one thing that prophets can always prophesy with certainty. He was killed, not because the Jews were so spiritually coarse as to be incapable of recognizing the infinite in the finite, but because Rome understood that this was a politically explosive and subversive message. Nietzsche also saw that Jesus' message was subversive, that it tends to empower the powerless, a point that Marx missed entirely, so that Marx missed a revolutionary possibility and chased away one ghost too many, a prophetic one. Nietzsche did see this but he sided with Roman power and he derided that the powerless should stay put in their slavish impotence, keep to their smelly hovels, and let the forces fire, let the will to power glow in all its shining sconiate among the few and the best. The movements of the tout autre in deconstruction inch it closer to the prophets than to the church and religion. The tout autre always means the one who is left out, the one whose suffering and exclusion lay claim to us and interrupt our self-possession, our basich sen, our sense of being on God's side, of occupying the privileged side where God became man. But that does not pit deconstruction against the kingdom of God, against the kingdom to come. On the contrary. Nor do the movements of the tout autre pit deconstruction against the good news of love. Rather the tout autre makes love safe from Hegelian and from Christian blackmail. If you are against either, you are against love, against freedom, and the good news. In deconstruction love is extricated from the polemic against the Jews by being rethought in terms of the other, of les Juifs, for is not love this infinite renunciation which in a certain way gives itself back to the impossible? Soph, 91-92/on, 74. Love is said to be a certain Gelassenheit, a way of letting the other be. If this organic Hegelian Christian European community is defined as making a common, defense, munis, against the other, Derrida advances the idea of love as laying down his arms, rendre les armes, in surrendering to the other. Derrida has no interest in a pure dutifulness, but in a responsibility without duty, a devoir without guilt, where one gives not because one must or ought, but with and from an excess beyond duty. That is a very different sort of thing than Hegel's metaphysics of the loving Christian European family. Indeed, it is more like loving the bastardon that resists to the core the Hegelian gesture of identifying a national family and a national spirit, for the spirit of this national identity is lethal to everyone else, to everyone who is not a member of the family. Deconstruction, as its critics have said for some time now, is for bastards. Who is my mother and my father? 249. Nor does the dynamics of the tout autre pit Derrida against a certain Sittlichkeit, one which turns particularly on the conventionality, ethos, of the law, on the provisionality of the sitten, of the social structure, the deconstructibility of the droit. In Derridean Sittlichkeit everything depends upon resisting the very idea that the current ethos is God's advent on earth, God's birth among us, which would be a consummately dangerous thing to believe. For at that point at which some form of Sittlichkeit would be treated as God's incarnation, the difference between justice and le droit would collapse, and the law and the constitution would take on divine warrant. On the contrary, in deconstruction the rule of law is taken with an endless distrust, I would say with an infinite, with a divine mistrust. For if a social structure really did have divine warrant, to whom could we entrust its direction? How could that not be violent? The passion for justice in deconstruction means to keep an eye out for the meonta, for the exceptionality of the singular, for the one who is not an individual case of a universal principle, but a singular claim of justice to which the law is blind. That means that Derrida disturbs Hegel's reading of the story of Jesus healing the man with the withered hand on the Sabbath, which Hegel turned into a piece of anti-Semitism. That is a very beautiful and thoroughly Jewish story, which Hegel makes ugly by making it into a way to treat Jews as insensitive legalists. The story is an example of what is said in Leviticus 19:18, that you should love your neighbor as yourself, which is the tradition in which deconstruction stands when it says that the law must be deconstructed in the name of justice. So what about Jesus? The irony of Hegel's hateful depiction of Christian love is its systematic ignorance that Jesus' Abba's spirituality is as Jewish as can be, that it belongs to a prophetic and ethical tradition which is entirely Jewish and was so regarded by Jesus, whose prophetic idea was to get Judaism to shape up and become what it is, as Vermes and Sanders have abundantly shown, and had nothing to do with Vatican City. Beyond irony, it is tragic that the prophetic and ethical core of Jesus' thoroughly Jewish message was turned against the Jews. As A. N. Wilson put it, were Jesus to contemplate the fate of his own people at the hands of the Christians, throughout the history of Catholic Europe, culminating in Hitler's final solution, it is unlikely that he would have viewed the missionary activity of St. Paul with such equanimity. 19. If that is true, as I think it is, then Derrida's distrust of Greco-Euro-Christianity, Derrida's anxiety over the Pope's Christian politics, his fear of mondialatinization, of the task of making Europe Christian, as if the Alps themselves were Christian formations, making Anglo-Euro-America what it is, stands on the side of Jesus the Jew. 250. 16. Circumcision. 10 years after Glass, in 1984, something of a year of circumcision for him, Derrida mounts a powerful, shall I say incisive interpretation of circumcision that deeply disrupts Hegel's hateful portrait of the self-destructive, castrating cut at the heart of the Jew's ugly soul. His two major addresses to international literary associations, Shibboleth, a contribution to an international Paul Celan symposium, and Ulysses Gramophone, his address to the James Joyce International Symposium, are readings of Celan and James Joyce that are not far removed from Jeremiah and Levinas. In these works Derrida treats circumcision as the cut that opens the word or the heart or the ear to the other, to the tout autre. Circumcision is the cut that ruptures the sphere of the same, that cuts down the conatus essendi, that cuts off closure and opens our heart to Elijah knocking at our door, in accord with Jeremiah's call to be circumcised in our heart. On such an account, deconstruction is circumcision, the cut that opens the space for the incoming of the tout autre. Circumcision is the cut that says yes, the same phoneme, ja, makes the cut and the opening coincide, Psi, 650/number, 132. Yahweh, the cut, the separate one, is the opening of the yes. That is about as un-Hegelian a reading as one could mount. This argument, however, cuts both ways. For however sound and even biblical a view to take of circumcision, it raises two problems. 1. Even if it is a good spin to put on circumcision, it is nevertheless a slightly paradoxical point to make. For circumcision gives every appearance of the opposite, of an exclusive, and exclusively patriarchal, point of entry into a self-enclosing community, a mark or trait setting the Jew apart, a cut apart, chosen, cut off, and purified from the goyim, the guard, munus, stationed around, the community to protect it from the other, which is why circumcision is framed in one piece in terms of the shibboleth. 2. By advocating a circumcised word or heart, has Derrida not drifted over to the side of Paul and Christianity, for whom it was enough to be circumcised in one's heart, the rite of peritomy being a little too literal for the religion of the spirit of love? Has he not allowed the singularity of the Jew to slip away? So Derrida has his work cut out for himself. The circumcised word. Shibboleth, a Hebrew word which literally means a fresh water stream flowing into the sea, was used as a test by the Giladites in Judges 12:4-6 to detect the fleeing Ephraimites, who could not pronounce the sh sound. It always came out sa, which would have earned them safe passage across the Jordan. So a shibboleth is a simple diacritical difference. 251. That can spell the difference between life and death, an identifying, idiomatic marth, lack of which costs some 42,000 Ephraimites their lives. There was nothing secret about the word. The Ephraimites well knew what they were supposed to say, and they even knew how to translate it. But they just could not pronounce it. Their tongues were tied. It was almost something physical, like a mark or a wound on their tongues, like someone had cut out a part of their tongue. There was no question of uncovering a deep semantic secret, revealing a hidden meaning, solving a riddle, or explaining a hidden sense. It was simply a superficial diacritical difference. A shibboleth is any arbitrary mark that discriminates, a mark inscribed on a body or a tongue that is radically idiosyncratic and idiomatic, singular, untranslatable since it concerns the phonic surface of the word and not its semantic content, and unpronounceable, inaccessible for the other, cut off from the other, who is not able to share it, pouvoir partager, for it must be inscribed in one's body, in the body of one's own language. Skib, 51/WT, 29. 20. A shibboleth marks the difference between belonging and not belonging, exploiting both senses of partage, both participation in and belonging to the community, of Giladites, e.g., and a being set apart, set off apart, as a separate part, not belonging, on the part of the Ephraimites. Derrida's essay turns on this duality, on what he calls the double edge of a shibboleth, which is the context in which, at the end of the essay, he frames the discussion of circumcision and of the Jew. One may, thanks to the shibboleth, recognize and be recognized by one's own, for better or worse, in the two senses of the word partage, one part, dune part, for the sake of the partaking and the ring of the covenant, d'alliance, but also, the other part, d'autre part, for the purpose of denying the other, of denying him passage or life. Skib, 111/WT, 67-68, transmodified. A shibboleth is thus a two-edged sword. It cuts both ways, to include the included but also to exclude the excluded, to gather life into a circle of community and also to deny life and passage. That means that whoever lives by the sword of the shibboleth may die by it, that a shibboleth may be turned against its bearer, against the Jews, for example. For circumcision is a shibboleth, a rite of passage, which seems to mark the legitimate entry of the Jew into his community and which takes place but once alone, on a specific date, the circumcision, Skib, 97/WT, 58. That can be turned against the Jew, and circumcision cuts both ways. It is the circumcised who are proscribed or held at the border, excluded from the community, put to death, or reduced to ashes, at the mere sight, in the mere name, at the first reading of a wound. Skib, 111/WT, 68. 252. Derrida's remarks on circumcision are inscribed within a study of Celan, a poet of the Holocaust, spewed forth by the Holocaust, the celebrated German Jewish poet writing after Auschwitz. At Auschwitz, circumcision, the mark of alliance, of the covenant, which, in Hebrew, means cut, was a mark of no passage, no escape for the deportees, an idiosyncratic mark inscribed upon the surface of Jewish flesh that marked them inescapably for death. 21. It is the lethal mark the shibboleth makes that draws Derrida's attention. Is there a way out of the double bind of the shibboleth, which would also mean, out of circumcision? What will protect us from being the victim of this double edge? Nothing, perhaps, speaking very precisely, make no mark. Perhaps, one might simply cease the particular practice of circumcision, efface this determinate mark, Skib. 111-12/WT, 68, but this precision about circumcision, about particular determinate marks and incisions, would not reduce the demand to nothing. For circumcision as a general trait, an archicircumcision, if you will, the demand for a differentiating mark, for a mark of difference, for an idiosyncratic and idiomatic mark, for an inscription of singularity, for a proper name, my own name, given to me, at circumcision or baptism, for example, is not to be reduced or denied. There must be circumcision, il faut la circoncision, but with a difference. There must be circumcision of the word, writing, and it must take place once, precisely, each time one time, the one time only. Skib. 112/WT, 68. Apart from, prescinding from, precising from, the literal practice of peritomy, there is the cutting of the letter, the circumcision of the word. For Cellen, that would always be a poem, a poetic cut. The word or idiosyncratic mark, which as a creature is already a cut, an incision, an inscription, can itself be cut, incised, opened up, as opposed to serving as a way to cut off the other. The demand for circumcision cannot be denied, but it can be cut, itself circumcised, its exclusionary powers cut off, so that whatever fate befalls one's prepuce, one can be circumcised in one's heart, as Jeremiah said, J 9:25-26, which is, in my view, precisely how Derrida is glossing Cellen's circumcised word. Commenting upon a poem by Cellen which uses the German word for circumcision in the imperative form, diesem/beschneid das word, for this one/circumcise the word, Derrida says, we may understand this word as an opened word, Skib. 102/WT, 61. The circumcised word is opened, like a door, to the stranger, to the other, to the guest. Like a wound, you will say. Yes and no. Opened, first of all, like a door, opened to the stranger, to the other, to the neighbor, to the guest, to whomever. To whomever, no doubt in the figure of the absolute future. 253. The one who will come, more precisely who would come, for the coming of this future, the one to come, must be neither assured nor calculable. A word open to whomever in the figure as well, perhaps, of some prophet Elijah, of his phantom or double. Elijah is the one to whom hospitality is due, promised, prescribed. He may come, one must know this, at any moment. He may cause the event of his coming to happen at each instant. Skib. 102-103/WT, 61-62. Elijah, which is also Derrida's secret Jewish name, as we learn in Circonfession, is not only the messianic prophet, the prophet of the one to come, he is also the one who must be present at all circumcisions, so that the one who holds the child to be circumcised in his arms sits on Elijah's chair. To one who stood before the door, one/evening, to him/I opened my word, Cellen writes. The one who stands before the door, on Derrida's gloss, is Elijah, the guest, the stranger, and it is to him that the poet opens his word. He opens the door by opening the word to the other. To open the door, to open or offer one's word to the other, that is to open one's heart. Circumcision would be just this, justiment, this decision of the word, its sentence, inscribed right in the body, just in the heart, precisely. Skib. 108/WT, 65-66, cf. Skib. 15-16/WT, 6. Circumcision, the circumcised word, is justice, and a justice to come, which cuts the conatus essendi down to size, a little off the top. I would then use my shibboleth for the other, not hold it over his head like a sword. This shibboleth marks me for the other, bids me give him passage through the door, let him in or out, not block his way. That would be the guard, if there is any, against the two-edged sword of the shibboleth, to circumcise the word, to drain it of its killing powers, to make of it a word of opening to the other, to the one who is to come, to Elijah, whose arrival we must always expect. The guard against the shibboleth of circumcision is a certain circumcision of the shibboleth, an incising of its exclusionary, killing power. The circumcised word, Derrida says, must take place once, precisely, each time one time, the one time only, Skib, 112/WT, 68. Of this time he writes. This time awaits its coming, as its vicissitude. It awaits a date, and this date can only be poetic, an incision in the body of language. It remains to come, always. How are we to transcribe ourselves into a date? Selin asks. Skib, 112/WT, 68. Circumcision happens once, on the 8th day, and only once, that is its appearance, for it is also coming again and will return. That brings us back to the thematic of the date in Selin, a thematic which on Derrida's reading corresponds, quite precisely, to that of the proper name. For even as the date is a way to mark off an unrepeatable singular event, a one-time. 254. Only, une fois, einmal, once, still the date is possible only in virtue of a code of iterability or repetition, a coded system or grid, which enables us to make such a mark, and hence to repeat the unrepeatable. That iterability incinerates the singular, turns it to ash, Skib, 76-77/WT, 46-47. In the United States, the 4th of July is not only the date of some singular event in 1776 but a constellation of all the 4th of Julys ever since the first one as well as of all the ones to come. These are all concatenated in an anniversary ring, alliance, also the French word for the covenant, of all the repetitions of that unrepeatable date, an annulation, annum, which annuls the idiosyncratic singularity even while affirming it, Skib, 11-15/WT, 3-6. So the unrepeatable, which only comes once, is not only repeatable but is also the trace of something coming, of a date to come. What coming and singular event is in question? What unrepeatable event? Skib, 15/WT, 6. Who knows? God knows. Jene sais pas. The poem links me beyond knowledge to what is to come. I don't know, Jene sais pas, signals a situation. In what I have elsewhere called its restants, remnants, the poem always speaks beyond knowledge, au-delà du savoir. It writes, and what it writes is, first of all, this very fact, that it is addressed and destined beyond knowledge, inscribing dates and signatures which one may encounter and bless, without knowing everything of what they date or sign. Blessing beyond knowledge, commemorating through forgetting or the unimparted secret, partaking yet in the unimpartable. Skib, 64/WT, 37. For Selin, as the poet explains in Meridian, the poem is the blessing and memorializing of the singular event, and as such is a shibboleth, an idiomatic word for an idiosyncratic event. In Che casi la poesia, Derrida speaks of the poem as a certain passion of the singular mark, a passion for singularity and for the singular trace, the absolutely idiomatic, which is stricto sensu impossible, points, 296-97. For, despite the way it is riveted to a date, to the singularity and alterity of an event, the poem speaks to everyone, to the other, Skib, 21/WT, 9, for the idiom belongs to a system of reiteration and there can be no pure idiom, PDS, 213/points, 200, PDS, 390-92/points, 376-78. The poem always recalls the date on which it is written, whereas philosophy wants to render itself universal and to efface the date and the traumatism of its singularity and the date of which it writes. For the other who does not share the singularity, PDS, 392-93/points, 378-79. The poem writes, schreiben, of or about such dates, von Solken daten, and then, by a slight twist, Selen may ask, to which dates do we ascribe ourselves? Welchen daten schreiben wir uns zu, to what future of unknown destination, to what date to come, zu, to what promised date or revolving of the ring, do we address ourselves? What is this to come as date? Quel est cet à l'avenir en tant que date? Skib, 21/WT, 10. So for Derrida the thematic of beings and venir can be thought in 255 terms of a date to come. The poem speaks thanks to the date and despite the date. If the poem owes itself to, is due to, its date, to its secret, it also releases itself from the date, so that it may resonate beyond its singularity, au-delà de la pure singularité, Skib, 23/WT, 11, for otherwise it would remain mute and unrepeatable, mired in its singularity. Poetry is not history, not a constitutive record of historical events but a poetic performance, Skib, 86/WT, 51-52. By effacing its singularity, the poem does not turn into a generality but refers itself to another date to which it speaks and with which it is strangely allied and wed, by a secret chance, a date which turns out to be a date with, an idiom we have in English, if not in French, the stranger, let us say rather, the other, andir sach, and, who knows, perhaps of again's andir, tout autre. Skib, 23-24/WT, 11-12. 22. Circumcision, the circumcision of the word that opens the word to the other, happens once, even as it also awaits its coming, its venue, and has a date to come to which we assign ourselves. By the date of circumcision, Derrida says, we do not mean some date appointed for circumcision, like the 8th day, or some point in the history of Judaism when circumcision became law. The circumcision of the word is not some date in history, but rather what gives rise to or calls forth, dun lua, the date. It opens the word to the other, and the door, it opens history and the poem and philosophy and hermeneutics and religion. Of all that calls itself off the name and the blessing of the name, of yes and no, it sets turning the ring, to affirm or to annul. Skib, 112/WT, 68. The circumcised signature. In Ulysses' Gramophone, Derrida takes up the question of circumcision in the context of an analysis of Joyce's Ulysses, of the yes in Ulysses, in the course of which he argues for a circumcision of the signature that very closely parallels the circumcision of the word in Shibboleth. 23. For circumcision is a yes, and this yes is inscribed deep within Joyce's signature, indeed within every signature that is, if I may say so, worthy of the name. Once again the entire analysis is implicated in a distinction between two circumcisions and, this time, even between two Elijahs. In a postscript to the French text, UG 122, which was, alas, cut off by the editor's blade, a bit off the top, so that the English text is just a little circumscribed and circumcised, Derrida explains the force of the yes in a way thought for the first time that I can find in Derrida's text openly associates the yes with a prayer, with Amen. We have been all along contending that the yes belongs to the prayers and tears of Jacques Derrida, that it has a religious resonance and the force of an elemental religious word. There can be a we sans mot, Derrida says, a we without word, and 256. That is because we is not so much a word as a silent companion to words, a quasi-word which provides words with their element and force. To explain this, Derrida refers us to a text from Franz Rosenzweig's The Star of Redemption, in which Rosenzweig describes the yes, we, as a primal word of language. Now Derrida himself must beware of any your word, not only because he does not want to think of language as built up out of words, but above all because he cannot allow any master word to dominate the play. For that would have a hyper-Heideggerian effect of organizing language around a gathering and all-unifying center of a master name. So whatever quasi-your word he may associate himself with, and whatever primal force he may attribute to we, it must be such as to promote disseminative plurality rather than to allow language to circle its linguistic wagons. Be that as it may, the elemental power of yes of which Rosenzweig speaks does not mean that yes is a basic element out of which propositions are composed, or even that it is a part of a proposition or of language at all. Rather, yes makes words and sentences possible to begin with. For Rosenzweig, yes is the silent companion of all the parts of a sentence, the confirmation, the sick, the amen behind every word. It gives every word in the sentence its right to exist, it supplies the seat on which it may take its place. 24 We is the amen that opens and closes every word and sentence, that punctuates and spaces them, that indeed gives rise to, Donnerlu, language itself, from which language arises, and which constantly accompanies every event of language. Although this makes yes sound a little like Kant's transcendental ich accompanying every representation, it is better to think of yes as amen, which is itself like if anything can be God, like the infinite and creative affirmation of the world by God whose let there be this or that is a performative utterance to end all performative utterances, or rather to start them all up, to start everything up, and to restart them, UG 144/AL 309, to let things be, to affirm and sustain them. So the best way to think of we is to think of a great and sweeping amen. To the world and to language, and, beyond that, to think the we of deconstruction in reference to Yahweh as Jah, to the divine we which lets things be. Such an amen is what Derrida finds in Ulysses, a yes that is coextensive with every sentence in the work, so that the whole thing is a continuous yes, yes, it's me, I am speaking, yes, it's you, you are receiving, hello, yes, we are speaking, there is language, ilya do language, yes, it's happening, ca arrive, it's written, marked, we, UG 124/AL 297. The determinate word yes does not address itself directly to things but to other words, so that it runs throughout the length and breadth of language, linking its elements, weaving them together. That does not lock us up inside language but opens us to the other. Yes, I say yes to the other, even when I say no, or even when I address the other without speaking. A. 257. Tap through a prison wall, I, hear, listen, answer, there is some mark, there is some other, that is a yes that no can erase. Being, language, self are all derivative of this yes, which means there is no meta-language in which we can speak of yes, since this meta-language would presuppose the event of the yes. That is why you would never be able to calculate or program the yes. Yes indicates that there is address to the other. The yes is the affirmation that the other does not let itself be produced by the same or the ego. It is the condition of any signature or performative, it addresses itself to the other which it does not constitute, and it begins by asking the other to say yes, but this is in response to a request that has already been made, UG 126-27/AL 298-99. I said that Derrida must beware of turning we into a transcendental in the strong sense, of letting it become the alpha and omega of language, for that would be precisely to draw language into a circle, to encircle and encycloptize it, to close it off, to circumscribe things in advance in a way that would be entirely at odds with deconstruction. For such a transcendental encircling would constitute a certain circumvention of the event, a cutting off in advance of the vens and avenir, which is why deconstruction can never have to do with anything more powerful than a quasi-transcendental, one that sets loose by making possible, that makes possible by breaking things up and breaking them open. Now this encircling, encyclopedic, circumscriptive, circumscribing, transcendental effect, this circumvention which cuts off the future and the impossible event, is itself an image of circumcision, or rather circumcision, a certain circumcision, is an image of such a cutting off. That is one sense of circumcision that Derrida marks off and sets in opposition sans a pure cut. This is not a clean incision to another sense of circumcision, one which breaks the hold of the circle, which cuts the cord of closure, of circumscription and circumvention, and has the effect of opening things up. Derrida says that he considered entitling this lecture on Joyce Circumnavigation and Circumcision, UG 105/AL 285, that is, circumcision as an Ulyssean circle, a completion of the circle, a missive, envoy, sent out and returned safely home again, close to itself, like the Hegelian spirit, which reappropriates and returns from its tour around the Mediterranean Sea. That is the figure of Ulysses Derrida learned from Levinas, where Ulysses is aligned with Hegel and set off from Father Abraham, who sets out from the land of Ur never to return. That would be to distinguish two kinds or figures of circumcision, between, if I may say so, a Ulyssean, circumnavigational circumcision, which closes the circle of the same, and an Abrahamic circumcision, which cuts the cord of the same in order to be open to the other, circumcision as saying yes, yes, even without a word, to the other. That indeed is just the distinction that Derrida draws in this gloss on Joyce, which he aligns with two different figures of Elijath prophet. 258. Of what is to come, and the patron and protector of circumcision, not to mention Jacques' secret Jewish name, in Joyce's Ulysses. The first figure is Joyce's image of Elijah as a figure of polymathic competence or of telematic control, as a vast telephone network through which all information must pass, a comprehensive, encyclopedic system, which is what the Joycean institution, the international establishment of academic Joycean studies, wants to be, UG 106-107/AL 285-86. 25. The other figure of Elijah is of the guest, of the knock at the door, of the one whom we all await, having set a place for him at the table, Elijah as the figure of the other who is to come, to whom we say yes, yes. Joyce's Ulysses represents a certain literary phenomenology of the spirit, UG 66/AL 262, a certain totalizing, encyclopedic collection of the totality of experience, the sum total of sum totals, to which the totalizing hermeneutic that makes up the task of a worldwide and eternal institution of Joyce studies, with endowed chairs, the Elijah Chair of Joycean Studies, and a departmentally funded computer, UG 105/AL 285, seeks to make itself the match. But this totalizing hermeneutic must confront what Derrida calls the tonality of laughter, rire, or of yes laughter, wirire, which Derrida can hear. Derrida can say yes, we dire, can hear yes being said, where we, so that there is a yes heard, we, and said, a hearsay, we dire, a hearsay yes laughter, wirire, and this yes laughter traverses Joyce's signature, UG 115/AL 291. There is a double tonality of two laughters, UG 116-17/AL 291-92, corresponding to the two Elijahs, which will also correspond to the two circumcisions, shall we say, Derrida does not, to two circumcised heirs, cf. J 610. 1. With one ear he can hear. His terms are highly Nietzschean here, a reactive, even negative yes laughter resonating in Joyce. This laughter rejoices in a hypernesic mastery that remembers everything, collecting and recollecting all, a Joycean rejoicing in spinning spider webs, in making itself impregnable to any approach. This laughter would pre-content, pre-program, and pre-comprehend any of the strategies that the Joycean institution might address to the corpus. No computer, no science, no scientific consciousness can master it. The calculations of consciousness would always be in the service of this master's signature, even if they mocked it. Joyce would laugh at this tour de force of the Joycean institution, at Ulysses' grand tour and retour. But this would be a laughter of resigned lucidity, of a merely phantasmic omnipotence. For Joyce cannot not know that his book of all books is just one more book in the Library of Congress. And he himself will never be free of the objection that Ulysses is too precious, overcalculated, overcultivated, overloaded with knowledge, hyperscholastic, too subtle, which will perhaps even have foreseen being censored and have calculated that into its success, UG 117-19/AL 292-93. 259. There is too much control by a subject in this yes laughter, it is too cynical, sardonic, derisive, taking on everything, the whole of memory, the sum of summarizing. This laughter is even, Derrida suggests, too much like Nietzsche's Christian Judaic donkey that wants to circumcise the Greek of his innocent and beautiful laughter and then make him laugh with this other, bitter laughter of resentment. For this is a literature of summing up, of the sum of all sums, of the JA to everything, of taking on the encyclopedic burden of everything, a literature of debt, of the IOU, a literature of shouldering, scolding sane. This yes laughter of encircling reappropriation, of omnipotent Odyssean recapitulation laughs at the generations of Joyce scholars which it puts in its debt, it impregnates in advance its patented signature. With all the counter-signatures to come it is ready for anything, ready to domesticate, circumcise, circumvent everything. Emphasis mine in encyclopedic reappropriation of absolute knowledge, which gathers itself up close to itself, UG 119-20/AL 293-94. Circumcision, this circumcision is here circumscribing, encyclopedic encircling, circumscripting, circumventing the event of something new, enclosing and closing off, and hence a Judeo-Christian castrator, which cuts off in advance, which contains and precontains, whatever counter-signature is to come. This circumcision castrates and cuts off, a bit off the top. 2. But this laughter is worked or traversed, I prefer to say haunted, joyously ventriloquized by a completely different, tout autre, music, a music of the tout autre, by the vowels of a completely different, tout autre, song, a song of the tout autre. This Joycean laughter rejoices differently and sings a different song, not that of indebting the other, aei.o.u. He can hear this too, this yes laughter of a gift without debt, light affirmation, almost anasic, of a gift or an abandoned event. A lost signature without a proper name, UG 120/AL 294. So if the first laughter belongs to a signature that would draw itself into a circle, protect itself and keep itself safe and impregnable, that would jealously protect its proper name, a signature that seems to want to sign the name of God, of a self-affirming, jealous Yahweh of absolute comprehension and pre-comprehension, this other signature would tear up this circle and give a gift, would disperse and break itself up, would lose itself in giving itself over to innumerable and unforeseeable counter-signatures to come. This signature sees that omnipotence and absolute reappropriation are phantasms which it delimits, and does so only to contrive the breach necessary for the coming of the other, à la venue de l'autre, of an other whom one can always call Elijah, if Elijah is the name of the unforeseeable other for whom a place 260 must be kept, and no longer Elijah, the great operator, Elijah the head of the megaprogramo telephonic network, but the other Elijah, Elijah the other. Elijah can always be one and the other at the same time, we cannot invite the one, without the risk of the other turning up. But this is a risk that must always be run. In this final movement, I return then to the risk or the chance of this contamination of one yes laughter by the other, to the parasiting of an Elijah, that is to say of a me, by the other. UG 120-21/AL 294-95. We always run the risk of the one yes laughter contaminating the other, of inviting one Elijah while it is another Elijah who shows up at our door. In this other yes laughter, this yes to the other, circumcision cuts a different figure. Circumcision here is much more like Jeremiah's circumcised heart, or the circumcised ear which has an ear for and opens to the other. It is much more 11 Asian incision into the circle of the same which opens up the same or self to the tout autre. Thus, the difference between the two yes laughters, the division incising the double tonality of laughters, between these two words of Joycean rejoicing, is a difference between two circumcisions and two Elijahs. Derrida here marks the difference, in highly Nietzschean terms, between a negative, reactive, reappropriating, self-enclosing circumcision, versus a light-footed, affirmative, yes-saying mohel whose cut is made in order to affirm the other, tout autre like a Dionysiac rabbi. 26. If, at circumcision, one is given a proper name, a good Jewish name like Elijah, then the problematic of circumcision is also entwined with that of the proper name and the signature. Now the name of Joyce is a giant proper name around which an international academic institution has been erected with the stated goal of protecting that name, and it is a name that is also protected by international copyright laws and the executors of a literary estate. But Joyce's signature is the uniqueness and the singularity of an event, an idiosyncratic inexhaustibility, an inexhaustible idiom. To think the signature, it is necessary to think. An irreplaceable mark that cannot necessarily be reduced to the phenomenon of copyright, legible across a patronym, after circumcision. It is necessary to try to think circumcision, if you like, from the possibility of a mark, of a trait, preceding and providing its figure. UG 121/AL 295. The legal, institutional, copyrighted name is a patronym that is given with and follows upon circumcision, after a certain determinate circumcision, one that has not been opened up, one that gives not a gift but a self-appropriating, encircling, jealous proper name. But we must try to think circumcision otherwise, not as a determinate, Jewish rite but in terms of the mark, the trait, the inscription, in terms of archiacriture. That is what Derrida called the circumcision of the word in Shibbo. 261. Leth, an archiincision or archiinscription which, preceding a determinable circumcision, makes possible the signature of Joyce or Selin, of Ponge or Mallarmé. That inscription, that circumcision of the word, which opens the word to the other, opens the signature of Joyce to countless counter-signatures to come, to the invention of other Joycean events to come, UG 99-100/AL 282-83, beyond the ken and the horizon of expectation of Joycean parody. The circumcision of the word, of the signature, lets Joyce's text be an event that calls for the invention of the other, for the incoming of other events that sign and countersign what we naively call the first event, for a new event, un tout autre evenement, that says yes, even as this exposes the text to a mechanical and reproductive repetition. Only another event can sign, can countersign, and bring it about that an event has already happened. The first event can only affirm itself in the confirmation of the other. So the other signs and the yes keeps restarting itself, UG 143/AL 309. The circumcision of the word or the signature inscribes Joyce's signature with a yes, a we, a yes laughter. If the analysis of this laughter is not exhausted by any of the available forms of knowledge precisely because it laughs at knowledge and from knowledge, then laughter bursts out in the event of the signature itself. And there is no signature without yes. UG 121/AL 295. The yes is more ancient than knowledge or any question of the form what is the yes, even. As the signature is more ancient than the legal patronym, and the circumcision of the word is more ancient than any rite, of however antique an age. So there is a tension between the self-appropriating tendency of the signature as a proper name and a mark of legal ownership, which gives itself pleasure by surveying all that is its own, what Derrida calls the phantasm of the signature, and what we will call here the circumcised signature, which cuts open and divides the signature that wants to gather itself together. T. Sean circle of self-sending commands a reactive laughter, a hypermnesic reappropriation, whenever a phantasm of the signature wins out, a signature gathering together the sending in order to gather itself together near itself. UG 136/AL 304. But the circumcision of the signature opens the circle. But when the circle opens, reappropriation is renounced, the specular gathering together of the sending lets itself be joyfully dispersed in a multiplicity of unique but numberless sendings, then the other yes laughs, the other, yes, laughs. UG, 136/AL, 304. Circumcision, this circumcision of the word, selon, of the heart or the ear, Jeremiah, circumcision thought in terms of the mark or the 262. Trace, Derrida, gives gifts without debt, without exchange, gives the other, gives laughter, we. Circumcision, after all, is another name for deconstruction. In Shibboleth and Ulysses' gramophone, circumcision is not the self-destructive castrating cut denounced by Hegel, but the cut that breaks the bonds of the self-enclosure of the same and makes possible the incoming of the other. These works explain how circumcision is not only or narrowly or precisely Jewish, a rite of initiation into a self-enclosed Jewish community, and how it can be translated, carried beyond Jewish borders. If circumcision is Jewish, it is only in the sense that all poets are Jews, Skib, 91/WT, 54, or inasmuch as the Jew is the witness to something universal, that spiritually we are all Jews, all called and chosen to welcome the other, Skib, 92/WT, 54-55, inasmuch as every signature, even Irish Catholic ones or atheistic ones, must be marked by this Jewish cut, by circumcision, which is to be thought, beyond Jews and Irish Catholics, in terms of the trait. Everyone ought to have a circumcised heart, this ought to form a universal religion within the limits of a certain reason alone. Circumcision is Jewish only with an archa-Jewishness which is more than and no longer Jewish, plus de Juif, and which even adverts to annulling the physical rite which would be practically Christian and Pauline. Shibboleth and Ulysses' gramophone help explain why Derrida's sons were not circumcised, as he confesses in Circumfession. But they do not quite come around to explaining his own circumcision, the prayers and tears in which the cut in his own flesh is bathed. They do not explain why he has not drifted imperceptibly to the side of Paul, for whom a circumcised heart would be enough and the cut in the flesh is an obstacle to God's work. By inserting circumcision into the ring of annulation, by saying that Jewish is not Jewish, its proper feature to have no property or essence, Skib, 64/WT, 37, 27, that the affirmation of Judaism is formally analogous to the date, i.e., singular and self-annulling, Skib, 90/WT, 53, in Shibboleth, by making circumcision into the mark of a trait that precedes circumcision, in Ulysses' gramophone, he risks annulling the singularity of the Jewish, erasing the Jew in les Juifs, which is a complaint sometimes lodged at Lyotard. The task remains of affirming, of writing, his Judaism, in the midst of Christendom, of Mondialatinization, of the Greco-Latin Franco-Christian world in which he has been immersed, almost baptized from the start, from the day they called him Jacques. The task remains of confessing his participatory partage in the Jewish community, of allying himself with the alliance, of explaining his continuity with the alliance he has also broken, which is a peculiarly Jewish passion, the passion of his peculiar Jewishness. That is the 263. Work of confession reserved to Circumfession, where Derrida undertakes to explain how he remains a Jew, sans continuite mais sans rupture, Circum, 146/Circumference, 154, today, in what remains of Judaism, Circum, 279/Circumference, 302-303. 17. Is deconstruction really a Jewish science? At circumcision the newborn of God is spoken to even before he can speak, addressed by words he cannot understand, commissioned in advance before uttering a word of his own, "Go, read my book that I have written." Has this not happened to Derrida? Has he not all along been responding to a promise made for him at birth, by sponsors who were responding and responsible for him? Has not that advance promise guided the hand of Derrida from a time out of memory? All this talk in deconstruction about a messianic promise, about praying and weeping over something to come, about faith in something unforeseeable, Does that not draw upon even quite transparently a Jewish archive? Is not deconstruction the way that Derrida has found, after considerable delay, to honor the spirit of his father, a case of deferred obedience, Nachtragleichgehorsam, to his father, who loved him with an everlasting love? 28. Is deconstruction not the product of a Jewish mind? Is not deconstruction the unique and idiomatic way Derrida has come to read the book, to comment on the book of books, to which he was assigned by the mark of his circumcision, by the impression left on his body by the archive of a dissymmetrical covenant without contract, of a heteronymic covenant to which he subscribed even before knowing how to sign, much less countersign his name? Archive, 62/AF, 28. Is deconstruction really a Jewish science? This is precisely the theatrical scene that Yosef Chaim Yerushalmi stages between Sigmund Freud and his father, Jacob Freud, and the same line of questioning that Yerushalmi put to the dead Freud about psychoanalysis. 29. But in his most recent piece on circumcision and the Jew, Maldi Archive, 1994, a reading of Yerushalmi's Freud's Moses, Derrida tells us, confesses, right in public, this is one more confession, one more circumcision, one more Augustinian work of making the truth from which the genre of fiction is not to be excluded. Archive, 95/AF, 40, that, again like Freud, in speaking of a colleague, Yerushalmi. I am speaking of myself. Archive, 139/AF, 56, .30. Like circumcision itself, which we will examine below, Derrida fesses up to his circumcision, shamelessly exposing the cut in his flesh, in public. It is as if Derrida imagines himself dead, a mere spectre of himself, and being addressed in a fictional monologue by some later interpreter. 264. Professor Derrida, at this point I find it futile to ask whether, genetically or structurally, deconstruction is really a Jewish science, that we shall know, if it is at all knowable, only when much future work has been done. Much will depend, of course, on how the very terms Jewish and science are to be defined. Right now, leaving the semantic and epistemological questions aside, I want only to know whether you ultimately came to believe it to be so. Please tell me, Professor Derrida, I promise I won't reveal your answer to anyone. 31. Or, less fantastically, less spectrally, has he not been asking himself this very question in the flesh for some time now? Does not this question roll across all the works of the last 15 years or so? Has it not haunted him all along? Have we not been asking such a question of him throughout the present study, the question of the deal that has been cut in his flesh from of old, of the promise that was made for him before he was able to make a contract for himself? Is not Judaism the immemorial archive from which deconstruction has all along been drawing? So, by following Derrida, following Yerushalmi's adjudication of the question of psychoanalysis and Jewish science, we hope to learn a thing or two about the parallel question of deconstruction and the deal that has been cut between deconstruction and the impossible. The root of all evil. The word archive still houses within itself the memory of its root archi. The archi is the origin, the beginning, either in the sense of a physical, metaphysical, or historical origin, or in the nomological sense, the way the law is an archi. The archive, on the other hand, is not the archi but the trace of the origin, not the archi but the vestige or remainder of the archi, like a footprint left in the ashes at the foot of Mount Vesuvius that is discovered centuries later by an ardent archaeologist. The illness, the disorder, the crisis, the evil, mal, that besets a culture that depends on archives. La malaise dans la culture is the French translation of Freud's Das Unbehagen in der Kultur, civilization and its discontents, is for Derrida always a mal de archive, always a function of a disorder in the relations between the archi and the archive, a failure to remember, as also a failure to remember the distance between the original and the trace. Learning to live with or in an archive, learning to lead healthy well-adjusted lives, if there are any, in an archival culture, avoiding archive evil, another way to translate the title, will in no small part consist for Derrida in conceding, confessing that the Archie always slips away. La chose meme se derobe, VP, 117/SP, 104, and we have always to do with archives, with traces, even with ashes. 265. It must be insisted that even as the archive is not the Archie, neither is it a living memory, mneme, anamnesis, but rather the hypomema, the supplement and prosthetic to memory, archive, 26/AF, 14, a record or a mark. Evil reigns, le malaise de la culture worsens and the whole grows ill, when a confusion reigns between the archive and the living memory of the origin, when we no longer know how to negotiate the difference between the two, for in the economy of these two words is the whole of archival law, archive, 44/AF, 21. The archive has also come to mean the house, archion, where the records are stored, a house overseen by archons, the keepers of the house, the patriarchal powers that be who oversee the archive. That is why there is always the danger of a politics of the archive, archive, 15-16N1/AF, 10-11N1, and ethico-politics, archive, 38/AF, 19, which means the feverish control that is exercised by institutional authority, above all by the state, over archival materials, the politics of what we call in English the official story. Political power requires control of the archive, the monitoring of memory, while democratization requires open access to the archives and the courage to recall dangerous memories, archive, 15-16/AF, 10-11. In its most virulent form, archive illness means burning with a feverish desire to make one's own archive authoritative, normative, nomological, confusing one's own archive with an Archie that is taken to be the law for everybody and to exercise absolute control over the archive of the other. Such archive fever may be recognized by the claim that we are the exclusive depository, the uniquely chosen archive of the truth. In that sense, the mal de archive lies at the basis of every feverish racism, nationalism, fundamentalism, or messianism, at the root of every identitarian. Burning with the desire to kill off, to incinerate, the memory and the trace of the other, archive fever is not a finite, limited threat, not one threat among others, but an infinite threat. Archive evil ranges over and infiltrates every evil, engagiant l'infini, getting itself involved in everything. To cast Derrida's argument in Levinasian terms, Derrida is saying that, by flying in the face of the other, of the infinite one, of l'infini, archive fever touches upon radical evil, mal de archive touche au mal radical, it tries to touch, to violate, the untouchable, and in so doing touches upon, verges on radical evil, a notion also addressed in Foiet Savior, FOI, 86, on the root of evil. In that sense archive evil, mal de archive, is the root of all evil, mal radical, la racine du mal, archive, 3839/AF, 19. Mal de archive, archive du mal. Circumcising Freud. By way of preparing us for a reading of the question Yerushalmi puts to Freud's psychoanalysis really a Jewish science, Derrida provides us. 266. With two Freudian archives, two pre-archives of the archival matters he wants to discuss. This takes the form of two exergus, two preliminary citations or orienting inscriptions, one oriented more toward psychoanalytic science, the other more Jewish. The first exerg, taking its point of departure from the discussion of the death drive in civilization and its discontents, chapter 6, turns on Freud's account of the psychic system as a system of traces or impressions, an archival system, of traces kept and consciously recalled or remembered, in the conscious system, but more importantly of repressed impressions. The latter are experiences that consciousness buries, trying to kill off the memory, to burn it up or reduce it to ash. The system tries to efface the trace or archive of the experience, but only to have the quasi-memory return like a ghost, revenant, repeated in a distorted form, repetition, reappearing in a way that cannot be called memory or recall, mneme, anamnesis, triggered by some mechanism of repetition, some hypomema, which substitutes prosthetically for a living memory. If Freud's reflections were aided by a childish model, a magic writing pad, Derrida wonders, how would they be revised in the light of the staggering complexity and sophistication of contemporary information retrieval systems like CD-ROM and of communication systems like fax and email? Archive, 2039/AF, 12-19, CF Archive, 47-51/AF, 22-23. This latter query is the one point this discussion adds to Freud and the Scene of Writing, ed. 293 ff/WD, 196 ff. If the first excerpt concerns internal imprints made in inner psychic space, the second example has to do with an external, albeit highly private mark, an archival mark made right on the skin, an inscription or a circumscription. Archive, 39-44/AF, 19-21. Literally speaking, Derrida is referring to the mark made by Jacob Freud on his son Sigmund by two circumscriptions, the first, on the newborn's skin, when he handed Sigmund over to the Mohel, and the second, 35 years later, Suppo Nove, in commemoration of the first, as if the first had not quite taken, when he gave, or returned, to Sigmund a childhood Bible, in a new binding, or skin, with a very beautiful inscription, done in Melitza, in which he dedicated or rededicated his son to God. Again, son who is dear to me, go read the book of books, which is presented to you as a memorial and as a reminder, both mneme, anamnesis, and hypomema, of your Father who loves you with an everlasting love. The son of his tears? Son whom he was afraid to ask if he still believed in God. Son who rightly passes for an atheist? Interrogating the specter of Freud. Like the rest of us, Derrida came upon this inscription as a result of the painstaking archival labors of Yerushalmi, who regards this dedication as 267. A crucial document in the argument of Freud's Moses, cf. Archive, 39-44/AF, 19-21. Yerushalmi's archival work is by no means oriented solely or even primarily toward the past, but toward the future, and this is a point with which Derrida associates himself completely. It is a question of the future, the question of the future itself, the question of a response, of a promise and of a responsibility for tomorrow. Not tomorrow but maybe later on, or perhaps never. A spectral messianicity is at work in the concept of the archive and ties it, like religion, like science itself, to a very singular experience of the promise. And we are never far from Freud in saying this. Messianicity does not mean messianism. Archive, 60/AF, 27-28. That futuricity or messianicity is what is at stake in the surprising scene that Yerushalmi stages at the end of his book, in his monologue with Freud, in which he addresses the ghost of Freud, a veritable dialogue with the ghost of Freud interrogating the specter of Freud. Archive, 65/AF, 29, that resembles the opening scene of Hamlet talking things over with the ghost of his father around which specters of Marx is woven. A more objective, scientific observer, which is what we took Yerushalmi himself to be, up to this point, might wonder to whom he is talking. But not Derrida, for such monologues with ghosts is such stuff as culture and history are made of. Archive, 100-01/AF, 42. Yerushalmi is trying to make Freud confess, from his own mouth, that he belongs to Judaism. He wants to hear Sigmund's living voice ringing in his ears. In the place of Jacob Freud, in the name of Freud's father, Yerushalmi tries once again to circumcise Freud. Freud, by definition, because he is dead, can no more refuse this alliance, this community and circumcision, than he could refuse the first. Archive, 67-68/AF, 30-31. How can he sign or countersign? What can he say? He is left speechless by Yerushalmi's query. Is the silent Freud like a psychoanalyst who lets the patient do the talking? Who has the upper hand here? Archive, 100/AF, 42. Freud himself, of course, took himself, like Marx, to be an outclarer, a scientist, archive, 63/AF, 29, a demystifier of religion, and so, one would think, it would be no small setback to him to have Judaism circle back and enclose him, to have what he took to be the universal, scientific structure of psychoanalysis end up as an idiom in a Jewish archive, to make the worldwide psychoanalytic movement he launched depend upon the singular archive named circumcision, archive, 69/AF, 31. Is Yerushalmi trying then to kick off another version of the battle between Peter and Paul, of the great war between Judaism and Christianity, archive, 69/AF, 31, about whether you would need to be circumcised to join the movement? 268. Yerushalmi attempts to extract this confession from the speechless Freud, first, indirectly, through the mouth of Anna Freud, and then from Freud's own words in private correspondence. Anna writes to the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, on the occasion of the inauguration of an endowed chair in Freud's name nearly 30 years after his death, that the accusation that psychoanalysis is a Jewish science, under present circumstances can serve as a title of honor, y. 100, archive, 71/AF, 31. But was Anna speaking for herself or like every good and dutiful daughter for her dead, speechless father? Yerushalmi adduces two documents as evidence for his claim that Anna is a stand-in for Sigmund. First, a letter Freud sent to Enrico Morselli in 1926, in which he says that he would not be ashamed were it shown that psychoanalysis is a product of a Jewish mind. Then, Yerushalmi identifies a sentence Freud added in 1935 to the Moses book, which never made it into a published edition, in which Freud confesses his deep engrossment in the Bible story of Moses and its enduring effect upon the direction of my interest, y. 77. Now even if one were to concede, conscio non dato, that Yerushalmi has won this argument with his interlocutor, has Freud been made to speak or reduced to silence, still Derrida thinks that the very scene of the monologue, the very scene of reading, takes place in a space that Freud has himself described, that it reenacts everything that Freud has said about the agon between the father, Freud, and the son, Yerushalmi, archive, 107-08/AF, 45. 32. Freud's Moses is itself a case of deferred obedience, of Yerushalmi's obedience to Freud, returning to the Bible of Freud's writings, identifying with him while maintaining his independence, in love/hate, lovingly asking for forgiveness for his hateful impudence to the father, archive, 97-99/AF, 41. Yerushalmi's monologue has been running on like a patient on the couch, which is why, despite every appearance, the ghost does indeed speak. The person in the position of Freud would always be right, which would of course also implicate Derrida vis-a-vis Yerushalmi or Freud. 33 would always get the last word, even if he is wrong, materially speaking. That is so in virtue of a formal fatality, archive, 101-02/AF, 42, a fatal repetition in which Yerushalmi is structurally implicated. Freud's Moses is inscribed in advance in the very archive that it sets out to scour, which is part of the general, formal structure of every archive and every reading. With every word Yerushalmi inevitably adds to the prestige, the authority of the Freudian archive augments and increases it inescapably by an unavoidable repetition. Still, despite the necessity of this fatal repetition, despite his or our structural inability to dominate any archive, to get the best of it from some meta-archival point of surveillance and criticism, it is not Derrida's view that we are thereby condemned to the blind reproduction of the past. On the contrary, by continually producing more. 269. Archive, the archivist lets the archive open from out of, depuis, the future, archive, 109/AF, 45. Far from submerging us in the past, the archive constitutes an irreducible experience of the future, of a future to come, of l'avenir, l'avenir, as opposed to le futur, which is nothing but the future present, Archive, 109/AF, 45. The affirmation of the future to come. That is nothing other than the affirmation itself, the yes, insofar as it is the condition of all promises or of all hope, of all awaiting, of all performativity, of all opening toward the future, whatever it may be, for science or for religion. I am prepared to subscribe without reserve to this reaffirmation made by Yerushalmi. Archive, 109/AF, 45. Or rather not without one little speck of a reservation, which is enormous and significant, to which we will return shortly. On Derrida's reading of Yerushalmi, the archive takes on a messianic dimension, once again in the spirit of Benjamin's theses on the philosophy of history which describe the narrow door through which the Messiah must pass. For the Jews the future is not a future present but something radically heterogeneous with the present. For unlike a conventional archivist, Yerushalmi communes with ghosts, promises to keep his secret, and makes everything turn toward the future of psychoanalysis as also of Judaism, which lies beyond knowledge. In the end, the historian and archivist must always turn to the future, to a future unknowable not merely because we cannot predict it with certainty but because it is altogether outside the order of knowledge, belonging as it does to a sphere of affirmation, of faith, and hope. The condition on which the future remains to come is not only that it not be known, but that it not be knowable as such. Its determination should no longer come under the order of knowledge or of a horizon of pre-knowledge but rather a coming or an event which one allows or incites to come, without seeing anything come, in an experience which is heterogeneous to all taking note, as to any horizon of waiting as such. I call this the Messianic, and I distinguish it radically from all Messianism. Archive, 114-15/AF, 47. The Messianic dimension of the archive, let us say, the Messianic passion of an archive fever, is not a matter of feverishly keeping a record of the past and present, of which the future would be but the future present, but the passion of a radical possibility, a radical impossibility, unforeseeable and beyond the horizon. 34. It is on this very point of the future that Yerushalmi is led to identify the one thing that is most un-Jewish about Freud. With all due filial respect, and after nervously clearing his throat, he dares to say to Father Freud, the father of us all today. 270. But it is on this question of hope or hopelessness, even more than on God or godlessness, that your teaching may be at its most un-Jewish. Y. 95, cf. Archive, 78-79/AF, 34-35. Deploying a distinction that, up to a point, resembles Derrida's distinction between the Messianic and Messianism, Yerushalmi differentiates Judaism, the determinate historical religion and culture of Israel, including its belief in God, from Jewishness. The latter notion Derrida glosses as the opening of a relation to the future, the experience of the future, Archive, 115/AF, 48, the affirmation of affirmation, the yes to the originary yes, the inaugural engagement of a promise or of an anticipation which wagers, a priori, the very future, Archive, 118/AF, 48-49. Even if the religion of Judaism may be terminable, even if religion may have no future, as Freud claims, Yerushalmi contends that the spirit of Jewishness, which is the spirit of the future, is interminable. Y. 90. Turning this distinction against Freud, who wrote off the future of this illusion, Yerushalmi claims that it is no less true that Oedipus has no future, that he is condemned blindly to repeat the past. Over and beyond his disbelief in the teachings of Judaism, in the existence of God himself, it is Freud's disbelief in the future, his obsession with blind necessity, that separates Freud from Jewishness and not merely from Judaism. Up to this point I think that Derrida can cautiously associate himself with Yerushalmi's argument, so that one might hold that he is himself, that deconstruction, as an affirmation of the future, as a repetition not from blind Anant but from out of the future, is Jewish without Judaism, Messianic without Messianism, which is why he says that in speaking of his colleague Yerushalmi he is speaking of himself. Archive, 139/AF, 56. He subscribes to Yerushalmi's view without reserve. Almost, up to this point. But these are dangerous distinctions, never clean cuts, whose terms have a way of curling around and contaminating each other. In speaking of the spirit of Jewishness as an opening to the future, Yerushalmi refers not merely to a hope for the future but to the anticipation of a specific emphasis hope for the future, 95, one that would be proper to the Jew alone. Yerushalmi is willing to give up on everything about Judaism, even God, on everything save, Sof, on this trait which links Jewishness and the opening toward the future. Thus far Derrida, too, but then the crucial difference and, still more radically, on everything save the absolute uniqueness of this trait, Archive, 118/AF, 49. That hope is the Jew's very own, an absolutely unique deposit in the Jewish archive which this historian and archivist has unearthed, something the Jews exhibit in an exemplary fashion. If you have it, you are Jewish; if you are not Jewish, you don't have it. Nobody else has it, not Arabs or Christians, not the natives of South America or Africa, not the Chinese or the Indians. Add to this what Yerushalmi says elsewhere, in Zachor, Jewish. 271. History and Jewish Memory, commenting on the fact that Yahweh reveals himself to the Jews in history, that the command to remember, the sense of memory and history, also belongs to Israel alone. So the Jews are doubly privileged, doubly chosen, doubly unique, having been uniquely assigned a memory of the past and the promise of the future. To be sure, the two privileges are one. It is because the Word of God is engraved so deeply in the archives of the Jews that they are uniquely summoned to remember the future. As if God had inscribed only one thing in the memory of one single people and of an entire people, in the future, remember to remember the future. Archive, 121/AF, 50. About this, even though he subscribes to what Yerushalmi says about the future without reserve, Derrida would keep a large number of grave questions in reserve. He would tremble before the uniqueness of this election, before the guard Yerushalmi is stationing around this archion, the protective shield, munis, around, the house of Israel to guard it against the other. He would tremble for justice is remembering, just as Yerushalmi says, and its opposite is forgetting. So then what about all the other peoples other than Israel? It is no less just to remember the others, the other others and the others in oneself, and that the other peoples could say the same thing in another way. And that tout autre est tout autre, as we can say in French. Archive, 123/AF, 50. The injustice here concentrates its violence in the very constitution of the one and the unique, in forgetting the Jewish numerology of FOIET savoir, of 1 plus 1, FOI, 85 to 86. Using language that transparently reproduces his critique of Heidgerhof gathering, logos, Versammlung, and self-affirmation, Selbstbehauptung, Derrida writes. The gathering into itself of the one is never without violence, nor is the self-affirmation of the unique, the law of the archontic, the law of consignation which orders the archive. Archive, 124/AF, 50. Whether the archive is Jewish or Greco-German, the violence lies in its gathering into one order, making everyone speak with one voice, claiming for itself exclusivity and privilege. If the Nazis tried to vilify psychoanalysis as Jewish science, the remedy is hardly to make Israel a privileged archive. The one guards itself, protects its archive, against the other, l'un se garde de l'autre. Derrida's use of the word guard converges with the meaning of community, which means of course a military formation, the wall of protection that the same builds against the other, the way a people, the same, builds a common. 272. Fortification, muniri, around itself against the other, gathering itself together into one in order to keep safe the uniqueness of its archive. In doing such violence to the other, the one makes itself violent, and tries violently to erase the trace of its own self-differing identity, to make itself one without difference. It guards itself from the other pour se faire violence, because and in order to make/do itself violence. That can only be said in French, that is the unique privilege and special election of French. He is being ironic. Archive, 125N1/AF, 51 and 15. So Yerushalmi succumbs to necessity and compulsively repeats the violence of the archive, the very one Freud warned against in Moses and monotheism. Repetition is necessary, it is inscribed at the heart of the future to come. Whatever is affirmed, yes, must be remembered and repeated. Yes, yes. But not without the death drive, not without the archival, the possibility of putting to death the very thing, whatever its name, which carries the law in its tradition. Archive, 125N1/AF, 51 and 15. Yes, yes, repetition, but not without the no of the death drive, which means for Derrida, putting to death the love of the same and the proper, the messianism in the messianic, the exclusivity of the proper name of this archive, the archival, patriarchal, nationalist, racist, sexist tendencies that erupt whenever a house, archion, is filled with archons. For the archons are the fathers of the house, those who are appointed to safeguard and interpret the patriarchal treasure uniquely entrusted to them. Archive, 12-13/AF, 9-10, whether that be the house of being, the house of Israel, or Freud's house. Archive, 20/AF, 12, Archive, 40/AF, 19. We are condemned by necessity to repetition, but not without a difference, not without a future. It belongs to the structure of l'avenir to welcome repetition. Jewish hope and a little hopelessness, the future and repetition, the one the other, are not necessarily opposites. The one is alas, or happily, the condition of the other. Archive, 126/AF, 52, and Yerushalmi is sliding too quickly, too easily over what the future means. For he has constricted the future to a specifically Judaic hope and failed thereby to respect the absolute indeterminateness, heterogeneous to all knowledge, that is demanded by his own distinction between Judaism and Jewish. At this point, Derrida reminds us of, repeats, the aporia we encountered in Spectres of Marx, this time as an aporia involving general archivability and a historical archive. For a Jewishness without historical Judaism would be an archive without a real historical substrate. Would we know of this absolute Jewishness, this general archivability, without the historical archive of Judaism? Or is absolute Jewishness a structure that precedes and makes possible Judaism? When we think of the future as avenir, he asks, is the hope for the future to come based upon a recorded, archived event, for example, on a divine injunction or on a messianic covenant? Are we to think that our hope for the future must 273 go back to a special revelation, a special promise, made to and archived by a specific people, for example, the Jews, at a more or less determinable point in the past about a messianic future, which would then have the structure of a specific hope for the future? Or does the structure of an experience, an existence, a certain messianic experience and general archivability precede and make possible the archivization of a promise? Do we only learn of the very idea of a promise of a future to come from the archives of a historical promise made to a historical people? Or, does the very structure of the promise of a future to come make possible the recognition of any historical covenant? In other words, does one need a first archive in order to conceive of originary archivability? Or vice versa? This is the whole question of the relation between the event of the religious revelation, offenbarung, and a revealability, offenbarkeit, a possibility of manifestation, the prior thought of what opens toward the arrival or toward the coming of such an event. Archive, 127/AF, 52. Would we have any idea of the messianic without the concrete messianisms? Would we recognize any messianism if we were not already visited by a prior messianicity? Either way, he says, there would be no future without repetition, without the death drive to kill off the proper name of the patriarchal authority. Annales des Archives. Having given Freud's ghost a chance to answer Yerushalmi, to dispel Yerushalmi's Jewish archive fever, Derrida turns to Freud's own Mal des Archives. This Derrida identifies as an internal division and contradiction that disturbs Freud's theses, rather like the malaise at the heart of a contemporary disorder, la malaise dans la culture. For our culture too is torn in opposing directions in a peculiarly contemporary archival crisis or illness that turns on what theologian Johannes Baptist Metz calls the dangerous memory of suffering. Having lived through the Holocaust, we now witness the detestable revisionisms which seek to repress or distort the archives of the Holocaust. But we witness as well the courageous rewritings of history that break up institutional control over memory and the archive in order to rediscover the voice of those who were silenced, the trace of the victims. We are tossed between the courage of rewritings which recall the dangerous memory of suffering and a revisionism that represses such dangerous memories when, official, history is the archive of the winners. These disturbances all represent archive trouble. The uncontestable fact for Derrida is that we are in need of archives, nous sommes en mal. 274. D Archive, Archive, 142/AF, 57. The living past cannot rise up from the dead and speak to us like dead stones, sax eloquenter. We must pick our way among the remains, wrestle with and conjure the ghosts of the past, ply them with patient importunity in order to reconstruct the best story we can. We have no other choice. Accordingly, T'Ob Mal des Archives can mean something else than to suffer from a sickness, from a trouble, or from what the noun mal might name. Instead of naming a malaise, a malady, or even mal itself, evil, and Mal des Archives might name a neediness, a desire, a feverish passion for the archive that is at bottom what I have been calling all along in the present study a passion for the impossible. 35. It to be en mal des Archives is to burn with a passion. It is never to rest, interminably, from searching for the archive right where it slips away, se dérobe. It is to run after the archive, even if there's too much of it, right where something in it anarchives itself. No desire, no passion, no drive, no compulsion, indeed no repetition compulsion, no mal de can arise from a person who is not already in one way or another en mal des Archives. Archive, 142/AF, 57. The archive, like the secret, impositions, the archival secret drives us mad with passion and desire. But this desire, this passion, this madness is internally divided against itself, as no one better illustrates than Freud. Freud's trouble, the troubling thing about him that disturbs and troubles all his work, his archive illness, is the internal division of his concept of the archive, and this on three, divided, points, all of which more or less come down to the same thing, viz., of repeating, shall we say compulsively, the very thing he has forbidden. 1. On the one hand, Freud opened up the topic of a psychic apparatus, of the space of storing away deep imprints and impressions 36 that return in a way that is neither memory nor recall. But on the other hand, this did not stop Freud, the classical metaphysician, from holding to the primacy of lived memory, from trying to return to remember and recall, the originary lived experience being repressed. If with one hand he forbids the return to the origin, with the other he keeps digging into the psychic archive trying to unearth the living origin, trying to let it speak for itself, denuded and without archive, letting those psychic stones talk. The archaeologist and etiologist would efface the archive, archaeoetiology displaces archivology. No translation would any longer be necessary, archive, 143-46/AF, 57-59. 2. On the one hand, the archive is made possible by death and destruction, by the reduction of things to traces and ruins, i.e., to psychic shadows, ghosts, and ashes. On the other hand, Freud, ever the metaphysician and outclarer, the critical scientist and scholar, does not believe in death. 275. Or ghosts, belief in which he is trying to eliminate. He wants to get down to the grain of truth in this belief, and then in a way that parallels the argument of specters of Marx to get rid of the ghost of belief. Belief, croire, the radical phenomenon of believing, croyance, the only relationship possible to the other as other, does not in the end have any possible place, any irreducible status in Freudian psychoanalysis, which it nonetheless makes possible. Archive, 147/AF, 59. He wants to replace these specters with originary perception, to let these old stones speak, and he thinks he has exorcised these ghosts in the instant he lets the stones speak. 3. On the one hand, no one has better analyzed/deconstructed the archontic principle of the archive, its nomological, institutionalized, paternal, patriarchal, patriarchival structure. This structure only reposits or repeats itself in the parricide, which is the takeover by the brothers and the erection of a fraternity house, the liberty and equality of the brothers, which is at best only a certain fraternal democracy. On the other hand, Freud repeated this patriarchal logic himself, as also have his sons and heirs, in the international association which draws itself into a circle around his archive and gathers together at Freud's house, like archons in an archaeon. Dreaming of Gradiva's foot. Derrida's point is by now, after a long study and about 30 years of familiar one, that literature will have already begun, that we are already delivered over to the letter, to the trace, to archaeocriture, to what we might call here, as if we need to make things more complicated, but who can resist it, the archive, the subject of a general archivology. We never stand in the presence of the archie itself, but are always already delivered over to the trace, assigned to one archive or another, to one archive inside another, en abime, archived ad infinitum, sans archie, anarchized. This little supplementary thesis affects the formation of every concept, the very history of conception. Archive, 149/AF, 61. That is why Derrida adds a little literary postscript to Mal d' Archive. Freud, who described the Moses book as a historical novel, devoted an essay to delusions and dreams in Jensen's Gradiva, Freud, Standard Edition, 910, a novel about Norbert Hanold, an archaeologist, who was enthralled by the figure of Gradiva, a woman who was reduced to ashes nearly 2,000 years ago at the eruption of Vesuvius. Hanold found her relief at Pompeii, where by chance Derrida is completing Mat d' Archive, and then was delighted to come upon a plaster cast of it which he hung in his study, cf. Archive, 129/AF, 53. Freud explained the obsession of the archaeologist with Gradiva in terms of his logic of repression. 276. Thus, if the archaeologist in the novel is haunted by Gradiva's image, Freud wants to raise the stakes and outdo the archaeologist, to exhume a more archaic impression, to prove himself a better etiologist than his novelist. Freud tries to get past the trace, to outrun the footprint, to find the still living footstep at the origin, the instant when the living step and the psychic impression it makes are still one, the pure auto-affection and self-touching. An archive which would in some confuse itself with the archie, with the origin of which it is only the type, the typos, the iterable letter or character. An archive without archive. Archive, 150/AF, 61. In the novel, Hanold is suffering from a type of archive fever. Having become impatient of archaeology, which traffics always in death, in lifeless images of the past, Hanold dreams of bringing Gradiva back to life at Pompeii. He dreams of reliving the other. Of reliving the singular pressure or impression which Gradiva's step, the step itself, the step of Gradiva herself, that very day, at that time, on that date, in what was inimitable about it, must have left in the ashes. Archive, 151/AF, 61. He dreams of touching Gradiva's living foot, of that singular, unrepeatable instant when imprinting and impression are one, when, with her peculiar gait, Gradiva must have left the unique imprint of her toes, her trace in the ashes distinct from all the rest. Literally. But that literality of course is the rub, which neither Freud nor Jensen, neither psychoanalyst nor the novelist consider, that we are always before the letter, in litera, in literature, in iterability, in the archive. So the very thing that makes it possible to dream of this idiomatic imprint, of the unity of foot and print, of the instant of auto-affection, is what also divides and separates the foot from the print, thus making the science of footprints, of any print or impression, be it psychoanalysis or archaeology, possible and also a little impossible, submitting both to an archive, the subject of a general archivology. The instant itself, in itself, remains a secret. One can always dream of this secret, indeed this is where dreaming and speculating begin. And. Belief, et la foi, archive, 154/AF, 62. And passion and prayers and tears. We are always praying and weeping over the secret, which impes science. But of the secret itself, there can be no archive, by definition. The secret is the very ash of the archive. There is no sense in searching for the secret of what anyone may have known. A fortiori a character, Hanold the archaeologist. Archive, 154/AF, 62-63. We are just going to have to learn to get along with archives, with stones that do not speak but need to be read and interpreted. We need to deal. 277. With the difficulty that the heavens never open up and drop the archie itself in our lap, that we are always a little late on the scene and are left ever with the archive, the archie itself having silently slipped away, se derobe, just moments before we arrived on the scene. We need archives, new songs and mal de archive, for that is all we have. But this mal is not an illness but a cure, which saves us from patriarchontic architects who would control our cities and our archives, who have most dangerously confused their own archival readings with the archie itself, who even claim to have photographic memories. So this mal is not a loss but a gain, which opens up a salutary competition among interpretations, a certain salutary radical hermeneuticizing, in which we dream with passion of something unforeseeable and impossible. This is what this literature attests. So here is a singular testimony, literature itself, an inheritor escaped or emancipated from Holy Scripture. Archive, 154/AF, 63. The testimony of literature, the condition of the letter, of écriture and difference, envelopes and surrounds sacred scripture too, which takes the edge off fundamentalist swords, where the word of God is wielded to spill blood, which injects a little bit of salutary undecidability into the scriptures, a little more babble into the Bible. Here is what it literature gives us to think, the inviolable secret of Gradiva, of Hanold, of Jensen, then of Freud and a few others. Archive, 154/AF, 63. We will always be barred access to the secret of a character in a novel, which is emblematic of a general situation, but no less to the secret of the novelist, or the psychoanalyst, to the secret itself, if it has a self. Beyond every possible and necessary inquiry, we will always wonder what Freud, for example, what every careful concealer may have wanted to keep secret. We will wonder what he may have kept of his unconditional right to secrecy. Archive, 154/AF, 63. But that is not a loss, but an impetus, such stuff as dreams and passions are made of. For we will always want to know, we will always be burning with a passion for the secret, which will be the archive of new texts, of new petitions and repetitions, which will be content with what they are, without confusing themselves with the archie itself. While at the same time burning with the desire to know, to make known, and to archive the very thing he concealed forever. We will always wonder what, in this mal de archive, he may have burned. We will always wonder, sharing with compassion in this archive. 278. Fever, what may have burned of his secret passions, of his correspondence, of his life. Burned without him, without remains and without knowledge. Without even an ash. Archive, 154-55/AF, 63. We must always remember to remember, and remember that memory has always to do with traces, with competing reconstructions of competing archives, that no one has the secret which stills the play of the past. In its optimal sense, archive fever is the double injunction to remember the past, to burn with passion for the past, to address the old ghosts of the past, les revenants, everyone to whom justice is due, and in the same stroke, for this comes around to the same thing, to remember the future, the les arrivants, what is to come, avenir. In the end, the archive should be an open book, an opening to the future. Archive, 51-52/AF, 24, the depository of a promise, and the pathos of archive fever is to burn with a passion for the impossible. To be marked from of old by an ancient inscription, by a certain circumcision, is to be marked by a promise of something to come. Is deconstruction really a Jewish science? So then we come back to the question that Yerushalmi puts to Freud, when, contemplating the bust of Freud that Yerushalmi keeps in his study, which I posit, ex hypothesis, or in the Freud Museum, like Hanold dreaming of Gradavis foot, he asks whether psychoanalysis is a Jewish science. Right now, leaving the semantic and epistemological questions aside, I want only to know whether you ultimately came to believe it so. In fact, I will limit myself even further and be content if you answer only one question. When your daughter conveyed those words to the Congress in Jerusalem, was she speaking in your name? Please tell me, Professor. I promise I won't reveal your answer to anyone. Why, 100. But that, Professor Yerushalmi, is precisely a secret French translation of Freud's Moses reads Je vous promets de garder le secret, the secret, a secret unknown above all, and this in virtue of what Freud has to say about repression and the unconscious, to Freud himself. This is something that Freud perhaps least of all can be expected to know, and something that Detective Yerushalmi is not going to find out. He is not going to make that stone bust of Freud talk. Literature will have always begun. Whether or not Freud himself had a Jewish heart, even a heart that is Jewish without Judaism, Yerushalmi is on his own. He is just going to have to assume responsibility himself for any such attribution, which is consigned in advance to following the archival trace, and the point will be whether he has opened up psychoanalytic theory or practice in an interesting way, Freud himself having slipped away. 279. The lesson is not lost on us. For the questions that we have repeated to Derrida, in a more or less compulsive manner, or that he has repeated to himself, since he says that in writing of his colleague Yerushalmi he is writing of himself, as to whether deconstruction is a Jewish science, also needs deconstruction, and mal de deconstruction. We have no business seeking some sort of secret communication from Jacques, not to mention Jacques, expecting thereby to find out whether in his heart of hearts Jacques is still Jewish, even without Judaism, still Jewish, even while rightly passing for an atheist. That is precisely something that for structural reasons cannot be delivered, by him or by me, although that is the drift of the formulations that, for strategic reasons, I let this question take at the beginning of this discussion. It would be misleading on my part to suggest that I could track this question down by a careful enough piece of detective work. Moreover, it would be a ruse on Derrida's part even to suggest that he could tell us. As if he has any special powers of auto-interpretation, any special ability to tell us anything about his religion. His religion is his business, his problem, if it is a problem. The very fact that Derrida has begun to write in an autobiographical mode is a slippery affair about which both he and we need to be vigilant, lest we and he be the victims of a ruse which he more than anyone has done the most to expose. The question itself, whether there is something Jewish and prophetic, something messianic and covenantal, about deconstruction, whether deconstruction is a certain religion without religion, a certain repetition of religion is a good enough one on its own. With or without Jacques. Indeed, I think it is rather a significant and pertinent one, and that it considerably repays our attention, both for deconstruction's sake and for religion's. But we must not expect it to be settled, If it could be settled, much will depend, of course, on how the very terms Jewish and deconstruction are to be defined by way of some sort of secret document unearthed in El Bayer, some hitherto undiscovered sentence recently unearthed in Derrida's diaries or correspondence or email. It is a very good question indeed, one of which I myself am inordinately fond, and this in no small part because of its double-edged blade. For while it has the power to drive his dogmatic, secularizing academic admirers mad, it also infuriates fundamentalists who take no prisoners when someone suggests that a creature saint keeps company with a not-so-saint archaea-creature, and a creature plain and simple, provided of course that they even get the point. It is a question, as I have argued, that opens up deconstruction and religion in an interesting way, even as it closes deconstruction off from mindless charges of nihilism and subjectivism and closes religion off from mindless fundamentalism. The question stands or falls on the basis of how well it opens the Derridian archive, how well the answer is 280. Documented, that is, on how well one uses the archives. As if Jacques were long since dead and all we had were his texts, like Memories from Beyond the Grave, MPPDM, 49/MFPDM, 29, which is all we do have. As if the only one with whom we could consult is his ghost. As if we had his private phone number and all we got was an answering machine whose message was "Go read my book that I have written." I am not trying to tell you that Jacques has shared his secret with me. I do not keep a bust of Jacques in my study and I have not sought his imprimatur for this imprint. Bearing that admonition in mind, let us turn now to his most autobiographical writings, if that is what they are. 281. 6. Confession. Ich bleibe also Jude, i.e., today in what remains of Judaism to this world. Circum, 279/Circum, 302-303. 18. The son of these tears. The Confession of Jacques de la Rue Saint Augustin. The Book of Eli. Circumficient open confession of the religion of Jacques Derrida, of my religion about which nobody understands anything, Circum, 146/Circumference, 154, 1. The open confession of a religious passion about which no one suspected a thing, even of a certain conversion, Circum, 119/Circumference, 124-25, is the text I have been holding close to my breast and reading continuously throughout the present study. Circumcision, 59 periods and periphrases written in a sort of internal margin, between Geoffrey Bennington's book and work in preparation, January 1989 to April 1990, is supposed to come as a surprise, to make a revelation about something we never suspected, to come as a bolt from the blue, to come, period, avenir. It is supposed to shock Geoffrey Bennington, G., who is up there, on the upper half of the page, like God in his heaven. G. In English that could also stand for God, is writing a survey of Derrida, a book of Derrida, a computer program that can run Derrida, an overview that maintains surveillance over Derrida, a theological, i.e., omniscient, compendium that describes in principle everything that Derrida has to say or ever could say, that knows every secret of his heart, that has counted every tear. Bennington is trying to formulate the logic of Derrida's work, without ever citing a single sentence of Derrida, to identify the law or rule of his work, to write a Derrida program, a generative grammar that can predict in principle and can 282. Generate, with the click of a mouse, any past, present, or future sentence, phrase, that Derrida has or will ever pen, with his Macintosh. Down below, on the bottom half of the page, Derrida, ever jealous of his idiom and idiosyncrasy, thrashing about in the secrets of his singularity, tries gamely. This is a bet, a game they are playing to twist free of G, to escape from G's panopticon, to write around to periphrase him, to exceed G's book with textuality, to outflank and overflow him. Derrida is trying to surprise G with an event, to circumvent G with something new, something to come that G did not see coming, something that shatters the horizon that G is tracing out overhead with eagle's wings. Jacques is trying for an invention, an incoming, a circuminvention of something that Derrida did not foresee, a passion that it did not program. To so the whole volume Jacques Derrida, by Geoffrey Bennington, Derridabus, and Jacques Derrida, Circumcision, in French, Cir Confession, is a staging or enactment of deconstruction, putting on a Derridian performance, drawing a Derridian ellipsis. In the upper half of the work G constructs a logic, a law, a book, a circle of the same which Derrida, in the lower half, seeks to exceed and breach, to destabilize and disintegrate, to deconstruct. In this work, we should be able to catch deconstruction in the act, an act of passion, right there on stage. The shock that Derrida offers G is to exhibit his circumcision, shamelessly, in public, like an ancient cynic, the thing itself, scars and all, and everything with which it is implicated, the familial, social, linguistic, national, political, psychoanalytic, philosophical, and religious networks in which Derrida is inscribed by his circumcision. Who could have imagined or foreseen such a thing? G, ever omniscient, keeping to his heavenly course, maintaining his equilibrium, says he is not surprised. 3 We, of course, are also less than surprised, but only because we have been preparing for his circumcision all along, reading backwards, after the fact, having already been forewarned about a simmering passion, having already begun by circumcision, which only a few years ago might have seemed impossible. Derrida is, he confesses, I think he is boasting, the only philosopher more or less accepted by the Academy. He did, after all, Pace Barry Smith, win the vote at Cambridge. Who will have dared describe his penis, circum, 110/circumference, 115, a contingent of graduate assistants furiously fan Ruth Marcus, who has fainted dead away upon reading a review of Circumcision in the New York Review of Books. 4 Ever since Glass he has been making notes for a work in preparation to be entitled, variously, The Book of Circumcision or The Book of Eli, dreaming of a book to be written. 5 Elijah is his Hebrew name, which he discovered only later on, to his surprise, given to him with his circumcision but kept a family secret, kept off his birth certificate and all official documents. Eli is his secret name, known only within the family circles, and it must come as a surprise to 283. G because it came as a surprise to Jacques. Circumcision alludes to the secret passion of Jacques Derrida, about which nobody understands anything, revealing a man of prayers and tears, a quasi-Jewish Cir confessing Augustine, a quasi-Augustinian Jew, 6 in love with love, PDS, 162/points, 152, a man of passion, a religious man. Almost. For he is always telling the story of a broken alliance, without rupture but without continuity, the story of a cut with the covenant. He lives in the distance between himself and Judaism, which is perhaps the unity of what is called his life story, cf. ed. 227/WD, 153. By his circumcision Derrida means, to be sure, the thing itself, sach, chose, cause, circum, 136/circumference, 143, the peritomy, the severed foreskin, about which he is quite graphic, to a point that the customary readers of St. Augustine will find quite scandalous, maybe even a little sinful. While he does not fail to explore its other senses, a cruel maiming, a bloody crime perpetrated by the father and permitted by the mother against the innocent child, a figure of death and castration, the Roman Emperor Hadrian so equated it and made it punishable as murder, a figure even of fellatio and cannibalism 7 etc. Derrida uses circumcision constantly to circle around his own Jewishness, his own circumscription within Judaism by this ancient rite, his own inside/outside relation to the circle of Judaism. The rite of circumcision is for Manal Thoth. This book is for everybody, circum, 288/circumference, 311, the condition and the mark of their membership in the Jewish community, the sign of God's covenant with his people. In Jeremiah, circumcision marks a man who has cut down his self-will, who is detached from self-will, who accepts God's word, lest he have an uncircumcised ear, Jacques 6:10, who accepts God's law, lest he have an uncircumcised heart, Jacques 9:25-26, cf. Skib, 15/WT, 6. In this sense, Derrida is circumcised and he is not, circumcised and decircumcised, Circin, 208/circumference, 224. He is divided and partitioned between his belonging to Judaism and his breach from Judaism is atheism, his Gentile wife, his uncircumcised sons. The cut for Derrida, then, is not only his peritomy, the cut is the size Zion between his Judaism and his non-Judaism, the partition dividing these two worlds. I write, he says, by reconstituting the partitioned and transcendent sick structure of religion, of several religions, in the internal circumcision of my life, Circin, 213/circumference, 229. What he calls his religion is not his Judaism but a break with Judaism, a break that cannot be made cleanly, in virtue of what he elsewhere called the impossibility of the pure cut. His religer, corrupt etymology, is the bond by which he remains tied to what he has breached, the ligature of his belonging still to a place where he does not belong. His religion is the partitioning, the cut of circumcision and the cut from circumcision. He inhabits the distance between Judaism and the end of Judaism, between the religion in which he was nurtured, of his 284 mother and his matrix, of his parents and his childhood, and his public adult life. What he calls my religion, my life is the tension between these two worlds, the gap, the cut between Jacques, a little black and very Arab Jew, Circin, 57/circumference, 58, and Derrida, the cosmopolitan secular French philosopher, CFBDS, 12830/points, 119-21, PDS, 354/points, 343-44. In that gap stirs the passion of Jacques Derrida. Circumcision is written with the blood and tears that flow from this cut, with the passion that the cut provokes. In the end, circumcision is a marvelous figure, but by no means merely a figure, for Derrida, who has long been writing about cuts, incisions, inscriptions, stylus tips, and even guillotines, which positions him, as we have seen in Glass, with Abraham, also the name of his older brother René, and against the soaring, seamless system of savoir absolu. In the end, indeed at the very end of the book, circumcision is represented more generally, almost as a philosopheme or anti-philosopheme. Philosophically its most important sensa is the cut from truth, cette vérité secrète c'est dire vrai de la vérité, that secret truth, that is to say, severed from the truth, Circin, 291/circumference, 314. For circumcision is not a confession of the truth but a confession without truth, the confession of a sans, a being severed and secreted from truth, of truths being secreted away from us, the secret without truth which confesses that literature will have always begun, without a guiding star and fixed destination. That is what impes Zions. This severance also severs these memoirs from St. Augustine's Confessions, which mean to own up to the truth, for whom God is truth rather than the cut from truth. What Derrida calls my religion, his passion, his prayers and tears, circles around this cut, the one that severs him from the healing consolations of either a metaphysical or a religious truth, capitalized, the healing bombs of any determinable faith and truth, whose advantage is to hold everything steadily in place. He confesses, if not sinfulness, then sensefulness, the deep divide within his being, within our being, the cut that severs us from the truth of truth, severing the head of Saint Prepuce, cutting phallic truth down to size. That is the sense in which circumcision is everybody's story, so that circumcision can rightly be described as everybody's autobiography, Circin, 288/circumference, 311, Greek or Jew, or Arab, male or female, or innumerable. Circumcision as the severance from truth, from savoir absolu, from the one encompassing truth, as the night of truth. 8 is the condition humane, and a problem for animals. 2. Circumcision is the story of the conversion, cf. Circon, 119/circumference, 124-25, of Jacques Derrida to a certain, secret quasi-Judaism, to a quasi-Augustinian, slightly atheistic Judaism nurtured on the Rue Saint Augustin. Derrida confesses his dereliction of his Jewish studies. He played truant from the Jewish school in El Bayer when he was 13 years old. 285. Where his parents had sent him after the expulsion of the Algerian Jewish children from the public schools, to study for bar mitzvah. The school was called the Alliance, the French word for covenant but also for a wedding ring, like a covenant house, but the 13-year-old, alas, preferred to watch the Allied soldiers queuing up at brothels. Circon, 175-76/circumference, 164-65, cf. Skib, 12/WT, 4. He makes no secret of his own ignorance of Hebrew, his lack of biblical training, but with a little luck he could turn this into a docta ignorantia, but this ignorance remained the chance of my faith as of my hope, of my taste even for the word, the taste for letters. Circon, 267/circumference, 289, just as Augustine, speaking of his own conversion, wrote that had he been first informed by thy holy writings and had he later fallen upon those other books, perhaps they would have torn me away from a firm foundation of piety. 7xx26. So Circumcision tells the surprising story of Derrida's conversion from these secular texts and languages to a certain Hebrew, to his life of faith and passion, of prayers and tears. From the point of view of the present study, Circumcision is the most interesting and provocative of all of Derrida's texts, the pivot around which this book is all along turning. This is not because we have succumbed to some voyeuristic impulse to catch sight of Derrida's secret life, and not exactly because Circumcision reveals to us Derrida's secret passion, his private religion, but rather because it forces us to think out what this religion can be, what the passion of deconstruction can be. It is with no little fear and trembling that one would write about Circumcision, a book of formidable difficulty, even by Derridian standards. This difficulty of course is, as always, stylistic. It is elusive, fluid, poetic, agrammatical, paratactical, written in sections that lack punctuation, so that the words flow like blood from the mohel's blade, or like the tears of a child weeping for his mother, or like the associations of a particularly wild dream. But beyond that there is the difficulty of highly private allusions in which Derrida makes reference to matters in his personal life that we cannot possibly make out. The text disseminates in so many directions: autobiographical, psychoanalytic, literary, political, pedagogical, theological, and philosophical as to make nonsense of the idea of a definitive commentary. That, of course, is the whole idea. Remember the little war with Geoffrey Bennington, he is trying to elude both anticipation and commentary. Thus do I excuse myself from getting this text right, let alone getting all of it right. Thus do I confess and ask pardon, right at the start. I am simply seeking to stay with the flow of this text, trying not to end up in the drink, to stay with it just long enough and well enough to get a sense of what it tells us about Derrida's religion, what he is calling here, so provocatively, my religion, which will throw light on a certain passion for the impossible. 10. 286. The name of God. To say the least, Derrida clearly does not subscribe to an orthodox version of the faith of his fathers or of his mother. I am beginning with chapter 30, the numerical center of this work of 59 chapters or periphrases, or commotions, compulsions, periods, respirations, bands, or circumferences, one for each of his year. She is writing in 1989, which, he had begun to fear, might be his last. In this periphrase, Derrida says that his task will be to describe his sex throughout thousands of years of Judaism, i.e., his inscription or circumscription as a circumcised Jew, and the meaning, or the passion, of his relation to Judaism, and to do so microscopically. He wants to leave nothing in the dark of what related him to Judaism, of his Jewish alliance, his alliance or lack thereof with the alliance, from which he was fleeing like a tearful, truant boy with only limited success, circin. 164/circumference, 175. Having broken this alliance in many respects, he is the last of the Jews. For circumcision is the trace of the proper, the mark and the substance of belonging to the alliance, to the community of Judaism, while he has married outside Judaism and his sons are uncircumcised, circin. 92/circumference, 95, and do not use his name, and he does not believe in a certain God. He has broken the chain, cut away from the cut, left his sons and himself improper, unmarked, unidentified, unclean. For if the oldest, the first, and defining dispute of all in Christianity was over circumcision, and the Pauline Christian thing became not to circumcise, then has not Derrida delivered his sons to this all-encompassing Christian world? Has he not sided with Paul against the Jews, for in Christ Jesus neither circumcision nor uncircumcision counts for anything, Gallen 5:6, CFMDA, 117 N87/MB, 112 N87? Circumcision is the story of the conversion of Jacques Derrida from a certain Judaism, circin. 117/circumference, 122, of which he is the end to a certain Judaism without God, for he is rightly taken as an atheist, circin. 146/circumference, 155, without a certain God, or even a conversion to an atheist God, circin. 201/circumference, 216, to a God whose name he is constantly seeking. I am addressing myself here to God, the only one I take as a witness, without yet knowing what these sublime words mean, and this grammar, and to, and witness, and God, and take God. Circin. 56-57/circumference, 56. When Augustine wrote, "What do I love when I love my God?" Derrida remarks, in a telling entry in his notebooks of 1981, "Can I do anything other than translate the sentence by S.A. St. Augustine into my language?" The change of meaning and of reference turning on the meum. Circin. 117/circumference, 122. My language, a private language, about my God, the secret, Jewish, slightly Augustinian God of my religion. What do? 287. I mean by the God whom I love? What do I love when I speak of loving God? What do I believe when I put my faith in God? To whom do I pray when I pray to my God? Over what do I weep when I weep over my God? For the name of God is a way to keep things open, to open them up to what eye hath not seen nor ear heard, to hope for and believe impossible things, to pray and weep over what is coming, even as it has been the name of the most violent closure, that in whose name the worst atrocities are regularly committed. Religious thinkers, but is not Derrida also religious with a certain religion? Is Derrida not forcing us to reconceive religion? Would say that Derrida here gives evidence, postmodern evidence, if you still use this word, perhaps the most brilliant of all contemporary evidence, to what Augustine said at the beginning of the Confessions, that our hearts are restless and they will not rest until they rest in thee. However much Jacques flees from God, God will track him down. They will say that when Derrida is dreaming of the impossible he is searching for God, even though he does not know that it is God of whom he dreams, that circumcision is a transcendental aspiration for the God of our fathers and mothers. But perhaps Derrida would rejoin, if he felt there was any reason to rejoin, that, in virtue of his notion of exemplarity, a religious person who searches for God, S.A., for example, does not know what it is that he seeks, that in seeking God such a person also seeks to know what he is seeking. For it is Augustine himself who asks himself, "What do I love when I love my God?" That question, which is not put to Augustine by the skeptics, academici, but by Augustine himself to himself, is the crucial question, and it is put no less by Augustine than by Derrida. It is the question of all questions, and, before that, the affirmation before any question, DLE, 147/OS, 94. This question, which swells up and rolls over the confessions like a great wave, and from there sweeps over circumfession, puts the torch to the nonsensical Heideggerian dogma, repeated blindly by the acolytes in the Church of Heidegger, that a religious person is someone who does not put real questions. The privilege of questioning in the Heideggerian Church is reserved for Greco-German sense-denkers, of highly questionable political leanings, as we have all learned. Questions, according to the Heideggerian dogma, could not possibly be put in Hebrew or Arabic, Latin, or French languages of circumcision. According to this comical, albeit dangerous, schema, DLE, 109/OS, 68, Yahweh himself would need to switch to German, if, driven by his jealousy of Die Sprachessenz, the Lord God would ever attempt to think. 11. Derrida's religion, which is announced in this book, along with the name of the God of his religion, is just what we will not have understood. That's what my readers won't have known about me. The changed time of my writing. To be read less and less, well over almost 288 years, like my religion about which nobody understands anything. Circin, 145-46/circumference, 154. Not even Georgette, his mother, who prayed and wept over Jacques like Monica over Augustine, could understand his religion, and she was afraid even to ask, praying and weeping and trusting all the while that it would be impossible that the son of these tears, Filius Istarum Lacrimarum, 3,12,12, Jacques/Augustine, should perish. Any more than does my mother, who asked other people a while ago, not daring to talk to me about it, if I still believed in God. But she must have known that the constancy of God in my life is called by other names, so that I quite rightly pass for an atheist. Circin, 146/circumference, 155. From the point of view of an orthodox Jewish theism, Derrida passes for an atheist relative to that God, to the classical Jewish understanding of the name of God. But he by no means passes for an atheist about every God, an atheist simpliciter, since the name of God is among the most important names he means to save. His religion is a religion that turns on the name of God, not because, like an English Don, he is curious about God talk, but because the name of God is a name he calls upon, that he invokes, with prayers and tears. But what is called God in orthodoxy, the constancy and omnipresence and omniscience of God in the concrete, historical mechanisms, in the religions of the book, for him goes under other names. The omnipresence to me of what I call God in my absolved, absolutely private language being neither that of an eyewitness nor that of a voice doing anything other than talking to me without saying anything, nor a transcendent law, Circin, 146-47/circumference, 154. The name of God for Derrida is not the name of a universal, panoptical witness to his most hidden thoughts and deeds, a party to his innermost interiority, in interior homin, in what Climacus would have called the absolute relationship to the absolute. Nor is God the name of the law, or of the voice of conscience, or of the transcendent creator of heaven and earth, the first cause, etc. God is not a metaphysical or moral foundation, the ground of being or the author of the moral law, a prima causa or an ens realissimum or a gubernator universi. Derrida's is much more an Augustinian than a Thomistic God, my God, not, as for St. Thomas, quod omnes decunt Deum, what everybody calls God. The name of God is not the name of some theological being or object. God is given only in praying and weeping. I'm mingling the name of God here with the origin of tears, Circin, 114/circumference, 118, we would say that God for him is given not in theological analysis but in religious experience, in a certain 289 passion for the impossible. On this point, if I may dare to say so, Derrida is somewhat closer to the Bible thumpers than to the endowed chairs of religious studies. While Derrida is willing to associate himself with religion and prayer and passion, the word theology tends to have a strictly onto theological sense for him, signifying something objectifying, totalizing, dogmatic, and awash in ominous institutional power, so that his is a religion without theology, a life of prayer and passion without theology's God, Dieu sans l'autre, God without being that institutional, theological God. For Derrida, God is not an object but an addressee, not a matter for theological clarification but the other end of a prayer, given not to cognition but to passion, neither him nor her nor it, but you, too. What then does Derrida name and love when he names and loves his God, Deum meum? Or better still, since that question takes the form of the quid est, to whom is he talking when he addresses my God? In that question is focused a great deal of what we have been pursuing in the present study. The name of God, he says here, means the secret I am excluded from, the secret that others know but hold from him, the secret of polychinelle, circin, 147/circumference, 156, a reference to pass, 20/on, 7 a secret for no one, an open secret, as G translates it, known to everyone except him, so that he is the first and only one to be excluded from, to be cut off from, what is known to everyone else, like the properly theological hypothesis of a blank sacrifice sending the bidding up to infinity. In passions, the secret of Polychinelle is a reference to his passion for literature, which maintains the absolute secret, the exemplary secret, pass, 63-67/DCR, 22-23, what we have called here the secret without truth, that secret truth, that is to say, severed from the truth, circin, 291/circumference, 314. That is the secret that there is no secret, no conscious or unconscious secret truth hidden deep beneath the surface of the text, circin, 77/circumference, 78, the secret that turns the text over to endless interpretations, not just 12 that permits and produces multiple interpretations, severed as it is from savoir absolu. So Derrida here seems to say that God is the name of the absolute secret, a placeholder for the secret that there is no secret truth, the blank truth in virtue of which we are always already exposed to multiple interpretations. God is a name for the inexpugnable textuality of his life and work, the split in his life that severs him from truth, so that it is up to others to read him, who then know more than him, a limit structure. That would explain why he will often say God or death, for God means a secret, a deus absconditus, a blank point at which an overarching and all-governing truth gives out. That is also the point at which, as Augustine said and Heidegger repeated, factus sum mei terra difficultatis suderus nimi, I have been made for myself a land of difficulty and of great sweat and tears, and again, quaestio mei factus sum, I have become a question unto myself, being and time, 9, and I do not know who I am. 290. He prays with passion, he sends up prayers like lost postcards, landing who knows where, destination unknown. He sends up a passionate prayer, there is no passion without secret, this very secret, indeed no secret without this passion, pass 64/on, 28. The secret is the passion of life, the passion of death, the intensity of life/death, and it is structural, ingrained, built in just such a way as to permit, to command the unbuilding, abbauen, deconstruction, of whatever poses itself as unlocking the secret, whatever posits itself as holding the hermeneutic key and closing down further interpretations. The name of God is the most powerfully deconstructive name we can invoke, for it is the name that destroys the earthly towers to truth we are all the time building, the name of the time after Babel. The name of God disseminates our tongues, multiplies names and truths and the stories we have to tell ourselves to get through the day, exposing the vanitas vanitatum, the vanitas constructionarum. The name of God is the name of the structural secret or limit, the secret without truth, without the truth of truth, without the truth of savoir absolu, without a divine revelation from God that puts an end to human confusion, without the truth of a revelation from being, from the it which gives us being and time, which grants us truth, aletheia, while itself slipping modestly into concealment. Derrida's secret, that literature will have already begun, is neither the mysterium of divine truth revealed by God to the patriarchs nor the Geheimnis revealed and concealed to the Hygarian acolytes whose ears are cocked to the revelation granted the early Greeks. Derrida's secret is the secret without, sans, truth, the secret of the sans, the secret confessed in a confession without truth. So this confession does not bring out into the light of day the unconcealed truth of his secret self, because such a secret he does not know, and this because there is none. There is no truth beyond the truth one does, the truth one makes of oneself, facere veritatem, in one's heart, by confessing it, circum, 48-49/circumference, 47-48. That is the crucial turn that Derrida gives to Augustine's confession of conversion, when Augustine asks Cur confit mur Deo scienti, why do I confess these things to God who already knows them all anyway? Clearly not to pass the word on to God, to let God in on a secret truth or two that Augustine has been keeping from God. Augustine is not giving God any information or truth, telling God something God did not know. Augustine's confession is not for God's sake, but for the sake of the faithful who can learn a thing or two from his story, and for himself, for his passion, to confirm and intensify his faith. But if Augustine does not have to tell the truth to God, Derrida does not have a truth to tell, a secret truth to let out of the bag, for his secret is an absolute secret, a secret that we are always in a bag, structurally severed de la vérité, severed from the truth of being, from the mystery of God, or 291. From the depths of the cell cut adrift from the three ideas of reason, from God, the soul, and the world, around which everything turns in Augustine, Descartes, and Kant. Such a secret is a terra difficultatis, and how? For if God means the one who lifts you like a hook from such a land of trouble, then Derrida rightly passes for an atheist. But God for Derrida is the name of the terra difficultatis, of the nameless who knows what, to whom one confesses plainly that one is cut adrift, destined errant, a little lost, and maybe not a little. God is the name of a question, not an answer, of an errancy, not a destination, the name of life/death, not of vita aeterna, to whom one prays, with passion and tears, that one does not know to whom to pray, or who it is to whom one prays, or even who one is oneself. Who or what do I love when I love my God? That lack of destination does not prevent the event of prayer but lets it break out, it does not stop the praying but provokes it all the more. One prays and prays, all the time hoping and praying that one's prayers are answered in and by the praying, confessing, addressing, in literis. In that sense writing is a saint creature. God coming, Derrida adds, to circulate among the unavowables, circum, 147/circumference, 156-57, among the things one cannot simply confess, frankly admit, declare, or confess, since we do not know who or what we are confessing. That means that when we confess ourselves a man or woman of God, and Derrida seems to think it goes without saying that is just what one wants to do, then we do not know who we name or what we have invoked. We are relative to God like children not bearing their father's name, cf. Pass, 32/on, 12-13, 13 who cannot confess and admit their father, like nameless sons who are consigned to live beyond the name, not knowing their proper name, the name of the proper. When you pray, say Abba, Father, or Mother, what is your name? When you pray, say, what do I love and name when I love and name my God? Praying and weeping. No small part of the surprise that Derrida pulls on G is to associate himself with the prayers and tears of Augustine, with one of Western religion's weepiest and most unctuous books, a most unlikely bedfellow of an atheistic, leftish, post-structuralist Parisian intellectual, circum, 12/circumference, 9, all of which he is and is not. 14 This talk of tears is in part an autobiographical statement, and we are fascinated by it, although the question is whether and how this praying and weeping makes its way into deconstruction, with or without Jacques, whether and to what extent deconstruction, not just Jackie, is bathed in tears and sunk in prayer. Jackie is a weepy child, ready to cry at the drop of a hat, clinging to his mother. 292. I wonder if those reading me from up there see my tears, today, those of the child about whom people used to say he cries for nothing, and indeed, if they guess that my life was but a long history of prayers, circum 40/circumference, 38 to 39. The clingy little boy even hated nursery school because he feared the separation, the cut, from his mother. Recalling a touching scene from those days, he writes, "She was holding my hand on the way to nursery school and he, wishing to stay home with her, invents an illness, a ruse he forgot to sustain after she dropped him off. Whence the tears when later in the afternoon, from the playground, I caught sight of her through the fence. She must have been as beautiful as a photograph, and I reproached her for leaving me in the world, in the hands of others, basically with having forgotten that I was supposed to be ill so as to stay with her, just according to our very alliance, one of our 59 conjurations without which I am nothing, accusing her in this way of letting me be caught up by school, all those cruel mistresses, circum 250-52/circumference, 272. Circumcision means to surprise the geologic, Geophares logic, by revealing the secret of Derrida as a man who has been praying all his life. They understand everything, like the geologic program, except that I have lived in prayer, circum 41/circumference, 39 to 40. And not only do I pray, as I have never stopped doing all my life, and pray to him, but I take him here and take him as my witness, circum 57/circumference, 56 to 58. For if you knew, my experience of prayers, you would know everything. You who know everything, you would tell me whom to address them to, circum 176/circumference, 188. But what can Derrida possibly mean by prayer, by praying and weeping? To whom is he praying? Derrida does not lack a life of prayer, of praying and weeping, and he could hardly imagine ever giving up prayer just because he rightly passes for an atheist. His atheism does not undermine his life of prayer but provokes it and forces us to examine it more carefully and to ask where, he directs his prayers. Well, I am remembering God this morning, the name, a quotation, something my mother said, not that I'm looking for you, my God, in a determinable place and to reply to the question, sed ubi manes in memoria mea, Domini but where do you dwell in my memory, O Lord, circum 112/circumference, 117. The first time he remembers hearing the name of God was on the lips of his mother praying for him when he was sick, for fear that he would die. 293. Like his brothers before and after him. When his temperature goes down, Georgette/Monica would pray Grace à Dieu, Merci Dieu. God is always mingled with the origin of tears for him, a puerile, weepy, and pusillanimous son with whom the adults amused themselves by making him cry for nothing, and an adolescent who liked to read authors who are quick to tears, like Rousseau, Augustine, and Nietzsche, the authors of 3 famous autobiographies. I weep from my mother over the child whose substitute I am his dead brother, whence the other, non-grammatical syntax that remains to be invented to speak of the name of God, which is here neither that of the father nor that of the mother, nor of the son nor of the brother nor of the sister, circum 114/circumference, 119. He cries for himself from his mother, he sees himself from the other, a scary child who cried for his mommy, who cried to be left to sleep near his parents. So, if one directs one's prayers and tears to God, still, where, is God? Even if God is in our memory, as Augustine asks, where in our memory? Not that God is to be found in some determinable place so that we could actually give a determinate answer to this question. Derrida's difference with Orthodox religion, his cut with the determinable faiths, does not have to do with the fact of prayer as if they prayed, but he does not, but rather with the destination of prayer, where to address his prayer, nusquam nisi ad te, nowhere except to you, since prayer for Derrida, as for Hamlet, does not necessarily to heaven rise, Hamlet. We recall, from How to Avoid Speaking, Denials, that when apophatic discourse opens with a prayer this recognizes, assigns, or ensures its destination, Sci. 560/DNT, 98, so that negative theology is determinate and well-destined discourse, and as long as it keeps praying it will not be set adrift. But Derrida's prayer is a carte postale, an open secret, that is structurally exposed to loss and non-arrival, to destined errance, to the errancy of destination, destined to go askew, errant, and wandering, abstedvra to stray from you, 9,9,22, directed who knows where, to some secret place. Every prayer, he says in How Not to Speak, is addressed to the other as other, any other, no matter who. For example, I will say, at the risk of shocking God, Sci. 572/DNT, 110. The prayers of the determinable faiths know where they are going, but Derrida, the Anchorite, the Anchorite, wanders in the desert. To whom do I pray? To you, ad te. But where are you? In memoria. But where in my memory? His task, he writes to himself in a 1977 entry in his notebooks, is to analyze that form of secret, the my life, not as if his life is a hidden, interior, solitary cell in the classical tradition of an interior self, in interior homin, of which Augustine himself is the very prototype and paradigm. 294. Rather, for Derrida, my life means something hanging on the partition of two whole worlds, this world and the other world. I write, the notebooks continue, by reconstituting the partitioned and transcendent sick structure of religion, of several religions, in the internal circumcision of my life, Circin, 213/circumference, 229. Circumcision is not simply a rite of initiation in his religion, it is its very structure. For the structure of Augustine's religion is to be partitioned between two worlds, between earth and heaven, to be a homo viator on the way from this world to the civitas Dei. Derrida reconstitutes this partitioned structure, working on the line, the cut, the size Zion, or divide between the two worlds. His life is partitioned, not between heaven and earth, to be sure, but, on the one side, the Arab-Jewish world of his father and mother, his matrix and his family, his private and personal life, and, on the other side, the other, public world of his writing. The partition is everything he appeared to have erased when he traded names, when he stretched the written name of Jacques, his semi-pseudonym and nom de plume, over Jacques, PDS, 354/points, 344. This partition unfolds on the computer screen that stretches out like the sky before him, just as for Augustine the comparison is forced. God has stretched out the firmament of thy book like skin, 13,15,16, or like the way secularized Jews, wanting to hide their circumcision, tried to stretch what remained of their foreskins. The self, the divided, partitioned, cut self of whose journey we read in Circumcision is not the homo interioris who discovers God within, but an autobiothanato heterographer who tells the story of the cut, the size Zion, between Jacques and Jacques, between Jacques and Derrida, where the name of the thinker is the name of a text to be read, a signature to be countersigned. The partitioning is the cut with Judaism, for he rightly passes for an atheist and has not circumcised his sons, which he cannot however cut off, an imperfect or impure cut, truth in painting, and, beyond Judaism, a cut with truth itself. The partitioning is the tension between the Arab Jew and the Marraine who is not even a Jew in secret, a distance in which he takes up residence, in which he works, which is the origin of his tears, of the homograph, cut/cries. The size Zion or partitioning between these two worlds is something which one cannot properly analyze. He fears all forms of analysis, literary, theological, or even blood analysis, Circin, 12/circumference, 10, but only pray and weep over. Passion withers under analysis. That is why the project of the reconstitution of the structure of religion demands that he reconstitute the life of prayer, of praying and weeping. For the divided self is a serious matter. The splitting of the ego, in me at least, is no transcendental claptrap. Derrida, Circin, 159/circumference, 169, but a matter for passion. For it belongs to the structure of my life that it is not an object of analysis, that it is not only or mainly that, or reducible to that, but a matter of prayer and passion. It is not a matter of calculation, but of 295. Incalculable tears, tears you cannot count. It is not finally reckoned or reckonable but a gift. When I speak of my life I do not objectify it, but, like Augustine, I address you. Oh my God. As Peter Brown puts it so beautifully. Augustine's back is turned to us throughout the Confessions. His attention is elsewhere. He is speaking with his God. The pronoun to thou, you occurs in 381 of the 453 paragraphs of the Confessions. Praising, questioning, confessing sins in the modern sense, Augustine's prose works magic with us. It brings an invisible God almost unbearably close. Readers can feel that they have stumbled, unawares, on the most intimate of all scenes, a human being, themselves quite as much as Augustine, brought with joy and trembling into the presence of God, their judge and their friend. 15. Just so. Et nunc confider tibi, Domini, in litteris, and now I confess to you, O Lord, in writing. We think we know to whom Augustine is speaking, the destination of the Confessions, but to whom is Derrida talking? If he rightly passes for an atheist, whom does he address when he reconstitutes the structure of the you? Is he talking to himself? Is that healthy? Who holds the place of the name of God? What place does the name of God hold? Is his back turned to us? Or is he writing face to face? And for 59 years I have not known who is weeping, my mother or you. He weeps. His mother weeps. He weeps for himself, he weeps for his mother. He weeps for his mother because his mother weeps for him. He weeps for himself, the son of these tears, because his mother weeps for him. He weeps for himself from his mother. This confusion of tears is clear enough, much clearer, in any case, than what Derrida means by adding ie, you, to which is appended, without punctuation, a note from 1981. When he says you in the singular and they all wonder, who is he invoking thus, who is he talking to, he replies, but you, who are not known by this or that name, it's you, this God hidden in more than one, capable each time of receiving my prayer. You are my prayer's destiny, you know everything before me, you are the God of my unconscious, you are the measure they don't know how to take, and that's why they wonder whom, from the depth of my solitude, I still address. You are immortal. God, that's why I write my God. To which is then appended, to save you from your own immortality. Circin, 244/circumference, 264. In section 32, he had written something similar. 296. I ask your pardon for admitting to you, who represent everything, in this duel, all my addresses. I am content to turn around you in the silence in which you stand in for anybody, my God. Circin, 155-56/circumference, 165-66. You are everyone, everybody's autobiography, Circin, 288/circumference, 311, and no one in particular, no proper name in particular, himself, his mother. You are everyone else, the other, addressed in a kind of public meditation, an open letter, a postcard exposed to public view, in litteris, in which he states plainly the stakes of the wager upon which he enters. When he speaks to his mother in litteris, he experiences endless guilt, for this is an intensely private affair, and we feel embarrassed, as Peter Brown said, that we have stumbled, unawares, on the most intimate of all scenes a human being, themselves quite as much as Augustine, brought with joy and trembling into the presence of God, or here into the presence of his dying mother, or of intimate details of his private life, or indeed, as we say in English so periphrastically, so circumlocuciously, so discreetly, of his privates. You stands in for everybody, that is, the other, every other, tout autre. When one prays, one addresses God, that is, the other, where tout autre est tout autre. We recall from denials. In every prayer there must be an address to the other as other, for example I will say, at the risk of shocking God. The act of addressing oneself to the other as other must, of course, mean praying, that is, asking, supplicating, searching out. No matter what, for the pure prayer demands only that the other hear it, receive it, be present to it, be the other as such, a gift, call, and even cause of prayer. Sci 572/DNT 110. Prayer is addressed to the other, supplicates the other, and asks the other. For what? For what does one pray? One prays for nothing, nothing determinate. For nothing other than that the other hear it, for nothing other than to keep on praying. I pray the other. I pray to the other. I pray for the other. I pray that the other hear it and receive it and that the other may come, that the relation to the other be sustained, kept open. When you pray, say, other, may your kingdom come. May you come. Vens, we, amen. Vens is Derrida's prayer. Vens is the prayer he is always praying. To pray is not to utter a proposition which is true or false, but to confess, and a confession is without truth. To pray is to invoke, to call, to do, facere, something. He is praying, before God, for the coming of the other, vowing to remain faithful to the promise, to let the other come, swearing before God, respondio, I promise, believe me, I am telling the truth, beyond proof and perception, to let the other come, in which holiness I believe, in which I can only believe, in prayers and tears, CFFOI, 84-85. 297. A prayer is not a constative but a performative, not a propositional truth but rather the truth one makes or does, facere veritatem, living truly, that is, staying open and owning up to the coming of the other. To pray is to ask for nothing but to keep on praying and that the other hear the prayer. Help me to address you. Lord, I do believe. Help thou my unbelief. That is an almost perfect prayer because it is a prayer for help to keep on praying, to sustain the relationship of prayer, of Advent and Invenire. O Lord, help me to stay open because I am closing down fast. Help me to stay open to you, O Lord, because I keep closing you off, assimilating you back into the circle of the same. Instead of owning up to the other I am assimilating the other into the own. I keep closing down, shutting out, cutting off. I ask your pardon for not addressing myself to you, for still addressing myself to you to tell you so even if you don't hear me. Circin, 155-56/circumference, 165-66. I keep failing to address you. I keep turning you into something else every time I fail to address you. My prayers keep failing to rise to heaven, to the other. To write is to betray one's addressee and to ask pardon for this betrayal, example of his mother. The one I'm getting away from as I speak about it, in betraying or slandering it with every word, even when I address myself to her without her hearing to tell her that I am betraying you. Circin, 155/circumference, 165. Is it not scandalous that he would make public so private an affair, that he would collect royalties on a book on the death of his mother? Does it not compare to Kierkegaard's complaint about the clergy for having made a profitable business out of the crucifixion? Unforgivable almost. So to write this, conf tibi in litteris, 9,1233, is to memorialize his mother, to pay her a lasting tribute, and, at the same time, to betray her, to turn her into a literary occasion, circum 38/circumference, 36-37. Is there nothing sacred for him? Must everything become the subject of his latest book, even these private notebooks he had sworn to keep secret, circum 202/circumference, 217? But he does not need anyone else to accuse him of this, as though the other me, the other in me, the atheist God, left the slightest chance for the guilty party to save himself, even if it were by the ruse of avowal or asked for pardon, circum 201/circumference, 216. So to write, Saint Écriture, is to ask her pardon. One always asks for pardon when one writes, circum 46/circumference, 45. Every text is then a certain confession for writing and for failing to address her, for betraying his address to her. Her. My God. The other. 298. You. So Derrida is not showing us his back, but speaking to us. He, must not make you, us, an object of analysis, an onto theological object, lest the passion of this relation wither under the analytic I, even though he cannot avoid it. You are accessible only when I say you, O God, my God. But I have already betrayed you, and so I ask your pardon. Wayo, you recognize here the paradox of le dire and le did, around which otherwise than being turns, perhaps even as a response to Derrida's address in Violence and Metaphysics. To pray is to open one's mouth and say yes. To pray is to open one's mouth and say, come, let the other come. Let something other, something incoming, come, l'invention de l'autre. However interlaced and punctuated all his life and all his writings may be with theses, propositions, assertions, arguments, yes, arguments, Pace, Rorty and Ruth Barkin Marcus, calculations, and however indispensable all these are, and however necessary it is to do all these things well, to calculate well, it remains true that everything Derrida writes is or aims at a prayer, an invocation, a provocation, a call, a hope, dream, a demand, a sacrifice. You have spent your whole life inviting, calling, promising, hoping, sighing, dreaming, convoking, invoking, provoking, constituting, engendering, producing, naming, assigning, demanding, prescribing, commanding, sacrificing, circum 290-91/circumference, 314. The final effect, if there is one, of his whole life is performative, not constitutive, is lodged in the performative, veins. He is praying like mad that something mad will come, in an instant of madness, something impossible, the impossible. For example, here, in this text, with G up above trying to encircle him in a geologic program, hovering like the Hegelian eagle, or like the owl of savoir absolu, either way a bird of prey, while Derrida kneels, head bent, at his prie-dieu. On the top half of the page, G praying, on the bottom half, Jacques praying. On the top half, essay, on the bottom, essay. On the top half, truth, on the bottom, tears. On the top half, the book of Derrida, on the bottom half, the book of Elie. The whole volume, Jacques Derrida, is a prey on words. I ask your pardon, je vous prie, which you will give me, I am sure, so long as this frivolity is not sans au-delà, circum 226/circumference, 244. He is praying for forgiveness and asks for forgetting. You are in my memory, Augustine said, but where in my memory are you? He is praying that the other remain and not be forgotten, praying for forgiveness for his forgetting. The time of his prayer, and the time for which he prays, is messianic time, the time of the future to come, but also the time of memory, of the immemorial past that we have erased, the time of passion. The time to pray is now and always, and one prays to have the time to keep on praying. 299. He prays that his life and his writings, my life, partitioned between two worlds, may become a gift to the other, that he be able to give without return, that when he dies we will all be able to gather around his grave and say that his life was a gift to us, not that that will do him any good then. He writes from the scene of this subdued crowd of family and friends attending his funeral, circin. 40-41/circumference, 39, quietly praying and weeping. He prays for that gift and weeps over his failure to do or make that gift, don facere veritatem, and so he also prays and weeps for pardon, prays and weeps that he can keep on praying and weeping, for the gift of pardon, le don du pardon, for the time to pray and weep. He prays and weeps for the don and for pardon. Give, done, us this time. God or death. Because death too is a matter of the cut, life is torn, cut, and inscribed by death. Death too is not an object, but a matter for prayers and tears. That is why circumcision is no less an ars moriendi. Derrida's religion is a meditation upon death, upon last things, upon which he is not trying to economize. Death, like God, or death is nothing of which G, up there, could ever find the geologic or the right analysis. It is a matter for performatives, not constatives, of invocation not declaration. Death is the very occasion of circumcision, in which he prays and weeps, in Literis, over the slow death of Georgette/Monica in Nice/Ostia, ending her days on the other side of the Mediterranean far from North Africa, circin. 20/circumference, 19, but it is no less an occasion for meditation, for prayers and tears over his own death. Circumcision describes a race with death, a running forth, vorlaufen, in which anxiety about whether he might die before Georgette, or whether she will live long enough for him to finish his confessions, is superimposed over the duel with G. Wondering if she will live long enough to leave me time for all these confessions, and to multiply the scenes in which I see myself alone die, pray, weep, circin. 44/circumference, 43. His death, the death of the other, his death for the other, are not philosophical objects. She has no truth to deliver here, no philosophems to defend, but matters for confessing, for doing the truth. Death is a deed, not a thought, Johannes Climacus said. For that reason, it would seem that these are matters for his personal diary, private affairs which he has no business publishing, making public, so that we feel we have stumbled upon a man in the privacy of his chambers. He is trying to learn how to die. If this book does not transform me through and through, if it does not give me a divine smile in the face of death, my own and that of loved 300 ones, if it does not help me to love life even more, it will have failed, circin. 76/circumference, 77. Like Augustine he weeps over her and his mortal life, this living death, in istum dico vitam mortalum, and mortem vitalum. Am I talking about this mortal life or a living death? Circin. 78/circumference, 80. Life is life/death, servi, living on, a terra difficultatis, in which the difficulty death makes for life is in fact our best ally. The only ally, the most secure. It's to death that already I owe everything I earn, I have succeeded in making of it, as I have with God. It's the same thing, my most difficult ally, impossible but unfailingly faithful once you've got him in your game. It costs a great deal, believe me, a great deal of love, circin. 162/circumference, 172-73. Death is a difficult friend to have, one that tempers our steel as can nothing else. God or death, that phrase is frequent enough in Derrida's texts. The name of God is also the name of death, both have their origin in prayers and tears and cannot be turned into objects of analysis. God or death, both limits, both at the limit, ultimata, last things, in extremis, the line drawn around life, his life, and the others, delimiting life, circumscribing it, the darkness around the edge setting off the fading light, the undefinable finitude giving life definition, the imminent but unpredictable coming of an event, circin. 192/circumference, 206, certain but indefinite, Heidegger said. Death or God, the secret, the absolute secret, which inspires literature, which gives it passion, which no one is going to come along and solve, like a riddle, with a secret code. Jacques is beginning to prepare for this death or God. When he writes you, my God, he means death, you my death. He also means the other, for God takes the place of the other, you who are dying, over whom I pray and weep, for the death of the other is also the death of my God, of the tout autre, and he would save you from your own immortality, circin. 244/circumference, 264, from the denial of death. And he means you who are anxious over my death, you who watch my labored breathing with anguished concern. He confesses in writing, in literis, before God/death, who already knows confession is not a matter of giving the other information, who draws him out of himself, out of his self-interest, out of the circle of the conatus essendi, who demands disinterest. I am trying to disinterest myself from myself, to withdraw from death by making the I, to whom death is supposed to happen, gradually go away, circin. 178/circumference, 190. Circumcision is an autobiothanatoheterographical opus, circin. 198/circumference, 213, a book of life and death, of the life and death of myself and of his mother, and of you, of the other, of the other 16. 301. Derrida is beginning to prepare for death by writing, and he does not know if he will know how to die, circin. 202/circumference, 217. In this same 59th year, he is struck by a virus, Lyme disease, that paralyzes the left side of his face, freezing his left eye wide open, like a cyclops, no Augenblick, circin. 95/circumference, 98, 117-18/123, CFMDA, 11/MB, 3, 37-38 30 seconds, like the sclerosis mentioned in The Principle of Reason, imposing upon him a death mask, a death face like his dying mother's, circin. 115/circumference, 120, DDP, 466/PR, 5. Is this evil eye, circin. 109/circumference, 113, 162/173, punishment for some sin, hers or his? At first, they are not sure what is wrong, the diagnosis is incomplete. Is it a stroke? Will it be followed by a more fatal attack? Is this the end, the beginning of the end, the worm in the flesh? Will he last the night? Will he die before his mother? Before he finishes his confessions? Now he is in a race, a contest, not just with G, but with her, with time, with God, with death. He sees, impossible scene, his mother, his family and friends gathered around his grave, dead at the age of 59. What shall he do with his papers? Is everything in order? Circin. 260-61/circumference, 282. Now, when he drives to work, he tells a New York Times correspondent, he has images of being killed in an automobile crash. Dying is the word I discover at age 59, circin. 193/circumference, 208, his own death certain libute that would be too simple, circin. 203/circumference, 218. Death is no less the death of the other, of his mother or his sons, but no less, and for that very reason his own death for the other. Because he fears for them, he fears dying out of order, before his mother or after his sons, my uncircumcised sons, objects of infinite compassion, circin. 206/circumference, 221. He writes from the standpoint of his sons standing around his grave, circin. 41/circumference, 40. He fears for his mother, who prayed and wept over him during his childhood illnesses, fearful that she would lose the son of these tears as she lost 2 others. My fear of death will have only reflected her own, I mean my death for her whose anxiety I perceived each time I was ill. and if my mother thus carried my fear of death, I fear dying from no longer being scared of death after her death, as perhaps happened to MP. Merleau-Ponty in 1962, circin. 197-98/circumference, 211-12. He is afraid of death because he fears what his death will mean for her, like S.A. and Monica, who was always afraid for him. If she predeceases him, then he is afraid he will no longer be afraid of death. He dreams of euthanasia, of a good death, well timed, as if the time of dying is the time of an orchestra, of joining in its playing. He dreams of playing divinely with my sons, making his entry and exit in the piece at the fight time, and he will accept dying if dying is to sink slowly, yes, into the bottom of this beloved music, circin. 194/circumference, 208-209. By writing circumcision he is trying to survive, trying. 302. To withdraw from death by making the I, to whom death is supposed to happen, gradually go away, no, be destroyed before death comes to meet it, so that at the end already there should be no one left to be scared of losing the world in losing himself in it, circin. 178/circumference, 190. Circumcision is an experimentation of my possible survival, in living on, in this mortal life or living death, the survival that writing is, the witness, the remains of his radical absence, circin. 178/circumference, 191, so that each word is like a last will, circin. 263/circumference, 284. By saying this Derrida does not seek literary immortality, something he would not be around to enjoy, but rather to live today, now, this death, to live and write it, to see the world as it is without him. He would think death through in literis, write death through, let death sculpt the writing from the outside, let its form and rhythm be shaped and formed by an incalculable cut, circin. 192/circumference, 207. The writing is an exercise in euthanasia, in dying well but just in order to live well, rather than the reverse. Je me donne ici la mort, here I give myself the gift of death, circin. 263/circumference, 285. I do not say that I take my life but that I give myself life with the gift of death. He is trying to understand the way that death is inscribed in life, is cut into life, like a circumcision, not just my death but the others, and not to confuse life with immortality. He is trying to let the alterity of death reduce him to tears and prayers, to infinite compassion. Christian Latin French. The partition by which Derrida's life is torn is a tear in language, not because Derrida is a philosopher of language, an illusion G, up there, is doing a good job of dispelling, but for almost the very opposite reason, because he has no language. Derrida, popularly thought to be the philosopher of language par excellence, even to excess, the philosopher who would turn philosophy and the world itself into words, for whom philosophy is supposed to be just a form of writing, who is content to play with words instead of offering arguments, this same Derrida, has no language of his own. I love words too much because I have no language of my own, only false escars bed sores, circin. 90/circumference, 92, CFBDS, 217-18/points, 203-204. He is Jewish and not Jewish, Jewish but without knowing Hebrew, Jewish but also something of an Arab, Jewish without a Jewish wife or Jewish, circumcised, sons. He calls himself the most advanced eschatologist, living in the end time, the last of the Jews, the way Elijah, his surname, was the last of the prophets, loved dearly but also excluded by his family, ruptured without rupture, circin. 92/circumference, 94-95, inside/outside. 303. Judaism. Although he is a Jew born in an Arab nation, Derrida speaks to God/you in neither Hebrew nor Arabic, but in French, in Christian Latin French, circin. 57/circumference, 58, the language of the colonizers of Algeria, of masters and schoolmaster, PDS, 217-18/points, 204. He speaks and writes in the cut between Hebrew and Christian Latin French, between Arabic and Hebrew Latin, so that for him even to speak and write French is to speak and write in a foreign language, the language of the other, PDS, 217-18/points, 204. He writes in all of my foreign languages, French, English, German, Greek, Latin, the philosophic, metaphilosophic, Christian, etc. Sci 562 N1/DNT, 135 and 13. He writes in French even though the Vichy-sponsored government in Algeria, and this without the intervention of the Nazis, Circin, 266/circumference, 288, expelled him, at the age of 13, a little black and very Arab Jew, Circin, 57/circumference, 58, from the Lycée de Ben Aknoun, near El Biar. They used the numerous clauses law, good Latin for closing admissions to Jewish students beyond a fixed percentage point, 7%, something which he did not understand or have explained to him. Circumcision itself is a Latinate work, written in the space between Arab Jew and the lush patristic Latin of Augustine, his compatriot, Circin, 19/circumference, 18. Although circumcision is all he has ever talked about, Circin, 70/circumference, 70, this word circumcision is Latin, the Hebrew word being scarcely known to him, Circin, 75/circumference, 76-77. Indeed he and his family, the Algerian Jews of El Biar, did not constitute a true Jewish culture, but kept a certain external, even banal kind of religious observance, PDS, 218/points, 205. They did not even speak of circumcision but of baptism, not of bar mitzvah but of communion, a fearful acculturation of this child who was Arab, not Catholic, barbarous, Circin, 72/circumference, 72-73, not baptized. What he now confesses openly, his circumcision, he was as a child taught to repress, even as he never learned until recently his Hebrew name, Elijah, the guardian of circumcision, the Jewish name he bears without bearing, Circin, 92-93/circumference, 95-96. His ego is split and cut, not into transcendental and empirical selves, but into Jewish and un-Jewish, into Arab Jew and Christian Latin French, like a man trying to keep a log after a long journey by means of fragments of a forgotten, prehistoric language. What the one or the other Jeffrey or Georgette will have never heard is that if I am a sort of marraine of French Catholic culture, I am one of those marraines who no longer say they are Jews even in the secret of their own hearts. Circin, 150/circumference, 170. The Marranos were Spanish or Portuguese Jews who were forcibly converted to Catholicism, under threat of death or exile, who practiced Judaism in secret. 17 deriving from the Spanish word for pigs, from the 304. Jewish prohibition against eating pork, the word carried a pejorative ring. At the end of Aporias, a detailed study of Heidegger's treatment of death in Being and Time, Derrida says that Heidegger's analysis belongs to the huge archive where the memory of death in Christian Europe is being accumulated, Aporias, 338/Aporias, 80-81, whereas Derrida associates himself with the Marranos that we are, Marranos in any case, whether we want to be or not, whether we know it or not. Who is the Marrano? Let us figuratively call Marrano anyone who remains faithful to a secret that he has not chosen, in the very place where he lives, in the home of the inhabitant or of the occupant, in the home of the first or second arrivant, in the very place where he stays without, sans, saying no but without, sans, identifying himself as belonging to. In the dominant culture that by definition has calendars, this secret keeps the Marrano even before the Marrano keeps it. Is it not possible to think such a secret eludes history, age, and aging? Aporias, 338/Aporias, 81. Derrida, whose family came to Algeria in the 19th century from Spain, describes himself as a Marrano, inwardly a Jew but outwardly sucked into the French Catholic culture of Algeria, speaking Christian Latin French, but with this twist, that he is a Marrano who is not quite secretly Jewish on the inside either, who is not exactly Jewish or not Jewish, who is not Christian and not quite free of Christianity, who is neither Algerian nor not, neither European nor not, neither American nor not. In the logic of Blanquot, Derrida is a Jew sans Judaism, Christianized sans Christianity, an Arab sans Islam, a French citizen sans being French, an American phenomenon sans being American, 18 a religious man sans theism Derrida sans l'être. This atheist Arab Jew who speaks French and lives in France, whose greatest recognition is in the United States, suffers from the illness of Proteus, Circin, 184/circumference, 198. Always less recognizable in my family than in my country than in Europe than anywhere else. So that I do not deprive myself to speak Latin, to oblige you to learn Latin again, to read essay, me, at work, the little Latin I know through having begun to learn it when Vichy had made it, I believe, obligatory in the form just before booting me out of the school in the Latin name of the numerous clauses by withdrawing our French citizenship, Circin, 196/circumference, 210-11. Speaking to his dying mother on the phone, he cannot understand her incoherent words, she might as well be speaking Hebrew to him, he who is reaching the end without ever having read Hebrew, Circin, 264-65/circumference, 286-87. It is as if all of his difficult and convoluted writings, 305, are elaborate circumlocutions for the unknown language and grammar of Hebrew, as if the formidable difficulty of his writings comes from cutting around this unreadability. Derrida has no language of his own because he has two languages, Hebrew and French, neither of which are his. He only pretended to know Hebrew, to get by bar mitzvah, like a Catholic altar boy in pre-Vatican II, memorizing Latin he does not understand from a badly mimeographed copy of phonetically spelled Latin. Deogres IAHS. He has/does not have two languages. The sacred one they tried to lock me up in without opening me to it, the secular they made clear would never be mine. Circin, 267/circumference, 289. The first, Hebrew, he never learned, the second, Christian Latin French, could never be his. He loves words because he has no mother tongue or native soil, no Hungarian Bodenständigkeit. This complaint echoes the complaint he made in How to Avoid Speaking, that for lack of capacity, competence, or self-authorization, I have never been able to speak of what my birth, as one says, should have made closest to me, the Jew, the Arab, Sci. 562 N1/DNT, 135-13. Unlike Heidegger's Holderlinian Greco-Germans, who are all plants, Derrida is a graft or transplant, always being uprooted and planted somewhere else, made more welcome in a foreign land, CFPDS, 201-202/points, 189, PDS, 362/points, 351, always displaced and invited to move on, or else locked up. PDS, 137-39/points, 128-30. He is a plant only idiomatically, like a secret agent, a plant paid to spy on the enemy, someone placed strategically in a foreign setting. Whatever his debt to Heidegger, Derrida's experience of language, his experience with language, in Erfahrung mit Sprachzeumachen, is an experience of exiliopolitics of the emigre or exile 19 that is almost completely un-Heideggerian and brings out everything that separates Derrida from Heidegger, and everything that is intolerable and dangerous about Heidegger and Heidegger's language and Heidegger's nationalistic experience of language, CFPDS, 194-95/points, 183-84, point 20. Salus in sanguine. Circumcision ends on May 1, 1990, in Laguna Beach, California, not too far from Santa Monica, 2 months before his 60th birthday, 19 months before the death of Georgette Safar Derrida in December 1991. A proposed title for the work, Everybody's Autobiography, in English, a private book about my religion but also for everybody tells you Jacques, but then also everybody else that he is still unrecognizable. 21. 306. Surprisingly, not everybody knows he is Jewish, like that young imbecile who asks you, after your talk on the final solution, what you had done to save Jews during the war, circun, 289/circumference, 312. So it has been necessary to announce his circumcision. Still, the imbecile was half right, he has probably not done enough to save at least one Jew, himself, both from others and from the Jews themselves, since he has cut himself off from the Jews, rightly passing for an atheist. He is not yet saved, has not yet had his blindness healed, not learned to see, not yet experienced the resurrection that follows death/castration/circumcision. If circumcision is the cut of death, and if there is salus in sanguine, a saving bleeding that for Derrida comes from being decircumcised, if he warns us not to deport an Elijah obsession onto him, circun, 208/circumference, 224, then what is salvation and resurrection for him? That would be the stabilized relation of a destination, the work of dispatching one's letterson's prayers toward the secret that demands that we not be finished with, non pour en finir avec, not be done with, a destinarancy which was never my doing, nor to my taste, circun, 290/circumference, 314, but to be finished or done with a complacent account of Moira, of a fixed or determinable destiny. Resurrection would be staying with the insurrection, the difficulty of destinarance, not taking refuge either in Moira or baptism/circumcision. Salvation through the blood, not of circumcision, but of destinarance, the blood that flows from being severed from the truth. His destiny is to keep the cut open, to keep the circumcision and a destination alive, to be impassioned by the cut, for that is the condition of keeping the future open, of letting the unforeseeable and unanticipatable come, of letting events happen. His destiny is to let the unimaginable come, to call for it to come, to invoke and provoke events, to heave and sigh for the incoming, the invention, of the other, to dream the dream of the impossible. Let us cite again, this time parsed out graphically, what is almost the final phrase of the book, which reads like a kind of Derridian psalm, a psalm to himself, like a Franco-Jewish Walt Whitman, marking off the strata of his passion. You have spent your whole life inviting, calling, promising, hoping, sighing, dreaming, convoking, invoking, provoking, constituting, engendering, producing, naming, assigning, demanding, prescribing, commanding, sacrificing. Circun, 290-91/circumference, 314. Calling for and dreaming of what? A secret truth, i.e., severed from truth, a secret cut off from truth, circumcut off from truth, where the truth of truth, savoir absolu, falls onto the Mohel's napkin like a severed. 307. Foreskin, Saint Prepuce. For it is the severance from truth, this truthless truth of his existence, that impes science. If, for his compatriot Saint Augustine, God is truth, for him the truth is living sans verite, severed from God's truth and truth's God. 22. His destiny is to be without destination, destined to be cut off from truth, severed from the truth of a single destiny, a dream without, sans, truth, a secret truth whose only witness testifies that there is no witness. That is his passion. He makes a pure confession, without truth, the confession and profession of a future that is not fettered to truth, with a capital letter. The resurrection that comes of this cut is to deliver us from the hands of the one and only jealous God of truth, who not only spills the blood of those who defy his wishes but who also spills the blood of the faithful to remind them of their covenant, Yiddish bris, Hebrew birit, of which circumcision is the sign. The point of his work is performative and impassioning to dream and give thanks, give and dream not disinterested and constative. In it, truth is always subordinate to the gift without exchange, to the future, to what can come. Truth belongs to this movement of repayment that tries in vain to render itself adequate to its cause or to the thing. Yet this latter emerges only in the hiatus of disproportion. The just measure of restoring or rendering is impossible or infinite. MDA, 36/MB, 30. Et solidasti octa retatum libri tui, and thou didst establish the firmament of the authority of thy book, Augustine wrote. But Derrida has only a creature, no book, which was also his argument with Jabes, no guiding light or guiding star, and he is more than a little worried by those religions which, having been given a book, always use them to spell war not peace. Ergo es therefore you are, in this very place, you alone whose life will have been so short, the voyage short, scarcely organized, by you with no lighthouse and no book, you the floating toy at high tide and under the moon. Circin, 291/circumference, 314-15. Not a ship sailing straight ahead, its heading set, the helmsman's eye on the lighthouse, but a toy bobbing blindly upon the waves. For the cut with this secret truth is the condition of the future, of the open-endedness of the future, of the passion for the future. His religion, his messianic structure without messianism, the passion of the religion he is, inventing, the religion without religion, before religion, the non-dogmatic double of dogma that he produces, the circumcision he is reinscribing. This is a religion of the event, a religion that ties him to what is coming, that cuts a covenant with what is to come. All this is the passion for something impossible to come, for the future, l'avenir. Come, I pray you. 308. Edifying divertissement number 6. A prayer. When you pray, say, in Franco-Aramaic, Vines. I pray you, come. May your time come. In an instant, in the twinkling of an eye. I long for you to come, yearn for you, like the deer for running streams. When will you come? I give you everything, time and death, the food out of my mouth, without return. Take this and keep it. Take it, forget it. Believe me, I am telling you the truth, entrusting you with all I know and do not know, with every secret, giving you everything, yes, holding nothing back. Believe me as I believe you, trust me as I trust you. Like Lazarus, yes, like water into wine. When will you come? Give me this time, I pray you, the time of coming and of welcoming, the time of giving and forgiving, the time to come, of justice to come. May justice come and wash over us like water over the land. When will you come? I pray you, forgive me. I confess to you and ask your pardon for forgetting you. Believe me, you are in my memory. But where in my memory are you? Here, O Israel, do not forget. I pray that you remain. I promise that I will recall all that you have been, yes, and keep you in my heart. Forgive me for all that I have forgotten, yes, and silenced. As I forgive others. When will you come? Vines. I pray you. Dilige, et quadvis fac. Amen, we. Rabbi Augustinus Judaeus. 19. These weeping eyes, those seeing tears. The Faith of Jacques Derrida. The Book of Tears. Jacques Derrida is a man of tears, of faith, and tears, for faith is driven by passion and tears are the passion of faith. So Derrida has written a book of tears, Memoirs of the Blind, the Self-Portrait and Other Ruins. 309. Accompany the Book of Eli, a book of faith to accompany the book of circumcision, a book, if I may say so, of circumcised eyes, if tears flow from circumcised eyes. Memoirs of the Blind is a confession of faith and as such a companion piece to Circumcision, a bit of a brother and sibling rival, written during the same period and, like Circumcision, highly autobiographical, so very close to myself, MDA, 10/MB, 3. What alternative to faith, to the blindness and passion of faith, can there be, he asks, once one confesses the limits of knowledge? How else to proceed if one must make one's way contrary to everything that phenomenology advises, sans voir et sans savoir, deprived of vision and verity, in the blind? 23. Memoirs is, at first sight at least, a running commentary on an exhibition given at the Louvre, October 26, 1990 to January 21, 1991, and organized by Derrida at the invitation of the museum curators. 24. Derrida's exhibition was the first in a series entitled Parti pris, Taking Sides, in which a series of distinguished thinkers, artists, and writers who are not professional art historians were given full freedom to organize an exhibition of Louvre holdings on a theme entirely of their own choosing. Derrida chose the theme of blindness, and, having selected mostly drawings by the old masters and a few paintings, concentrated on self-portraits. So, in vintage Derridian fashion, the theme he chose is the self-portrait as the memoir of a blind man. But there is another twist, whoever doubted it? L'aveugle, the abocular one, aveugle derives from the Latin aboculus, the blind man, whose self-portrait is being drawn, whose memoirs are being published, is first of all Jacques Derrida himself. Having depicted himself in Circonfession as monocular, he now declares himself abocular. But then, beginning with Jacques, these memoirs belong to anyone, quiconque, among us, in our culture, who says mine, MDA, 119/MB, 117, just as his confessions are meant to be everybody's, circum, 288/circumference, 311. Both books, the Book of Circumcision and the Book of Tears, the Circumconfessions and the Memoirs, belong to a long tradition of weepy, self-confessing men of letters. Above all, both books are bathed in the tears of Saint Augustine, his North African compatriot, and belong to a certain quasi-Augustinian legacy. On the cover of Memoirs we see the self-portrait of Fantine Latour, staring at us eerily from one large eye, while the other eye is hidden in the dark. Is that not Jacques, stricken with a facial paralysis, one eye frozen open like a cyclops in a blind stare, the illness, we have seen in Circumcision, that cut deeply into his flesh, if only to vanish, to retreat, without a trace? By the same token, could we not replace the smiling, winsome, handsome Jacques, the movie star whose photograph greets us on the cover of Circumcision, with Fantine Latour's unnerving stare? Again, could we not replace both of them with any of the Louvre's blind men, their hands stretched out before them, feeling the air as if they 310 had little eyes attached to their fingertips, or tapping with their canes, as if there were eyes at the end of their sticks, as if they were dabbing at their canvas, MB, figures 1-2. For these memoirs are written in the blind, in the darkest, not writing always, structurally, done in the dark, in the absence of an intuitive object, with a bit of faith. Like a man awakening in the night and scribbling down a dream on a pad he keeps beside his bed, as Jacques is wont to do, MDA, 11/MB, 3, or like the driver of an automobile who, with both eyes on the road and one hand on the steering wheel, is making notes with his other hand, which is how the topic of the Louvre exhibition came to him, MDA, 38/MB, 32-33. Most interesting of all, and this would be the option I would have chosen were I the graphic designer, could we not replace both covers with the drawing of the woman weeping at the foot of the cross, by the 16th century Italian artist Daniele de Volterra, MB, figure 71. For Memoirs is above all, and this is what interests me most about it. This is the axe I am relentlessly grinding, a book of tears, of prayers and tears, of tears of passion and the passion of tears, and the blindness that is in question in Memoirs is the blindness of eyes blurred by tears. What does the body mean to say when it fills our eyes with tears? Why not our ears or mouth? DM, 57-58/GD, 55. According to the Greeks, the desire of the eyes is to see, and the eyes are delightful organs of sight, For men love to know and, above all the other senses, men take great delight in seeing. That is what the philosopher said at the beginning of a book that set the course for a great deal of the philosophy and theology that was to come thereafter, so that after that very little else could come. Met. I. 1. 980 at 20-25. But for weepy, quasi-Augustinian Greeks like Derrida, where the desire for seeing and savoir has been displaced, the most exquisite destiny of the eyes is to be bathed in and to well up with tears. These weeping eyes, those seeing tears, as Marvell wrote of the blind Milton, MDA, 12930/MB, 128-29. Now the difference between seeing and weeping, between Greek and Greek, between the theatrics of Greco-Husserlian Anschauung and being blinded with tears, also marks a sexual difference for Derrida, for why do these Louvre artists almost always present us with blind men but weeping women? And why is it that when we do occasionally find a blind woman, for example, Saint Luciche is a saint and a healer, not a tragic hero like Oedipus, who was wounded by a tragic fate, MDA, 12-13/MB, 5-6. Furthermore, if Jacques is a man of tears, is he and then are Augustine and Nietzsche, whom he also calls men of tears, a little womanly? And is Memoirs of the Blind a womanly book to accompany the Book of Circumcision, which is decidedly an awfully phallic rite? Then is Memoirs more a sister than a brother of circumcision? Could there be, per impossibile, a sibling rivalry between this brother and sister, there where there ought to be pure love without desire? Or, since Memoirs and Cir. 311. Confession get along so well, are they not both sisters, circumcised sisters, with circumcised eyes and ears and hearts? The eyes of faith. Faith is the only recourse of the blind. Memoirs is a self-portrait framed by faith, beginning and ending with faith, literally beginning and ending with the question vous croyez? Do you believe? MDA, 9/MB, 3, 130/129. At the end, the answer is, I don't know, one has to believe. Jene sais pas, il faut croire, MDA, 130/MB, 129. One hopes and prays for something to come, one sighs and weeps that it will come, but one does not know. All along one has to believe, one must, il faut, one has no alternative but to believe that it will come, even though, precisely because, one does not know if and what is coming. One is driven, impassioned, touched by la passion du non-savoir. Faith is the passion of unknowing. Breaking with the oldest paradigm, the most defining and paradigmatic principle of Western philosophy, that of Ideon, eidos, idea, and its associated theory, and the whole history of Europe as a history of seeing, Derrida takes his stand with the blind, MDA, 18/MB, 12, with the blindness of faith, with the witness who does not proceed by way of knowledge but is impassioned by faith. This is to take a fundamentally Augustinian, religious, and biblical position, for on this point Augustine himself is just being a good student of the biblical and prophetic tradition rather than of Plotinus. 25. There are many blind men in Greece and in biblical times, but we are a little weary of Oedipus and Tiresias, Derrida says, for in addition to these old Greeks we have a vast reserve of Jewish memories to draw upon, MDA, 24/MB, 17-18. The Greeks treat seeing as our most natural tendency and desire, part of our deepest desire to know, while the blind are either defects of nature to be cast aside, seers gifted with a still more exceptional vision, or great tragic heroes struck down by fate, machismo fathers like Oedipus who gouge their own eyes out. But Derrida is interested in delimiting this deeply fallow-philosophical desire and in bringing blindness into view, not as a negative defect of nature or a supernatural endowment, but as a deeply affirmative desire, a quasi-transcendental passion for the impossible, as a way to weep and sigh over the unforeseeable, autrement que voir et au-delà de savoir. For surely the tout autre, if there is one, is out of sight. In the end, the eyes are made for passion and for tears. If Memoirs is an exhibition of the varieties of blindness, as it certainly is, it is by the same token an exhibition of the varieties of faith. For the eyes of faith are, as such, blind. To see with the eyes of faith is to take on faith precisely what we do not see. That is why the witness for Derrida can never be an eyewitness but precisely the opposite, someone a baculeur who gives witness or bears witness in his or her life to what they. 312. Believe but do not see. The witness is not empowered by truth scientia or savoir intuitus or voir, not a macho hero of truth and first-hand seeing, but, following Augustine, the witness does the truth or makes the truth, facere veritatem, in her life. Faith is structurally inhabited by blindness, which is its quasi-transcendental condition. And faith, in the moment proper to it, is blind. It sacrifices sight, even if it does so with an eye to seeing at last. MDA 36/MB 30. I have found it necessary to deny knowledge, Kant said. In order to make room for faith, Derrida has found it necessary to limit and delimit voir and savoir, in the interests of making room for croire. That old saw seeing is believing is so far from true that it is just when we see that we no longer believe. Believing depends upon blindness and has to do with the desire for what is out of sight. 26. Il faut croire. One must, one has to, it is necessary to believe, because one does not know, je sais pas, and one does not know what else to do. Our life is a tissue of faith, of little beliefs and credulities, minima credibilia, of taking one another's word, of assumptions and presuppositions which, if they form a rich enough and elaborate enough network, may just see us through the day, and then, if they are still more complex and subtle enough, might well see us through the week. The issue, as Heidegger said, is not that we presuppose too much but that we presuppose too little. As to the future, beyond today, we can only have faith and hope and passion enough to say Viens. Do you believe? Je ne sais pas. I don't know if I believe, or what I believe. I do not know if I believe in God, e.g. Or better, since I want to believe in as much as possible, I do not know what I believe in when I believe in God. What do I love when I love my God? We keep asking Augustine's question. What do I believe when I believe in God? We ask with a certain Jewish Augustine. Je ne sais pas. The blindness or non-seeing, the je ne sais pas, by which I am ultimately inhabited for Derrida is the absolute secret, although he does not explicitly introduce the secret into the discussion in Memoirs. Blindness is not wallowing in ignorance or giving up on inquiry. I am all for knowledge but a structural non-knowing, what is structurally heterogeneous to knowledge, which constitutes a more ancient, more originary experience, if you will, of the secret, PDS, 214-15/points, 201, which is how Derrida glosses La passion du non-savoir referred to in Cinders, 59. The secret is a structural or quasi-transcendental matter, not a contingency of my biography or an accident my vision has suffered. Literature will have always begun. The absolute, more ancient secret is not a determinate object hidden somewhere under some theological, metaphysical, or psychoanalytic rock waiting to be uncovered by a stealthy hermeneut. The secret is not a matter of something presently obscured from our sight, something velatum, which a great discoverer or a supernatural revelation 313 will unveil for us. Our eyes are always, structurally, veiled, and above all veiled with tears. No father confessor or psychiatrist, no theologian or metaphysician, no oracle or diviner, no hermeneut or sense-denker will get to the bottom of this secret, because it has no bottom. The secret is older than my childhood or my father, my baptism or my circumcision, older than voir and savoir, older than historical time. The secret is a secret from time immemorial, time out of mind, an absolute secret. The secret is the apocalypse without apocalypse, the insight that we are all a little blind, that he poses against both the Lumieres and the Schwarmerisk vision of the spirit seers in a newly arisen apocalyptic tone in philosophy. Unlike the blindfold in couples, the error, MB, figure 8, which could be removed, or the blind men whom Jesus heals with a touch, MB, figures 3 to 7, the more ancient, more originary experience of the absolute secret imposes a blindness that cannot be remedied, a radical, structural condition in virtue of which everyone is blind from birth, like an abocular species that makes its way around only by feeling, passion, and hearing. But the secret impus science and faith is the passion of the secret. The blindness of the secret supplies the quasi-transcendental condition of faith, delimiting savoir in order to make room for the passion of non-savoir, impositioning the desire for the impossible and the unforeseeable. For the tout autre is surely out of sight. We never get out from under the textuality and structural undecidability of our lives. The Messiah never shows up in the plain light of day. No heavenly hook drops from the sky to bail us out at the critical moment. No revelatio is going to remove the veils from our eyes. Vetus testamentum velatum, novum testamentum revelatum, but only if you take the New Testament on faith. There are many faiths, and if you happen to be Jewish, or to get converted to Judaism, you will be free to turn this little shibboleth around and claim that the New Testament is old stuff and in the dark. Everybody, in any faith, says that they now see with the eyes of faith where previously they were blind. But what they mean is that, no longer seeing what they previously believed, they now have faith in what they presently do not see. The danger that inheres in the determinate faiths positive religions which are a little too positivized that they will confuse seeing and believing and forget that the eyes of faith are blind. That is when they become intolerant of other faiths. It is always the other who did not yet see, MDA, 24/MB, 18. The oligopistoi, those of little faith, those who believe less, usually are just those who believe differently. The Christians think the Pharisees are blind to love, while the Jews think that those who saw the risen Christ are seeing things, while Islam thinks that it is the Quran that sees things aright. To these conflicting visions, Derrida opposes a community, if it is one, of the blind, un communit avigla, of the blind leading the blind. Blindness makes for good communities, provided we all admit that we do not see, that in the crucial matters we are. 314. All stone blind and without privileged access, adrift in the same boat, without a lighthouse to show the other shore. We need il photo take it on faith, to go it on faith alone, to proceed on faith, for it is necessary and indeed urgent il photo proceed, if only by feeling ahead warily with our stick. Like all blind men, they must advance or commit themselves, that is, expose themselves, run through space as if running a risk, MDA, 12/MB, 5. We need to make our way, take risks, grope in the dark, feel our way, learn to work in the dark, and that is the nocturnal work of faith which is always through a glass darkly. To have faith is to consent in advance, to say yes, to our blindness, which is the condition of saying yes to faith, which is also to say veins. Blindness is not an infirmity, an impotence to be healed or gotten over, but the quasi-transcendental condition of the we, which is strictly faith, which lets faith happen, lets it fly up like sparks against the darkness of night. He has found it necessary to deny savoir in order to make room for veins, we. Faith gropes like a blind man's cane in the dark, like a blind man's hand feeling the air. We should also speak of the hands of faith, not just its eyes, so that all those beautiful drawings of blind men in the Louvre are drawings of us, self-portraits in which we all behold our own condition. Il faut croire thought is a principle of movement whose groping advance is to be opposed to those limp, motionless prisoners laced in place in the Platonic allegory of the cave. The prisoners await the anabasis and anamnesis, the Platonic hook that will lift them up the steep ascent into the light, for they are impassioned only by sight and want to rise above Daza, MDA, 21/22/MB, 13-15. What is still more important, indeed I would risk saying that this is the most important insight of this book of tears and blindness, is that our condition is portrayed best of all by a weeping woman, by de Voltaire's drawing of the woman weeping at the foot of the cross, her eyes veiled with tears, her hands veiling her eyes, MB, figure 71. That is the autobiography of us all, the self-portrait of everybody. That at least is the provisional hypothesis of memoirs, what it would let us see. So let us follow Derrida through the Louvre, let us don our museum headphones with Derrida as our recorded tour guide, keeping our eyes peeled in particular for what Derrida says in Memoirs of the Blind about eyes blinded and veiled by tears, a topic that he keeps deferring until the end. The point of view of Derrida's work as an author. However much he resists letting memoirs lapse into a purely private memoir or a personal journal of how he came up with this theme for the exhibition, Memoirs of the Blind is undeniably, in part, an autobiographical account of Derrida's memories, a memoir of several episodes in his life. 315. A self-portrait of the sort of things that have been happening to him over the years, which help establish the point of view of his work as an author. Part of its point of departure, certainly, is Derrida's habit of writing in the dark, on a pad he keeps at a night table, or without looking, while driving, which has the look of being a little accidental, MDA, 11/MB, 4. In such a situation Derrida really is all hands, groping, trying to see with one's fingers, to form letters without seeing their form, the way blind men feel the air before them with their hands or with sticks, trying to see prosthetically, imploring it is almost tearful space in front of them, not with eyes, but with hands and sticks, MDA, 12-13/MB, 4-6, cf figures 1-3. That blind groping movement, Derrida says, is an allegory of drawing itself, of the draftsman's hands, as if someone had replaced the blind man's stick with a draftsman's pen. But Memoirs is no less a memoir of a dream, July 16, 1989, 27, upon which Derrida took good notes. In this dream, Derrida comes upon two elderly blind men who are going at each other's throats. One of these old men turns upon him, an innocent passerby, with such fury that Derrida suspects the old blind man must be able to see him with at least one eye, like a cyclops. After wrestling him to the ground, the old man makes a threat against his sons. The dream contains several elements: eyes and blindness, 3 generations of men, a duel and mourning, duel, view, du, and it is moreover linked with the Cyclops image of his Lyme disease, MDA, 3738/MB, 32. The dream is mine, he says, but it can serve as a parable about parables, for anyone, MDA, 23-24/MB, 16-17. The intergenerational scene is testamentary, having to do with the last will and testament of one generation for the next, and it evokes for Derrida 3 biblical scenes portrayed in the Louvre collection, 3 scenes of old blind men of the Old Testament who suffer through their sons, MDA, 28/MB, 21, although the dream occurred before he hit upon this theme for Parti Pris, MDA, 37/MB, 31. Elijah, which turns out to be one of my first names, aged and blind, having been told that his 2 sons have been killed in battle and the Ark of God captured, falls over backwards and dies. Isaac, dim of sight, is deceived by Rebekah, who substitutes Jacob for Esau, MB, figure 11. Tobit, figures 12-15, a good and virtuous man, tells his story, in the first person, of how, having wept over the prophecies of Amos and having buried a dead man in defiance of the king's orders, he fell asleep and is made blind by bird droppings that cover his eyes with a white film. His sight is restored by his son Tobias, who, following the instructions of the angel Raphael, heals him by spreading fish gall on his father's eyes. In Rembrandt's depiction of this scene, MB, figure 15, Tobias appears almost to be performing surgery, a merely natural episode, devoid of faith, which in fact is how the picture was first mistakenly identified. But behind 316. The son, one can see the angel, the one coming to announce the other, MDA, 35/MB, 28, who, having made himself visible for the purpose, miraculously guides Tobias's hand. Before parting, Raphael bids Tobit to give thanks to God and to write all this down, and at that point of thanksgiving the angel disappears. So when Tobit writes these things down, he is not so much making a faithful, factual report of what happened to him, but giving thanks to God. His pen moves in respectful observance, CFMDA, 63-64/MB, 59-60, of a law beyond sight, in which the truth of the account serves the debt of thanksgiving, of giving thanks at once to the gift and the lack, the acknowledgement before knowledge, MDA, 35/MB, 29. In the story of Tobit, the trait, writing, drawing, gives thanks before and beyond giving information. With the trait one does not represent but one gives a gift or pays a debt. The trait is a mark, not of faithful representation, but of the fidelity of faith. For faith, in the moment proper to it, is blind. It sacrifices sight, even if it does so with an eye to seeing at last, MDA, 36/MB, 30. Tobit inscribes his story not in the interests of a constative representation or description but as a performative, as a way to give thanks, as a song or hymn or prayer of thanksgiving. The story belongs to a repayment that can never be completed, to a disproportion or a non-adequatio, an infinite or impossible restoring, MDA, 36/MB, 30-31, so that truth walks always a few steps behind faith and thanksgiving. The genesis of memoirs is most immediately bound up with Derrida's Lyme disease, with the facial paralysis which he suffered from the end of June to mid-July 1989, while he was mulling over the theme for this exhibition. The illness forced him to delay a meeting scheduled for July 5 with the Louvre curators until July 11. When the paralysis passes, when he is healed, he experiences a euphoria of conversion or resurrection, a miraculous restoration of his Augenblick. On the evening of July 11, after his meeting at the Louvre, he hastily scribbles a provisional title for the exhibit at the Louvre, Le Livre Une Pauvoir, MDA, 37-38/MB, 32-33. The Open, Where Not to See, the Louvre, Where Not to See, not seeing in the Louvre as the place of the open, as the condition of seeing. He will treat the Louvre, the place of the open, Le Livre, the place where people go to savor seeing the world's most precious visual objects, as a place of blindness and not seeing, and he will treat this not seeing as the condition of seeing. That is a theme no art historian is likely to have suggested. Another personal memory working its way into the fabric of memoirs is his recollection of a sibling rivalry straight out of a Freudian family romance, or straight out of the biblical story of Jacob, Jacques, and Esau, MB, figure 11, which proves also to be the birth of Derrida's own vocation, of his point of view as an author. Derrida always remembers drawing as an infirmity, something he just could not do. At the moment he is about to draw, just as he has turned his eye from the object to the paper, he goes 317. Blind, the thing itself having slipped away and out of view. How does the draftsman see the thing at the same time that he jealously dedicates the strokes, traits, of his pen to the thing? This infirmity feeds the passion of his jealousy for his older brother, René Abraham, Esau, a talented draftsman whom everyone admired for his eye. But René's eye turns out to be more like the eye of Abel, MB, figure 16 for his eye, in short, which has no doubt never ceased to bring out and accuse in me, deep down in me, apart from me, a fratricidal desire, MDA, 43/MB, 37. Jacques suffered from this eye which stared at him everywhere in his childhood home. I suffered from seeing my brother's drawings on permanent display, religiously framed on the walls of every room, MDA, 43/MB, 37. René drew reproductions of family portraits, including one of their old grandfather Moses, who, though not a rabbi, incarnated for us the religious consciousness, a venerable righteousness placed him above the priest, MDA, 43/MB, 37. Adieu to the murmuring of these syllables Dieu, view, duel, dueltat resonate in his dream and down the long Louvre corridors. So he renounced this one trail drawing, for another trait, writing, repaying René a trait for a trait, MDA, 44/MB, 37, an eye for an eye. Derrida's vocation as a writer, the point of view of his work as an author, the calling and vocation that he hears but cannot see, originates just as much in ressentiment, MDA, 46/MB, 41, in a fratricidal war, in a stratagem, which turns on an economy of drawing. He would economize on drawing just in order to win an economic war, to sell his own work, his writing, at a higher price than René could command for his drawings. Jacques' work will always be a work of the never-ending and unsuccessful mourning of drawing. For however much he resists drawing except for a disastrous attempt to sketch his mother as she lay dying in her hospital bed, nearly blind from cataracts, drawing always returns, as it has with this invitation from Parti Pris, MDA, 44/MB, 39. The hypothesis of sight. The central analysis of drawing in Memoirs of the Blind turns on what Derrida calls the hypothesis of sight. This I think can best be understood as the principle of a counter-phenomenology of blindness, as a certain counter-type to phenomenology and its principle of all principles, the principle of pure seeing. Phenomenology is a classical hypothesis of sight, a philosophy of seeing and intuition par excellence, which wants to be the eyes of philosophy. Phenomenology is something of a silent or invisible dialogue partner in Memoirs, the entire piece taking the form of a dialogue between unidentified discussants, one of whom is a woman, and the other Derrida 28 that is being subtly contested all along. In phenomenology everything turns upon the suspension of the thesis of the natural attitude, the epoche of all the presuppositions that work their way into 318. Common sense and science, in order to release a pure, presuppositionless seeing. But inasmuch as Memoirs of the Blind moves in the opposite direction and wants to be a philosophy of blindness, everything in Memoirs turns on a suspension of seeing or of the gaze, MDA, 119/MB, 117, on disbelieving what is before our eyes, like a skeptic suspending judgment, MDA, 9/MB, 1, just in order to put blindness on exhibit, to expose to what extent seeing is inhabited by, indeed is constituted by blindness and hypotheses. In Memoirs, we hold seeing in a certain suspension, a certain skepsis, before proceeding to judgment, because he judgment depends on suspendua the hypothesis, MDA, 9/MB, 1, about what seems to lie plainly before our eyes. The effect of Memoirs is to displace phenomenology and the primacy it puts on seeing, and even to displace the Heideggerian displacement of phenomenology, to displace aletheia itself, and to put the great Greek opening, aletheia as Eliver Grek, in a religious procession behind a number of old blind men from the Bible who have their own way of making truth. The hypothesis of sight, the suspending of seeing upon hypotheses, which brings seeing into view by exposing its blind spots, is formed by the intersection of two subsidiary and interacting hypotheses, two antennae or scouts sent out ahead to prepare the wandering path of the present speculations, of the present errands in the land of the blind. 1. The act of drawing as such, in its proper moment, is blind, like Derrida scribbling down his dreams in the dark, like Diderot writing in the dark, cf. epigraph, MB, 9/1. 2. A drawing of the blind is a drawing of the blind, MDA, 10/MB, 2, i.e., a drawing made of a blind subject is a drawing of the blindness of the draftsman. Every time the blind are taken as a thematic object, every time a drawing is made of a blind man, that is to be taken as a representation of the figure of the draftsman and sometimes of a draftswoman, a representation of the power of drawing itself. In short, because drawing of itself is done in the blind, and the drawing is the work of blind men, drawings of the blind are a kind of self-portrait of the artist, an allegory about the origin of drawing. Drawing, Dessin, is a work of the trait, of marks and lines, which are in retrait, of traits that repeat, that are deployed according to a code of writerability, and that withdraw, that disappear and make themselves invisible, to which both artist and spectator alike are rendered blind. Needless to say, this blindness is a structural matter, not a simple impairment or enfeebling of vision, MDA, 9-10/MB, 2-3. Within the framework of this bipartite hypothesis, Derrida says that he finds himself hesitating between two paradoxes or logics of blindness or invisibility that lie at the heart of drawing, which he calls respectively transcendental and sacrificial blindness. That is, one may treat blindness either as a transcendental or quasi-transcendental condition, the way a blind spot can organize a vision. Or one may consider the explicit and 319. Thematic representations of the blind, representations of the blind that would reflect this invisible condition and so would represent the unrepresentable, MDA, 46/MB, 41, something that always happens, Derrida thinks, according to a sacrificial economy. He treats transcendental blindness first. A. Transcendental blindness refers to the invisibility of the act of drawing itself, which can never be a thematic object of drawing, never be represented, but is the invisible condition of possibility of drawing, so that drawing is always an operation of the blind. Blindness thus is not an impotence or failure, on the contrary, it gives to the experience of drawing its quasi-transcendental resource, MDA, 48/MB, 49. Derrida seeks to transcendentalize, that is, to ennoble an infirmity or impotence, MDA, 60/MB, 55, to make blindness a universal condition of drawing. To say the least, that is a little counterintuitive, for while one can imagine Beethoven stone deaf but still composing from memory the late quartets as the memoirs of the deaf, how are we to imagine a blind draftsman or painter, Monet, for example, having gone only almost blind? In what sense can drawing be a memoir of the blind? That is hard to see. Derrida delineates three aspects, sites, of transcendental blindness. 1. The first he calls the aperspective of the graphic act. A blindness inheres in the originary act of drawing itself, at the very point of contact between pen and paper, at the very instant the draftsman inaugurates the trace. This blindness involves both memory and forgetting. On the one hand, having turned his eye from the model to the drawing paper, the draftsman is going on memory alone, is drawing from or upon memory, even if his model still stands before him in the flesh. He must let the thing itself slip away, break with the tyranny of what is present, with the visible, perceptual presence which would otherwise paralyze his pen. Moving with the lightning speed of the Augenblick, his pen is carried on the wings of memory, which serves as a shutter which instantly, in the instant, includes and excludes, sorts among a riot of too much detail, plus de vue, which it must see no more, plus de vue, including and enlarging this, excluding or diminishing that. To draw is to go blind to the press of perceptual presence and surrender to the pen and paper and to the world that is instituted in the dark, as it were, MDA, 51-53/MB, 47-48. Although Derrida is citing Baudelaire, it all sounds a little like Merleau-Ponty, which is the other hand, i.e., the absolute invisibility that cannot in principle become visible, the aperspectival blind spot that launches vision while remaining itself out of sight, forgotten and invisible, in retrait, MDA, 56-57/MB, 51-53. 2. But it is not only the tracing of the trace, the instituting act of drawing, that is withdrawn, but even the trace itself, what is traced out, trace, after it is traced, is also withdrawn. The drawn lines must not stand out in their own density and color but must withdraw, become invisible. 320. Let themselves be eclipsed, in favor of the visible things that rise up into presence through the trace. Derrida has in mind the drawing as a differential spacing or a blinking of the difference that begets it, or if you prefer, a jalousie, a blind, of traits cutting up the horizon, traits through which, between which, you can observe without being seen, you can see between the lines, if you see what I mean. MDA, 59/MB, 55. We do not stricto sensu see the lines but through the lines which are like Venetian blinds, the blinds being what permit the visible to be seen by shuttering or structuring the light. 29. Derrida cannot resist adding that all this talk of withdrawal, retreat, sounds a little like the God that withdraws, the Deus absconditus, let us say the invisible God, who withdraws behind the visible world and before whom we would go blind were we to look at him straight on, without blinds. 3. Finally there is the question of the rhetoric of the trait, by which he means the link between drawing and language, the duel between them, the way words haunt drawings, MDA, 60-61/MB, 56-57. Not only do we see when we read, but we are all along reading when we view drawings, seeing is reading, MDA, 66-68/MB, 64. We have already caught a glimpse of this in the mistaken naming of Rembrandt's drawing of the healing of Tobit, MB, figure 15, which destroyed the drawing's faith and caused us to see not a miracle but a simple natural surgery, MDA, 36/MB, 30. But it is in the self-portrait that this final trait is most clearly inscribed, for with the self-portrait portrait artists make of themselves, so this is a strictly human affair. There is no internal trait whatsoever, no marking inscribed in the drawing itself, that tells us it is a self-portrait and not a portrait of the artist done by another, nothing internal to confirm that signatory and subject coincide. This we learn only by retreating to language, to the verbal event on the paragonal border, where we read self-portrait, MDA, 68/MB, 64. To that extent, the self-portrait is mined from the start. To demonstrate this trait, Derrida takes up the self-portraits of Fantin-Latour, MB, figures 21-27, particularly the one on the cover, figure 25, which he takes to be a self-portrait of a self-portrait, MDA, 65/MB, 62. Such a demonstration, stricto sensu, should be impossible, since there ought to be no visible mark or monstration or portrayal of self-portraiture, given that it is only paragonally that we know it is a self-portrait at all. Still, placing our faith in this external hypothesis, let us take it as a self-portrait and indeed as one in which the traits of self-portraiture are inscribed. On the one hand, we behold in this drawing the monocular stare of a narcissistic cyclops, one eye frozen open in the mirror, more Lyme disease, fixed, even fixated on itself, like a hunter fascinated with its prey, a blind, dead stare, which a pious hand would close at the moment of 321. Death, at the beginning of morning. This seeing eye of the draftsman sees itself blind in the mirror, MDA, 61/MB, 57. On the other hand, we see that the draftsman's other eye is lost in shadows, hidden and withdrawn from the blinding mirror. Two eyes then, one seen, by him and also by us, but unseeing, the other seeing, his but also ours, but unseen. Two seeings, two blindnesses. That binocularity is the transcendental retrait of the self-portrait. This brings us face to face with the hypothesis of sight, or of intuition. For however much we might oppose vision to hypothesis, or intuition to faith, or conjecture to perception, the fact is that vision and perception are highly theory-laden, as we say in Anglo-America, highly dependent upon a complex of conventions and assumptions, laced with écriture or difference, as they say in Paris. To have a perception, for Derrida, is to take a lot on faith. For what is there about this drawing that says that Fantin-Latour is not drawing himself, drawing someone or something else, MDA, 64/MB, 60, which is in fact what some self-portraits are, MB, figure 28, or that someone else has not drawn Fantin-Latour. In fact, when in doubt, professional art historians, who have been excluded from this series, are led to suspect a self-portrait when they find a subject staring dead ahead, dead on at us, a full frontal image coming back at us, as if from a mirror. We take the word self-portrait at their word and we must hypothesize that the artist is, for example, stating at a mirror, where we are, as it were, in the center of the mirror. As spectators we remove the mirror and gouge out the eyes of the artist, hypothetically speaking, reducing the draftsman to a visible object, so that no trace of the author is to be found, a loss of vision that the draftsman himself must also be willing to undergo if he would see himself. MDA 64-65/MB 61-62. That is why Derrida will say, "Do not lose sight of the subtitle of Memoirs, the Self-Portrait and Other Ruins 30, that the self-portrait is a ruin. It is not like Roman ruins that have decomposed or been eaten away by time or disintegrated by the weather and need restoration, but it is ruined structurally, inhabited from within and from the start by ruin, already from the origin. That is because the drawing is too late, is already removed from the original, living, breathing, seeing artist who is doing the self-portrait, so that this might very well be a simple portrait and not a self-portrait. There is a little gap or spacing in the Augenblick, a distance between the seeing glance and the scene, just as in the analysis of the Husserlian Augenblick, but just enough, for any distance at all in the sphere of immediate contact is absolutely ruinous, to kill off, to ruin the artist's living gaze. There is no seeing that sees itself seeing. The self-portrait, if there were such a thing, if there remained anything of it, is always already invaded by this blindness, the trait of which is that we cannot see that this is a self-portrait, we have to take it on faith. Even if we stood in his studio and watched Fantin Latour do the self-portrait. 322. We would never know, observing the work alone, whether he were showing himself, drawing himself, or something else. MDA 69/MB 65. Commenting on Fantin Latour's naive comment that in doing self-portraits he has the advantage of a submissive model whom he knows very well, Derrida asks whether the artist is not being ironic, noting that in the self-portrait the portraitist would never know how to be accessible as such, that all symmetry is interrupted between him and himself. MDA 69/MB 68. That is the same naivete that Derrida demonstrated in his analysis of self-consciousness in Husserl, of that Augenblick, that glance of the eye, which has no need of signs because it is already present to itself in full immediacy. In the self-portrait, the artist is split in two, or rather into three, portraitist, model, and spectator. The seeing eye of the artist, the dead eye in the mirror, and the spectator eye that sees himself seen are separated by an abyss, like a drawing that has been torn into three parts and ruined, like an aging monument ruined by three immense cracks. As soon as he tries to recapture himself, to see himself seeing in the Augenblick, the thing itself has already slipped away. Se Derrida, VP 117/SP 104, and he has nothing to rely on but his memory. The self-portraitist splits in two, the one eye freezing open in the mirror and the other eye retreating to the shadows. This state of ruin, this fracturing, is not a failure or a weakness but a transcendental condition of the self-portrait. Ruin is that which happens to the image from the moment of the first gaze. Ruin is the self-portrait, this face looked at in the face as the memory of itself, what remains or returns as a specter from the moment one first looks at oneself and a figuration is eclipsed. The figure, the face, then sees its visibility being eaten away, it loses its integrity without disintegrating. MDA 72/MB 68. Rather than the felicity and originary integrity of self-knowledge, the self-portrait is more like mourning a lost loved one, the thing itself having slipped away. Whence the love of ruins. How to love anything other than the possibility of ruin. MDA 72/MB 68. Ruin is not a remaining fragment of a lost totality, but the conditioning structure of experience itself, and of memory, the inherent spacing and withdrawal that inhabits experience, so that what we experience is never quite present, is always marked up and partially withdrawn, marked and remarked by trait and retrait. Experience is always a matter of some faith. The naked face cannot look itself in the face, it cannot look at itself in a looking glass. MDA 74/MB 69. In Jean-Marie Faverjon's self-portrait in, MB, figure 53, the painter portrays himself emerging from the frame so that his eyes seem to see us looking at the painting he is doing, to which he points from behind. The painting within the painting depicts a nude figure stretched out on a cloud, framed by what appears to be a third eye, but this figure 323 2 overflows its frame. For Derrida, Faverjonne is trying to depict at one and the same time a scene and the act of painting the scene. Here, in this mise en abîme of reflexivity, Derrida sees a hesitation between transcendental and a sacrificial blindness, a miscegenation of blindness as a condition of possibility with blindness as an event, and this serves as a transition to his discussion of sacrificial blindness. b. The Louvre is filled with many drawings depicting great blind men, men who have been tricked, punished, martyred, or converted by blindness, great men belonging to great historical events, all of whom obey the logic of a sacrificial economy. The logic of sacrificial blindness has to do with the violence that is entered into an economic circle where blindness is traded off or exchanged for another sight, some other sort of clairvoyance, which is invariably worth the price. MDA, 96/MB, 92. There are three types of such violence. 1. In the first, the blind man is the subject of a mistake. One is blinded by a rashness, a passion, a rush to judgment. One falls, is deceived, allows oneself to be deceived, from which God, for example, can draw some good, as when Isaac is providentially deceived by Rebekah. One even suspects that Isaac has caught a glimpse of what is going on and is cooperating with God's divine foresight. 2. Blindness can also be a way a man is punished and gets to pay off his debt, which was the fate of Orion, MB, figure 60-61. 3. Finally, blindness can be the price that is paid by someone for conversion, the cost of coming to see a higher, finer light. Blindness is a way to restore someone to their proper destination, as when, by the power of Christ, Paul strikes Elymas blind, MB, figure 62, provisionally and providentially, MDA, 106/MB, 104, in order to bring him back to the way, or when Samson is blinded by the Philistines, MB, figure 63, whom he repays when God restores his strength. Such men are a witness to the light. In fact, a witness, as such, is always blind. Witnessing substitutes narrative for perception, MDA, 106/MB, 104. 31. A witness stands by a God whom he cannot see, and other whom he cannot bring within the horizon of his voir and savoir, which is what gives witnessing its power. The convert is struck blind to the world, to earthly light, to idols and false beliefs in order to have his spiritual eyes opened, in order to open the eyes of faith. The most famous case in Christian culture of blinding conversion, of a conversion at the cost of blindness, is the conversion of Saul/Paul, figure 66-68, a conversion which is arguably the origin of a distinctly Christian movement after the death of Jesus, so that Christianity itself would originate in a sacrificial act of blindness. Saul's conversion is recounted 3 times in Acts. In the first account, made in the third person, Saul is bowled over by a great light from which a voice addresses him that his companions can also hear although they see no one. Saul is then led blind into Damascus, where his blindness is converted into the coin of faith by Ananias, who lays hands on him, his sight is restored and 324. He is filled with the Holy Spirit. A good deal of New Testament scholarship centers on how to read Saul's sight, how Jesus showed himself to Saul, readings that range from fundamentalist interpretations that Saul really was seeing things to more liberal ones, in which seeing means believing. 32. The other 2 versions of the narrative in the first person are memoirs, the confessions, or the self-portrait of a convert, MDA, 118/MB, 116. These versions emphasize the work of witnessing, the destination of his conversion through blindness, which is to convert others, who are in turn to open the eyes of the Gentiles so that they may turn from darkness to light, from Satan to God, Acts 26:16-20. For all the world, in the world's light, Example: in the eyes of the Roman governor Porcius Festus, Paul has gone mad, Acts 26:24, and the confession of faith he makes before Agrippa, his story of blindness and sight, his self-portrait of this mad light, is the model of the self-portrait of anyone among us who says mine, MDA, 119/MB, 117. This brings us back to Augustine, to confession, to the self-portrait as a confession. In Christian culture there is no self-portrait without confession, MDA, 119/MB, 117, and to the Augustinian economy of blindness. Now, as we have seen in circumcision, when, in a Christian self-portrait, one bears one's soul, one does not show God something that was previously hidden from God, but one admits a fault and asks for forgiveness, for the love of your love, as Augustine put it so beautifully. A confession does not take place in the register of truth but of love and forgiveness. Now, at a crucial point in the Confessions, X. 34, Augustine describes his conversion to the light by way of a procession of blind men filing past him, Tobit, Isaac, and Jacob, without ever mentioning the most important, Paul, who is the closest to him, the same process that Derrida has already described. Augustine is telling us that, in imitation of these great blind men of biblical times, he has learned to resist corporeal light, which seasons this life for those who blindly love it with a dangerous sweetness. Augustine resists the concupiscentia oculorum, closes his eyes to the lusts and allurements of the eyes, which include even paintings and works of art, as dangerous snares. Augustine does not mean thereby utterly to denounce the visible world, in the manner of the Manicheans, but rather, in accord with the rules of the economy that regulate exchanges between the heavenly and the earthly, to avoid being taken in, non absumuntur, by the world. He means to take the world up, adsumunt, into the true light, and thereby convert the world into the coin of a song of praise to God, who has created all things visible and invisible. The result is not the end of iconography and the onset of iconoclasm, but the production of the work of art, of the whole history of medieval art and hence of Western art, under the economic rule of allegory, MDA, 121-23/MB, 119-21. In the space of Christian art, everything is lifted up, taken up, sent up to God, everything is treated as a hymn, a work of 325. Praise, a prayer, an imploring eye, everything is surrection and resurrection, ascension and verticality of the gaze, MDA, 123/MB, 121. The economy of allegorical art is at once deploring and imploring, MDA, 123/MB, 122. It blinds itself to the world as something apart from God, for apart from God the world is dark and opaque, in exchange for which its eyes are open to a world taken up into God, into the light, offered up and lifted up to God, presented before God's eye, in whose light we see light. In Christian allegorical art, order and ruin are perfectly coordinated, work together within the equilibrium of the Christian economy. A work is at once order and its ruin. And these weep for one another, MDA, 123/MB, 122, each being inserted within a divine economy, a larger providential design. Composed on the verge of tears, issuing from an event of tears, over and beyond any representational reporting, any perspicacity, any theory or theater it might contain, MDA, 123/MB, 122, Christian art is a heartfelt and tearful song to the true light. These weeping eyes, those seeing tears. Finally, after a good deal of delay and repeated deferrals, after a lengthy analysis of this fluctuation between the transcendental and sacrificial logics of blindness, we are brought to the brink of tears, to prayers and tears, to the eye of the storm in memoirs, to the eyes as the origin of tears, to the prayers and tears of Jacques Derrida. For in the end, the eyes are made not for seeing but for tears, and seeing is seen to be feeling, la passion du non-savoir du non-voir, non-avoir, non-savoir. Augustine's Confessions, which is the great book of tears, MDA, 123/MB, 122, contains a prehistory of the eye, of vision, or of blindness, a history to which the self-portraits of modern European art belong. For these occur in and as the legacy of many old blind men, as the legacy of a tradition of confessions, memoirs, and self-portraits at the head of which stands Augustine's Confessions and the Conversion of St. Paul. To this historias its counterpart and countertype there also belongs Nietzsche's Ecce Homo, the Dionysian counter-confessions of another blind man, MDA, 124/MB, 122. Nietzsche never had words cruel enough for St. Paul and St. Augustine, MDA, 124/MB, 123. But however cruel and antipathetic he was to these men of blinding tears, Nietzsche was himself no less a man of shadows, blindness, and tears. He writes Ecce Homo in his 36th year, a time of minimum physical vitality and fading vision, dangerously close to blindness, in which he lived like a shadow and wrote The Wanderer and His Shadow. We know too the famous story of Nietzsche in Turin, weeping over the flogging of a horse. So however cruel he would be to Augustine and Paul, all this crying and fading vision puts Nietzsche in their legacy, as their tearful, blind countertype. 326. Augustine weeps so much throughout the Confessions that he is led at one point to ask God why tears are so sweet to men in misery, 4,5. We might also ask why we cry with joy, how there can be tears of joy, how we can smile through our tears, or why brides and winners of the lottery alike burst into tears. Tears bathe our extreme states, washing up around the points of maximum joy and sorrow. Tears well up in Augustine and veil his sight, which leads Derrida to ask whether this blindness, the blurred vision of tearful eyes, does not reveal an essence he does not, grace à Dieu, say the essence of the eye. Deep down inside, the eye would be destined not to see but to weep. For at the very moment they veil sight tears would unveil what is proper to the eye. MDA, 125/MB, 126. The very truth of the eye, its unconcealed aletheia, would then consist not in the delivery of truth, whether as adequatio or unverbergenheit, but in tears, not in getting a good look at the forms, in eyeing the eidos, or in letting physis swell up and emerge into unconcealment, but in bursting out into tears. The hypothesis of sight thus tears itself loose from phenomenology's principle of all principles, from the principle of seeing eyes, and also from the most essential of Heideggerian hypotheses about the open, Eliver, in order to cast a more favorable eye on a more Augustinian and Pauline, a more Levinasian and Hebraic hypothesis, about praying and weeping, according to which all men and a lot of women, too, desire by nature not to see but to weep with joy. Derrida makes his own the Augustinian sentiment that truth is something you make or do, veritatem facere, not something in whose open clearing you stand, head bared, basking yourself in truth's origin. Heideggerians mistakenly think that Heidegger delimited the privilege of sight and of the metaphysics of truth, that with his notion of lethe Heidegger struck upon the ground of something otherwise than truth as John Sallis and William Richardson suppose. 33 About that I think they have been deceived, and the very idea almost reduces me, in a manner of speaking, to tears. For lethe and aletheia belong together in a mutual interplay of darkness and light, of concealment and unconcealment. Lethe belongs inseparably to the hidden heart of aletheia as its deepest reserve, as that from which aletheia continually springs. But along with St. Paul and Augustine, with Levinas and Nietzsche, who would be very nervous in this procession, close to tears, Derrida is interested in something otherwise than lethe or aletheia, in something otherwise than the play of lights, or of dark and light. In searching for the origin of drawing, MDA, 10/MB, 3, Derrida seeks other springs than the ursprung of the work of art, for the drawing springs from tears that well up in our eyes, not from lethes. 327. Subterranean coursing. He seeks from where these tears stream down and from whose eyes they come to well up, the source and spring of our tears. He does not seek to know this source or to bring it under the sway of voir and savoir, of veritas or aletheia, but to implore it, to pray through these tears, to weep while praying, to pray and weep while confessing, to pray and weep and confess while begging for forgiveness, to draw his self-portrait while writing, in litteris, a self-portrait of anybody, quiconque, to write everybody's biography. In Derrida's procession the blind lead both the blind and the sighted, and truth walks itself a few steps behind justice, always observing a respectful distance. Of course, in the anthropotheological space of sacred allegory tears are turned into an anthropocentric privilege, a privileging that also besets Heidegger, a unique essence of the human eye from which we must dissociate Derrida in no uncertain terms. For in anthropotheological discourse, which is both lucid and blind, MDA, 128/MB, 126, the assumption is made that only humans, and especially women, shed tears, so that even elephants do not weep, not even female elephants, and hence, on this hypothesis, that there is nothing we can do to animals to reduce them to tears. 34. So the blindness in which Memoirs is finally interested, the blind spot around which everything is organized, the one that opens wide our eyes, is not that which darkens vision, MDA, 128/MB, 127, but the blinding tears of sorrow and joy, the vision blurred by prayer, the eyes as organs not of sight but of tears, as organs of confession and witness. The eyes for Derrida are in the end organs not of sight but of passion. Derrida is interested in eyes that are clouded by tears of mourning, tears of impassioned imploring, from where and from whom this mourning or these tears of joy. MDA, 128/MB, 127. All these great weeping women above all women help unveil the eyes. To say them without showing them seeing. To recall. To pronounce that which in the eyes, and thus in the drawing of men, in no way regards sight, has nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with the light of clairvoyance. MDA, 128/MB, 127. You can lose your vision in one eye, or even gouge it out, suffer a facial paralysis that blinds one eye, or even wink with one eye, and still maintain the organic function of vision, but you cannot cry with one eye, for weeping racks the whole body. Now it is possible to specify still further the hypothesis of sight and blindness, the abocular hypothesis, the abocular epoche, the suspension of sight. A blind man can still weep, and Charles Lebron even seems to think one can weep without tears, MDA, 129/MB, 127-28, figure 70, which may be because he is describing weeping men, men who do not want to. 328. Collapse in tears and lose the uprightness of Homo erectus. When one loses one's sight, one has not lost one's eyes, which still weep. Indeed, in losing one's sight one might just then begin to see the eyes for what they are, to see the point of the abocular hypothesis, these weeping eyes, those seeing tears, as Marvell wrote of Milton. Tears that see. Do you believe? Jene sais pas, il faut croire. MDA, 130/MB, 129. The faith of Derrida. Jene sais pas, he has found it necessary to delimit truth and knowledge, voir and savoir, vérité and éleveur, not of course as if this were something he does, but to let them delimit themselves, to let the eagle eye of savoir absolu go dark, to let the certainty and comprehensiveness of essay spread its wings and then to watch essay drop from the sky. Il faut croire. In order to make room for faith, which means, not only to see that seeing is structured by blindness, by hypotheses and assumptions that structure sight, by writing and textuality, but also at the end, for this is the point that memoirs reach esto see that testimony and witnessing, that philosophy and science, money and daily communications depend upon a certain blind faith. Believe me, I am telling you the truth. Believe me the way you believe in miracles, as when Jesus heals the blind man, FOI, 83-84. But the blindness in question is produced by tears, by prayers and tears, for the eyes are made more for imploring than exploring, more for making or doing truth than for observing and reporting it. In this way, Derrida takes his stand with SA, not SA, with a certain Jewish Augustinianism, which is in part an innovation of his own, but also part of an old and honorable legacy descending to him from many old weepy white men, a legacy more prophetic than philosophical, more heartfelt than intellectualistic, more Augustinian and Franciscan than Thomistic and Dominican, more Kierkegaardian than Hegelian, more Levinasian than Heideggerian, although it must never become a question simply of choosing between the two. Again and again we reach the same conclusion in reading Derrida, that the point of his work as an author is more performative than constative, that it is religious without a theology, that it hangs on by a prayer. Derrida writes by looking up to heaven, like the saintly, unctuous, heavenly, holy card looks cast by Augustine and Monica in Scheffer's painting in the Louvre that is included in Circumfession, Circum, 21/Circumference, 17. Imagine this unimaginable scene, a head cut of Derrida, looking equally unctuous, carefully superimposed over Augustine's head in Scheffer's painting. But with this difference, Derrida's look is cast not toward heaven but toward the future. He looks to what is coming but coming precisely as unfor. 329. Seeable, unprovisional, unprovidential, unable to see a thing, lacking divine foresight, divested of the foreknowledge of some omniscient, all-foreseeing God or savoir absolu. So he looks to what is coming but without the eyes to see, with circumcised eyes. He looks to what is coming through his tears, with eyes swollen and sore from weeping, with imploring and beseeching eyes, with prophetic tears, tears of hope and love. The prayers and tears of Jacques Derrida, the dream he dreams of something impossible, that is a dream and a prayer and a passion for the future, l'avenir, his faith in what is to come. He implores what is to come, he prays and weeps that justice come. He has faith in something incoming, hope for a justice to come, love for the gift of the expenditure without reserve. He prays the prayer of yes, yes, we. Yahweh sagt immer ja. For all of this he weeps and sighs, sending up a little deconstructive supplication, praying with all the passion of his little postmodern prayer, veins, with regular, religious repetition. We. How can he believe that it will come? How can he hope for what is coming? Does he love it? Does he believe it? Jene sais pas, il faut croire. 331. Conclusion. A passion for God. How many sentences can be made with deconstruction? MPPDM, 38/MFPDM, 15. There is something that I have all along been trying to say, something for which I have constantly struggled to find a fitting formulation, a sentence I have all along been trying to write, of which I will proffer here 3 versions, aided by a patient reading of a certain Jewish Augustine. 1. I do not know who I am or whether I believe in God. That was my first try too, and I do not think that it is altogether wrong. I do not know who I am, not because I am a deep subjective interiority, a deep subjective resource of cognition and volition, but because I am a respondent responding to I know not what. I do not know by what I am addressed, to what I am responding, substituting for the closed I the openness of a who, without answer, as Blanchot says, not a resourceful, resilient I but the unknown and sliding being of an indefinite who. PDS, 290/points, 276. In this way, the open-ended, bottomless who is what comes after the subject. Still, this is the most negative, the most apophatic, the most inhibited, the most parsimonious, the least passionate way to put the matter. It is, I would say now, at the end of a long study, the least grateful and the least responsive way to respond to the secret by which we are all inhabited and impassioned, the least willing to say yes, to take a risk, to let ourselves be engaged by the momentum in things. There are better, more robust versions. 2. I do not know whether what I believe in is God or not. That is a little more affirmative, a little more grateful, closer to the we, more sensitive to the positive, empowering, impositioning impulse of the secret, although one could be a little more upbeat. I do believe, I must. Il faut croire. Life is carried along by the impulse of faith, by the passion of faith, and we will not take a single step forward, le pas au-delà, without faith. I do believe, help thou my unbelief. Still, I cannot say whether what I believe in is God or not, whether it is in God I trust or the chance that things will fall out aright, whether it is in God that I place my faith or in 332. The possibility that somehow, in some way, the suffering of the other will be redressed. Jene sais pas. That is better, although one could be a little more passionate. 3. I do not know what I love when I love my God. That is to reach full stride, to open the throttle, to engage the we, to let life dance, to let the forces play, to be impassioned by the secret, impassioned by the passion for the impossible. That is the formula over which I pray and fast, around which I dance, the motto that I meditate upon night and day, that I have inscribed on the plaque that hangs over my desk, around which I have organized my life's task. When I awake in the middle of the night and jot down my dreams, I always write the same thing. I take my stand with love, and with God, and I am driven by a passion for God. For the secret does not enervate or paralyze us, but sets us in motion. The secret impassions, pass, 68/on, 29. I begin by the impossible, impassioned by the secret, by a passion for the impossible, in a forward repetition, as Constantine Constantius said, producing what we repeat, keeping hope alive. To be in the secret does not mean you know anything. But not to know anything, sans voir, sans avoir, sans savoir, does not mean to drift despondently from day to day, in a cloud of unknowing and uncaring, but to dream hoping sighing dreaming of something unforeseeable, unpossessable, undreamed of, unknowable, of which eye has not seen nor ear heard. To dream, perchance to desire and to love. And what is that dream, desire, and love if not the love of God, if not the desire for God, God as the other name of desire? 3. What is this passion for the impossible if not the passion for God, for my God, even if one were rightly to pass for an atheist? When something unforeseeable and unknowable, unpossessable and impossible drives us mad, when the tout autre becomes the goal without goal, the object without object, of a dream and a desire that renounces its own momentum of appropriation, when the impossible is the object of our love and passion, is that not what we mean by my God? Is that not the name of God? Is that not a name that we would bend every effort to save, with or without religion? So then has not deconstruction been driven all along by a passion for God, by a love of God? To be sure, but always sans voir, sans avoir, in such a way as not to have any assurances about what it is that I love when I love my God, or how to bring the restlessness by which we are all disturbed to rest. For in this Jewish Augustinianism the Ebrunler, the trembling and uncertainty are our constant companions. The passion is the only permanence, and the only peace we have is the assurance that things will never settle peacefully in place. Peace is not the tranquility of order, as a more straight-laced Augustine taught, but a passionate, outstretching aspiration for something to come, while order must be carefully distinguished from terror. The restless passion for God, Derrida's love of 333. My God, is meant to set things loose, to set them free, open-ended, vogelfree and destinerrant, irretarare, sent without destiny, who knows where. Facta sum me terra difficultatis deconstructionis, according to a certain Jewish bishop, I am citing from memory and have not had the time to check the Latin text. For to center everything on a passion for God, to dream the dream of my God, to say yes, yes to my God, to my passion for God, is to be drawn back into a still deeper dissentering and questionability. Quid ergo amo, cum Deum meum amo? Of what do I dream when I dream of my God? What do I love when I love the impossible? By what am I inflamed in this passion for God? By what madness am I driven when I am given without return? For what do I call when I call for justice? By what am I called when I am called by justice? What do I desire when I desire my God? What do I love when I love my God? My God, of what am I dreaming? There is in Derrida what one might call a certain overreaching, trespassing aspiration, what I have been calling here, all along, a dream, or a desire, a restlessness, a passion for the impossible, a panting for something to come. This passion is not a determinable wish or will for a definable goal or foreseeable objective, however hard any such goal may be to attain. It is not a search for something plannable and foreseeable, the fulfillment of which can be steadily approximated, our progress toward which regularly measured. Over and beyond, beneath, and before any such determinate purpose, there is in Derrida, in deconstruction, a longing and sighing, a weeping and praying, a dream and a desire, for something non-determinable, unforeseeable, beyond the actual and the possible, beyond the horizon of possibility, beyond the scope of what we can sensibly imagine. Far from landing us into a place of dissipation, despondency, and enervation, as its most thoughtless critics contend, difference leads us by the hand into a quasi-messianic place, a quasi-transcendental messianic no-place. There, in that desert nowhere, charged with a passion for the impossible, grows the flower of a certain Jewish Augustinianism. Our hearts are restless, writes Jacques de la Rue Saint Augustin, in Christian Latin French, and they will not rest until they rest in you, but with this little postscript in Hebrew, and you are something or someone to come, always, structurally, to come. That means that you never arrive, that your coming is not to be confused with presence, so that even if, to our utter surprise, you were actually to show up, we would still need to ask you when you will come. This aspiration is what the philosophers would call, in their tired, dull space-bound, unimaginative, and plodding way, a movement of transcendence, what Levinas, trying to enliven the philosophical discourse, called transcendence, and what Derrida himself, miming the talk of philosophy, walking the walk of philosophy, would call a certain quasi. 334. Transcendental movement. After all, any such transcendence as difference sets loose would be a movement with no idea of its destination and with no assurance that it will get where it is going, wherever that is, a passion for who knows what. This is a very special movement, beyond the actual, but also beyond the possible, beyond the present but also beyond the future present. Going where you cannot go, beyond the paralysis of the possible, the impossible is the impositioning impetus, Soph. 94/on, 75. So this does not finally resemble any philosophical movement, like a Platonic ascent beyond the sensible to the eidos, or a Kantian movement toward a regulative ideal, or even an early Heideggerian transcendence beyond beings to being, or a late Heideggerian step back into the event of the most proper propriety. This is like no eidetic or ontological or owning movement, but like a prophetic aspiration, a messianic passion, a sighing or longing for something unrepresentable. It does not take place in the tranquilized medium of seeing and truth but in the passion of suffering and the urgency of justice. It is not a straining of the eyes to see, beyond beings to being, but a blindness. It is not seeing but sighing, not perception but prayer, not understanding but passion, a movement not of truth but of justice. Deconstruction is driven and disturbed, always and structurally, by a restlessness, by a prophetic passion for something to come, something beyond the law of the present, beyond the present law, beyond the regime of presence, for a justice or a democracy to come. Deconstruction is a passion for the incoming of something tout autre, something that blinds our Anschauung, that loosens our logic, and makes space and time for Tommy Anta, for the nuisances and nobodies, for the shadowy semi-beings and nullities who have fallen out of favor with the prevailing regime of being and presence. 5. What do I love when I love my God? Can I do anything other than repeat that question day and night, especially night? We do not put the secret to sleep by dreaming of the impossible. On the contrary, the secret impositions the dream and the dream keeps us on the qui-vive. My God keeps me up at night. The secret is first, last, and constant. Literature will have always begun, day and night. Contrary to everything that onto theologic would have us believe, my God does not mean some onto theological hook that lifts us up above the tossing waves of textuality, that steers us steadily through the labyrinthine lines of archaeocriture, a prima causa or a causa finalis, some steadying metaphysical anchor that puts the play in things to rest. My God is not a name that provides for a good night's sleep, but a passion that disturbs our rest and keep us on the alert. The passion for God rightly passes for an atheism about a certain Hellenistic God. It breaks with an excessively Hellenistic and ontological way to think of God, ruptures an excessively essentialistic and epistemic frame of mind. The passion for God renounces the cognitivism that constantly asking what is this? 335. And what is that, worked its way into the biblical tradition when Philo-Judaeus decided that the Torah had to find a place on the shelves of the Alexandrian library, that you could or even should try to make sense of Yahweh by way of Plato and Aristotle, who had very different fish to fry and for whom, inevitably, the only sense Yahweh would ever be able to make was the sense of being. Happily, there has been all along a counter-tradition of thinkers who have resisted this Alexandrianism, this Hellenizing of God, this Hellenistic God, of which Levinas is today the most daring, articulate, salient, shocking and yet strangely familiar figure. Levinas labored mightily to keep the name of God clear of being's orbit, to loosen God's meaning from the meaning of being, seeking to save a meaning for God that is otherwise than being's meaning. For the God of Abraham makes its own sui generis sense so long as we have the sense to understand that the sense God makes is biblical and prophetic sense and otherwise than ousia. That is perhaps a lure to which Philo was not sufficiently alert, which is what drove Luther, at the beginning of the end of a long tradition, to conclude that God had sent Aristotle into the world as a punishment for our sins. I have been situating deconstruction within this de-Hellenizing tradition, trying patiently to wring the wires of deconstruction back to another source, and this on the advice of Derrida himself, who has complained that otherwise he will have been read less and less well. For the name of God that is astir in Derrida when he speaks of my God is the echo of an ancient tradition, a tradition that resonates down the Rue Saint Augustin, down all the streets of Algiers and Ewan Bayer, past the Hebrew school from which he played hooky, back to the persecuted Spanish Jews who emigrated to northern Africa, back to Augustine and from there to Amos and Isaiah and, even before that, back to old Father Abraham, the father of us all. For the meaning of the name of God that Derrida would save, the power of the nameless name of God that stirs in his works, is not what the Greeks meant either by meaning or by God but a passion. My God is not addressed to a being or an essence, an explanatory cause or the solution of an epistemic cramp. When Moses starts to get nosy about God's meaning and name, Yahweh told him I am who I am, nothing you will understand, the clear implication being that Moses should mind his own business, and keep his mind on the business at hand, which is justice, not ontotheologic. Yahweh is not a Greek meaning but a Jewish passion. In his memorable and marvelous study The Prophets, Abraham Heschel calls Yahweh the God of pathos, the God of passion, so that the correlate of a passion for God is a God of passion. 6. The biblical God is no onto theological creature, no supremely actual energia whose utter actuality lifts him, anything this erect could only be a he, up above all passion into a perfect impassivity. The biblical God is no actus purus where the 336 very idea that he might be in any way patient with or passive to our complaints is too embarrassing an idea to suffer. This Hellenic idea of an utterly actual actus, as if God were a perfect Parmenidean sphere, tormented the medievals half to death, imposing upon them contrived problems like how the God of their hearts could hear their prayers, how God who has counted every tear could be moved by our tears or grieved by our griefs, without compromising his highfalutin Hellenic impassivity, or what we were going to do through all eternity while contemplating the divine ousia or savoring the eternal Idaeon of the divine eidos would not begin to wear on your nerves after an eon or two. As if this pure Hellenism had anything to with what prophets called Yahweh or what Jesus called, in Aramaic, Abba. That very finite Hellenistic creature called God is a being cut to fit the narrow needs of Greek ontology, of Parmenides and Plato, who were scandalized by time and motion and change, and of Aristotle, who did the best he could to make the name of matter and motion respectable among the Greeks. But from a biblical point of view, this highly Hellenic theos was an imperfect, may I say a pathetic, or better an apathetic, way to think of God. It had nothing to do with Yahweh, who was easily moved to anger and jealousy, who was a God of tears and compassion, who suffered with his suffering people, who was moved by their sighs and lamentations, who was angered by their meanness of mind and had a well-known and much respected temper, who had, in short, a short fuse. Being wholly other was something wholly other than being wholly unmoved by human suffering, for God, or his prophets. 7. The God of Hellenistic philosophers had as little to do with the God of the prophets as urbane, aristocratic Greek philosophers had to do with wild-eyed, half-naked, and sometimes not half, Jewish prophets. 8 The prophets were outrageous and bombastic people, passionate and compassionate, fiery, fulminating, disturbing messengers who usually ended up getting killed because of their message, which they delivered with sharp tongues and explosive tempers. Accordingly, the God of whom the prophets spoke, whose fire they delivered, had nothing to do with the actus purus of Athenian metaphysics. The nous noeticos was a strictly upper-crust Athenian daydream. That active nous cutting lazy circles in the sky, utterly unmindful of the will and woes of the particular specimens in the species down below, was a dream dreamt by an aristocratic Otelian leisured class who got into all the best schools in Athens, of whom Alan Bloom thoroughly approved. That is a very limited, finite God who minds his own business and seems to have satisfied the needs of well-behaved aristocratic gentlemen and men of leisure. But it is not in the least biblical or prophetic. If there were a Greek analogate to the prophets, it would be the cynics, those dogs, who were a public nuisance and disgrace, who did things in public too fierce to mention. 9. 337. That is also what is wrong with Levinas's too assimilative attempt to cast the God of the prophets in the language of Greek philosophy, to give Greek thought the last word, a tendency that has earned him some well-earned criticism from strictly Jewish quarters. 10 For whatever distant echo of Yahweh hand I think it is very distant Levinas may have thought to find in Plato's Epicena Tesousias, the simple truth is that the agathon was something purely seen, a pure, timeless, impassive, unmoved object of sight that does not know a thing about us, that does not return our look, that does not know anything, since it is a pure intelligible, not a mind at all, let alone a heart or, God forbid, a pathos. Thus, even though he played hooky from the Lycée Émile Maupas, ruptured his alliance, and rightly passes for an atheist, Derrida's Jewish Augustinianism, which wants to disturb the peace of this Hellenic discursivity, makes for a more interesting religious discourse, one that is considerably more sensitive to his Hebrew roots, than does the work of Levinas, who read the sages religiously. Instructed by Derrida's own admonitions about remembering the alliance that he keeps by breaking, or breaks by keeping, I have all along been trying to cross the wires of deconstruction with this prophetic tradition, to ally Derrida's passion for the impossible within a prophetic passion, to trace out a new alliance between the God of Derrida, my God, with what Heschel calls the God of pathos, the passion of God, to make allies out of the madness of the instant of the pure gift, which tears up the circle of return and reappropriation, and divine madness. An alliance would be enough for me. I am not trying to get Derrida to go back to Hebrew school or to start attending synagogue. Far from it. That would only reinscribe him in the cycle of violence that drives the concrete mechanisms of the positive religions that are too positive for their own good. The lines of this alliance are traced outside the space of cognition. For Derrida, as for the prophets, what is at issue is not a cognitive delineation of some explanatory principle like a causa prima, not some being or essence marked off by certain predicative traits, but something, I know not what, that emerges in our prayers and tears, that evokes our prayers and provokes our tears, that seeks us out before we seek it, before we know its name, and disturbs and transforms our lives. Something that has to do with suffering, SDM, 135/Psalm 81, 141-42 85, and justice. Something that impes Zions. What comes together in this convenience, this covenant, is the incoming, in venire, of what is to come, the veins of a justice to come. I do not want your festivals and sacrifices, your loud songs and solemn assemblies, but I want justice to flow like water over the land, Yahweh told Amos, Amos 5:18. I do not care about the hierarchy or a new edition of the songbook, about church or synagogue architecture, about Judaism Reformed, Conservative, or Orthodox, about priestly rights or priestly privileges, about preserving a male hierarchy, but justice. I do not care about religion, Yahweh seemed to say, but about a religion without religion, or 338. Before religion, a religion where the only thing people believe in religiously is justice, where their passion is to let justice flow. So it would not matter to Yahweh, according to Amos, whether you had religion I.e., whether you had or belonged to the determinable faiths, or whether you rightly passed for an atheist in the eyes of the determinable faiths, but whether you had a passion for justice, longed for justice, wept and prayed over justice. Yahweh was jealous about justice, not Judaism, and the false gods he inveighed against were gods who do not translate into justice, the religious assemblies and sacrifices that do not translate into justice. But by justice he did not mean the form of dike burning high in an empyrean sky, an eidos that you could get to see after 10 years of mathematics, for justice is precisely unseeable and unforeseeable and does not come down to counting. Justice does not reside high above but settles into the flesh of the least among us, pitching its tent among us. Justice is not above but urgently required here and now, even as it is something you press forward to with passion, with prophetic and messianic fire, philosendra, with a fiercely burning ruah, something to come, something impossible, unimaginable, unrepresentable, something with which you must keep faith, an orthopraxic daza, not an orthodox episteme. Justice is something in which you can only keep faith, the passion of faith, la passion du non-savoir. Faith is a passion for something to come, for something I know not what, with an unknowing, non-savoir, sans savoir, which is such that I cannot say what is a translation of what. I cannot say whether God is a translation of justice, so that whenever I pray and weep over justice I am praying and weeping over God, dreaming and desiring God, with a deep and abiding passion for God. Or whether everything I mean by the passion for God, by loving God, by the desire for God, by my God, is a way of dreaming of justice. Lord, when did we see you hungry and give you to eat, or naked and give you clothes? Quid ergo amo, cum deum meum amo? Gene seis pa, il faut croire. I cannot say what is a translation of what is an example of what, Soph, 95-96/on, 76. But the point is that it does not matter, and it is an excessively Hellenistic frame of mind to insist that this matter must be settled so long as you have a passion for the impossible, are moved by the impossible, stirred by justice, driven mad with the passion for justice, dreaming of something impossible, set in motion by the impossible. That is what it means to let my God be tossed about by the waves of undecidability. Who I am, Yahweh told Enosi Moses, is none of your business is justice. Undecidability does not mean the apathy of indecision but the passion of faith, the urgency of forging ahead where one does not see, where in principle one cannot see, where what is. 339. At issue is nothing to be seen, is not a matter of eidos and eidain at all, but a matter of giving witness, of responding to a call that addresses us in the blind, the call of something tout autre, something out of sight, with the passion of God. There is a crucial point, a point of passion and of undecidability, at which someone, hoping, sighing, dreaming, can say of his passion for justice, my God, even though he rightly passes for an atheist. That point is, on the hypothesis of undecidability, the same point at which a believer in any of the determinable faiths can say of his passion for God that it does not matter whether you call it God or not, so long as you long for justice, that God does not want religion but justice. On this hypothesis, God himself seems to subscribe to the notion of translatability and undecidability, inasmuch as God, the God of pathos, does not care whether you call him God so long as you call for justice, for God is not interested in being called God, so long as justice flows like water over the land. At that point of passion and non-knowing, of urgency and undecidability, the prophetic finger, which points to justice, and the finger of deconstruction, 11 touch, like a painting on the ceiling of a new, Jewish Sistine Chapel, in which just this one graven image would be permitted. Well, maybe two, the other being Scheffer's painting of Augustine and Monica looking unctuously up to heaven, which I also love. The witness, the response, the responsibility, the passion and compassion, in short, the passion for the impossible is, if I may use a little Greek copula to say something Greek, where everything that is means trembles in undecidability, ed. 228/WD, 153, the passion for God, the passion of God. Whether or not one rightly passes for an atheist. If there is one.